Hello everybody, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to Donington Park and the first of 2 days of racing organised by the 750 Motor Club. It's the first of 3 championship finals weekends for the 750 Motor Club here at Donington Park. Lots and lots to be decided over the course of the next 2 days. My name is Ian Soman. I'll be up here in the commentary box throughout the weekend, and alongside me for this one is Joshua Barrett. We'll be hearing as well from Andy McEwen down in the pit lane and guests as well. We're on the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park this weekend, so the full 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit, which is a rare chance for some of these competitors to race on this track. And here is the weather forecast for this weekend. Well, for the rest of the day, it should be dry, a very light wind, reasonably overcast, I think, as well. But staying dry, I think, is the main thing for the 10 races that we have for you during the course of the day. So whether you are here at the circuit or watching on the Alpha Live stream, good afternoon to you. As I say, a very busy 10 race programme in prospect for you today. We're actually just a little bit behind schedule because the High-Tech Electronics Alfa Romeo Championship session was red flagged due to a large amount of oil that was put down on the circuit after Tom Hill's car expired. He eventually ended up in the gravel trap at the old hairpin, but the oil slick stretched all the way from Hollywood. So the session was red flagged, an early lunch was taken, and the qualifying session for the Alphas is just coming towards its end now. And then we're going to get underway with our first race of the day, which is for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. We have another 7 categories coming up today as well. We've got 2 races for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, final rounds of the championship. That's already been decided. We've got the first race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clear Sport Championship, a 45-minute race for the Tagiwa Road Sports. At Mighty Minis, they've got 2 races this weekend, 1 of those today. 3 races this weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Again, 1 of those this afternoon. And later on, as we get towards the evening, it's the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hats Championship and the cars that are qualifying now for the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. A reminder that whether you're watching at the circuit or indeed at home, you can download the digital programme from the 750 Motor Club website. That's at 750mc.co.uk. You'll also find the link to the live timing there and the link to the live stream as well. So 750mc.co.uk is where you will find the programme for this one. Alongside me in the commentary box, as I've already mentioned, is Josh Barrett. Josh, good afternoon to you. Looking forward to a tremendous weekend of racing, 21 races in total, and 10 of those coming up this afternoon. Yeah,
it's going to be a great meeting as usual, isn't it, with the 750 Motor Club, and you can see their qualifying just coming to an end now, so we can look forward to what is going to be a very busy afternoon of racing. Like you say, we've got 10 races being crammed into the next 5 hours or so. So it's going to be action-packed. And out onto the Grand Prix circuit as well here at Donington Park, which isn't used overly often, so it's great to be here for the first time in a while on a 2-day meeting with the 750 Motor Club on the Grand Prix track. And Donington Park, a circuit that always creates some great racing, and I'm sure with the categories that are here this weekend, Ian, that's not going to be any different over today and tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. The majority of the championships do have their championship finals this weekend. A few don't. The Alphas, they go to Silverstone at the end of October. The Mighty Minis will go to Castle Combe next month, and Club Enduro also heads to Silverstone in October. But for everything else, it is the end of the season this weekend. As we say, some championships already decided, some scores still to be settled. So we will do our best to keep on top of the point situation throughout the course of the weekend and let you know who provisionally is wrapping up championships. I say on the Grand Prix circuit, 2.5 miles in length, and that obviously provides some different challenges for the drivers compared to the national circuit. Notably, Josh, the 2 big braking zones that they will have for the Melbourne hairpin and then Goddard that follows it. Yeah,
and that's obviously a good overtaking opportunity as well. And potentially some drivers who've not raced here before, so stuff to learn. The track was retarmacked for this season, wasn't it? And lap times, I think, have been a lot quicker, so there's a lot more grip. And that may come into factor tomorrow, as there's rain forecast for tomorrow. Traditionally, people saying how slippery Donington Park was in the rain. Not necessarily the case anymore, I don't think, with that new retarmacked surface. But I suspect we're going to have lap records go over the course of today and tomorrow as well, assuming it stays dry. So we will keep an eye on that as well. But the Alfa Romeo Championship, they're completing their qualifying session with Jamie Thwaites quickest by a margin in the Giulietta TCR car that had a big problem last time out at Cadwell Park. Last time I saw the Alfa Romeo Championships, we unfortunately didn't get to see him race there, but it's good to have that car on the grid. What we look forward to the Alfa is right towards the end of the day, isn't it? The ninth race of R10, the Alfa Romeo, so they get a break. But we look forward to our first race coming up very shortly, Ian.
Yeah, and the first race of the day, which will be released out onto the circuit just as soon as these Alphas have cleared the track, that is going to be for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Okay, so it is the final event of the season for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. The grid for this one is going to line up as follows then. On pole position, it is the number 65 car of Mark White, and besides him is number 48, Mike Nash. Onto the second row, that's where we find 12, David Russell, and 23, Blair Thompson. Row 3 is 84, Alexander Smith, and 43 is David Sheed. On the fifth row, it's going to be the 841 car of Jonathan Candler, and 88 is Christopher Pawley. Row 5 is 33, Cy Frowan, and 79, Keith Atwood. On the sixth row, 178, Pete Seeley, and 22, Luke Arpino. On the seventh row, it's going to be 62, Paul Martin Jones, and 113, Paul Chapman. Row 8 is 935 and 935, James Flint, and 1, Doug Inglis. On the ninth row, 49 and 230, 49, Brian Watson, and 230 is Paul Waterhouse. On to row 10, and that's where we find the 34 car of Sean Graham, 57 is Simon Vernon, row 11, 87 Louis Woodward, and 51 Ian Cooper. Row 12 is 16 Trevor Hancock, and 999 Richard Lakey. Row 13 is going to be 44 Richard Phillips, and 157 Toby Partridge. The 14th row, 25 and 35, 25 is Alex Waldeck, 35 Richard Brown. Row 15, 99 and 26, 99 Jackie Jewski, and 26 Gareth Moss. On the 16th row, 125 and 38, 125 Nick Hills, and 38 David Griffiths. The 17th row, 42 David Wallace-George, and 4 Emma Ockenden. On the 18th row, it's 64 and 72, 64 Harry Townsend, and 72 Andrew Holmes. And on the 19th and final row, 53 Ben Gundry, and 533, that's Kale Kelts. So that is the way that this very big grid of cars lines up for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. They have two 20-minute races during the course of the day. It's the final event of their championship. Now, points in this championship are awarded on the basis of a performance index, so it's hard to tell during the race what's actually going on in the championship, but the performance index is basically a measure of consistency. It's total race time divided by your best lap, essentially, and then everyone's put into order of that. So Mark White leads the championship, and he is leading by quite a convincing margin, actually by 25 points coming into this weekend. From Jonathan Candler, Blair Thompson is third, Keith Atwood, Paul Waterhouse, and Richard Phillips complete the top six in the point standings. There's also a Graduates Cup as well. That's being headed by Jack Ijewski. He also leads the Novice Championship as well. And it being the Armed Forces Race Challenge, there is an Inter-Forces Teams Championship as well. The RAF are leading that by 7 points from the Army. The Navy just another 8, the Veterans College just another 8 points behind, and the Navy and Marines in fourth place at the moment. And the majority of the drivers on the grid are from one of the forces, but there are some guest drivers as well. And Josh, it's a huge grid that we have for the Armed Forces Race Challenge this weekend.
And it's something that we've come quite accustomed with over the last few seasons with the Armed Forces since they joined the 750 Motor Club, 5-6 years ago, when they had quite small grids, I think, initially, but now the grids are pretty much at capacity at every race that we've been to. So we've had them at both the shorter Silverstone circuits of the national and the international circuit, Croft and at Snetterton, now here at Donington Park. It feels like every grid has been full up. So where the Armed Forces members get the priority of the entries, I think, and then if there is space, there are guesting drivers over the course of the season as well. But as you mentioned on that grid rundown, Mark White on pole position. He has been the driver to beat, really, hasn't he, this season? He won both races at Croft, he won at Snetterton, and last time out at Silverstone too. And he's had a couple of wins on the performance index as well, the how close you're getting to your average. So that's been impressive, isn't it? Being at the front, being the quickest driver on raw pace, but then being able to do that consistently as well. And he's had a really strong season in that Honda Civic Type R that will start from pole position today.
Yep, as well as the performance index, there are classes which are split on a power to weight basis. So Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the split is 240. Class C, 180. Class D, 135. There's also the 116 Graduate Cup class as well.
See there the 113 Clio, which is one of the few shared cars on the grid. So for Paul Chapman and Ben Moore, they do a race each. We believe it'll be Paul Chapman who has this first race, and alongside is the big Holden Commodore driven by Paul Martin Jones, who has been competing in that car over the course of this season, the ex-Middle East V8 Supercar Challenge car, which Paul Martin Jones, who has been racing for a couple of decades or so, and Paul is a founding member of the RAF Motorsports Association Race Challenge, which is the category basically this came out of in.
Yep, it is. It grew out of that. Well, we're going to get a green flag lap, as you can see, for these cars. So they will do one more preparatory lap before their 20-minute race gets underway. So 2 20-minute races for these cars during the course of the day. Wins this season have gone the way of Mark White on 4 occasions. Paul Cook has won 3 times as a guest. Wayne Lewis has also been a winner as well. Mark White's won Class B though on every occasion bar 1, where David Sheed won at Snetterton. David Russell has been the man to beat in Class C. Class D wins have been well spread out amongst a number of different drivers. Ali Topley, Dougie Inglis, Peter Dilnott, and Jackie Jewski has done most of the winning in the Graduates Cup class as well. But you can see the great variety we have. We've got the little MX-5 there. I think that's the Luca Pino car, the grey number 22 car. Then you've got that big muscle car, the Paul Martin Jones car, number 62, which is, I think, one of the few competitors within Class A. And then you've got Clios, you've got Fiestas, Minis. Paul Waterhouse there always goes very well and very consistently as well in his Peugeot.
And the Daewoo,
yeah,
which we spoke about at Snetterton a couple of months ago, but a car you do not see race very often at all, the Daewoo Nexia from 1997, and looks a lot further up the grid this weekend as well here at Donington Park, driven by Ian Cooper. You're right in the mid-pack, which is seemingly a lot further up than that car was last time I saw these cars at Snetterton a couple of months ago.
Yeah, so that's good for him to be as far up the grid as he is.
Some drivers get a little bit more sideways, so they should be on the green flag lap. Hopefully that was all okay in the end. But yes, as you say, it's a fantastic mix of cars. It's a sort of ethos of how club racing perhaps was more traditionally in the past as well, with a rung what you brung kind of formula. But now with this class system and being able to do things like power to weight, it means that everybody sort of has something to race for in that. And you see the Ginetta G20 there, the Cy Frowen car. I think there's a couple of G20s on the grid here, which is sort of a good throwback to that one-make formula that Ginetta used to run 20 years ago or so. And the low cost as well in the mid-pack there. So you've got some rear-wheel drive sports cars and a few rear-wheel drive saloons as well, but mainly front-wheel drive cars on the grid there. So as we say, it's a great mix. I'm sure there'll be some battles as well to keep our eye on throughout the pack. There's quite a few BMW 116s towards the back, some which run in the Graduates Cup that you mentioned earlier, but I think it's Louis Woodward who's in 87 there, the first of the 116s on the grid. And with no 116 trophy race this month, I think a few of the competitors have used this as an opportunity to come out. Yeah,
so they will go in Class D, those that aren't in the Graduates Cup. For newcomers.
The other Ginetta G20 there towards the back is David Griffith. That's a new car for, on me this season. And then at the back of the grid there is the German Auto Works run BMW of Cale Keltz, who I think is making his race debut here. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
It is indeed his race debut, all the way from Arizona. He's come over specifically to race this weekend, and is in particular going to be out in Club and Show tomorrow. So anyone watching in Arizona, hello from the UK and from Donington Park. We're shortly to get underway with our first race of the day, which is the Armed Forces Race Challenge. It's going to be a 20-minute race, just the last few rows of cars to come into position. Then we'll get the green flag waved at the back. 5-second board will go up, and then the race will get underway. Mark White on the front row in the yellow and black Honda Civic Type R. He has his driver's door open because he's sitting there for quite a few moments while this grid forms up behind him, just to keep as cool as he can. It was fairly warm when I popped out half an hour or so ago in the sunshine. But there are clouds coming across Donington from time to time. So green flag at the back, 5-second board is raised. Driver's door is closed for Mark White. Red lights go on, lights go out. Now away they go then, and it's a good start by Mark White from pole position. And the driver alongside him, Mike Nash, he is losing ground at the start of the race. Is there anyone coming up on the inside? Alexander Smith in the Honda was trying to come through on the inside as well, but he is a bit further back. You've got Thompson going wide in the black Civic, 1 or 2 going over the green concrete runoff area at the exit of Redgate, the first corner, but down through the Craner curves for the first time, and a good move there made by Alexander Smith in the Honda. He's up to 2nd place now. David Sheet, who also made a good start, he's gone back down to 3rd.
Yeah, Alexander Smith, I think, was 5th or 6th into Redgate, so he's made fantastic progress between there, through Hollywood and down the Craner curves. So Alex Smith, he started 5th, didn't he, in the Integra, and he's made that really good start, the helicopter technician from Shropshire, and he's going for the lead as well there, Ian.
Yeah, side by side they were through McLean's, and Mark White has seen him off through McLean's. Now they go up to Coppice Corner. Sheed in the red BMW. Frankenstein is there as well in 3rd place. And then a little bit of a gap back to the rest of the field as they make their way off Coppice Corner, down the back straight, and then into the left-handed chicane, of course, because it is this Grand Prix layout that we're on this weekend. So for the moment at least, it is still Mark White out in front. The leading car that you can see on screen now, those of you watching on the live stream, that was the 4th place car, David Russell in the BMW.
Yeah, the other beamer there, David Sheed looks up the inside to get 2nd, can't quite get it. The driver who's gone backwards on this first lap is Mike Nash. He started there on the front row of the grid in his 3:30. He's down to 7th or 8th, something like that, in the pack. Lots of battles ongoing, 3-4 different types of lines being taken there into the Melbourne Loop. But there's that battle for 4th, which David Russell is at the head of in his Class C spec, BMW E30, which is running on synthetic fuels, and was a winner in the class at the previous 2 meetings, at Snetterton and at Silverstone. David Sheet, who was in 3rd position, slowing seemingly into Redgate Corner, and Alex Smith in front of him goes off.
Yeah, that's why he was slowing. Owen Smith's now managed to get himself dug in as he's tried to get himself out of the gravel trap there. He was in 2nd place, of course. He'd been challenging Mark White for the lead of the race, and now that car is going to need the intervention of at least the marshals, I think, to get him out of that gravel trap, because he's not succeeding in getting himself dug out. I think he realises now that he is going to need some assistance, and I think he's frustrated with himself, because that, I think, is the strongest we've seen Alexander Smith so far this season.
Yeah, he's had a couple of seconds at Croft and at Snetterton, but that's the first time we've really seen him challenge. Now here's the car from the back of the grid, up to 22nd on the first lap for Cale Keltz, from 38th on the grid. So that's 16 places gained in just 1 lap of the Donington Park circuit. Not a bad first lap for your racing career, Ian.
I know the German Auto Works team were quite, thinking that he got some quite useful pace there, given the times he was doing in testing yesterday, quicker than that car had been doing last year when it was a class winner in the championship.
Yeah, it's a very strong car, so if he's sort of on that pace of Joel Oswick, that's very promising. I wonder how many positions we've gained since the start of the laps. Head of the Mini there, wasn't he, I think? That's a few more positions gained at the very least. So we'll keep an eye on that over the course of this 20-minute race for the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. You've got Louis Woodward there just behind the debut there of Ian Cooper, who's an aircraft engineer from Liverpool. And there's Kelts. He's caught Waterhouse now, who started the lap in 16th. So that's presumably another 6 positions on this lap, Ian.
Yeah, that's a great effort then from the man from Arizona on his racing debut. And there is the scene at Redgate Corner where the snatch vehicle is now on scene, so there'll be double waved yellows there. The marshal unable to get Alexander Smith's car out of the gravel trap with his own steam, unfortunately.
Now, we mentioned how lap records we think will fall over the course of this meeting. David Sheed has just gone 3.5 seconds underneath the Class B lap record in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. In Class C, David Russell has gone also a second or two underneath that individual lap record as well. And that's from back in 2017, the last time these cars competed here.
So those are the two leaders then, and Mark White has David Sheed for very close company. 1.8 seconds there was between them at the start of the lap. That gap has come down now to not much more than 1.8 car lengths as they turn their way through Coppice Corner. And Sheed, who was on that lap, 3 or 4 tenths of a second quicker than White, the last lap, is going to start piling on the pressure now. He's pulled his car to the left-hand side of the circuit, which of course is the inside line for the next corner, and he has gone through David Sheed to take the lead of the race on lap 3.
You mentioned that David Sheed beat Mark White last time out at Silverstone, so again a similar sort of race here to 4 or 5 weeks ago, that meeting. So I'm surprised Sheed qualified back in 6th, but he's moved into the lead by the end of the 3rd lap, seemingly. Good battle for 3rd between David Russell and Mike Nash and Blair Thompson as well. So David Russell there in 3rd, Mike Nash in 4th. Obviously, they've moved up a position since that off Alexander Smith on the previous lap of the race. Mike Nash very, very late onto the brakes into the Goddard hairpin. Remember, he qualified 2nd this morning in that car, so still trying to make up progress since then. But the 3rd lap is completed with another fastest lap from David Sheed, this time quicker than anybody went in qualifying this morning. So 1 minute 49.9, which is now the overall lap record as well in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge.
Yeah. These two then are about 6 seconds clear of David Russell in 3rd place, who leads Class C. Mike Nash is in 4th, and Cale Kelt's another 4 places or so made up into 12th. And how quick are his lap times compared to the cars in front?
Well, I was just looking compared to David Russell, who leads Class C. He's only half a second slower than him, and we know how good David Russell is. So it seems like the German Auto Works thoughts were pretty on point. Meanwhile, we had a quick look there at Chris Pawley, who's from Cardiff, a 29-year-old novice cross on the back of his Renault Clio. He's going well. He's up in 7th spot. But for Kelt, to answer your question, he was 5 seconds quicker than the car ahead of him on the previous lap. So he may have got another position since then even.
And there's Jonathan Candler in the 841 car. Now, he's been a champion, I think, in the past. And I think he's 2nd in the points this season. Is he not coming into this weekend? Yes, he is. So very good, consistent driver, Jonathan Candler, in that Peugeot 306. But he is under pressure here from Paulie. He's going to have the inside line for the Fogarty S's. And is he going to be able to make it through there? The answer looks to be yes, he is. So the Clio goes up now into 5th position and 2nd within Class C.
Yep, so the Clio 182 there gains position. Chris Pawley's raced in low cost in the past. Get back to the battle for 8th between Paul Chapman and Cy Frowen. And we look back then to the battle of the hatchbacks ahead, with the Clio now ahead of the Peugeot 306, a car that's raced a lot less than the Clios. But in the hands of Jonathan Candler, this car has been raced quite a lot, hasn't it? There may not be many 306s that race in the country, but Jonathan Candler has been a regular feature, I think a previous champion in the category. At the back of our shot, we can see Cale Kelts and the BMW pop out of the toe of Keith Atwood's BMW and this BMW Mini, and this is to get into the top 10 around the outside. Kelts has done a 52.6 now as his best lap, and he swoops around the outside of Keith Atwood. There's not much room there being given, though. Kelts seemed to be going for the apex of the corner, although there was a car alongside him, but we just about avoided contact there, I think, Ian.
Yeah, so up into the top 10 goes Cale Kelts. He's going to have about 4 seconds to make up on Cy Frowen in the Ginetta, who's going to be the next car up ahead.
I think he's at, a second or so quicker, but Frowen is catching Paul Chapman pretty quickly, so it may be that Cy Frowen gets up to 8th position before he catches them. Let's see if we can see in the background of our shot, and it's still the Clio ahead, so it's still Paul Chapman ahead of Cy Frowen, but they're both quickly being caught by that BMW behind of Kale Kelts, who's up into 10th after making that move. But there, the Army Motorsport Clio runs a little bit wide. The Paul Chapman and Ben Moore shared car over the course of the day with Cy Frowen looking up the inside. And will he make a move here into 8th? We shall see.
So Frodo it is who does get through up into 8th position. The 40-year-old from Monmouthshire, the RF Weapons Systems Officer, goes through. He started racing 17 years ago, so quite experienced. A lot of that time in a Fiesta. And this 20-year-old Ginetta G20 with a 2-litre Zetec engine, the ex-Peter Matt Smith car that he only bought earlier this year, has done it well this season. Up into 8th position he is now, doing battle with that Paul Chapman Clio. But look at the ground that's been made up on this lap by that BMW of Kale Kelts.
Yeah, this has been a majority of the lap with no traffic, and he immediately looks up the inside of the Clio driver. He's certainly getting stuck in here. You wouldn't have thought that he hadn't raced before. Who, alongside the Clio of Paul Chapman, he goes, and this should be good for 9th then for the Celts in the BMW personal best lap that time, a 1 minute 51.72, which is quicker than David Russell is going. So I think that's a Class C lap record as well from Celts. He may only be 0.02 of a second quicker than David Russell, but quicker he is, and he's up into now 9th position overall. So he's sort of ruined having to start from the back of the grid. I think it was a transponder issue in qualifying that was some of the reason for that. And he'll have to start on the back again later, because I think the 2 grids set by the second race set by second best times in.
I don't know if he's ruining it, because he's had a fantastic race and got so much experience in the space of, what, if we had 11 minutes of this race, he's learned a lot, I would think, about racing already here. So that's invaluable. We're watching Paul Waterhouse now, and he's in 15th place with the big Holden Commodore of Paul Martin Jones, number 62, just behind him, the Class A leader.
2 very different cars of different horsepower, I suspect. But you see the big Holden badge on the side of Paul Martin Jones's car now. This, though, battle for, I think, 4th position, is it, between Mike Nash and Blair Thompson down to the Melbourne Loop. So that battle's sort of ongoing, really. We haven't seen it for a couple of laps, but that battle for 4th position continues. Meanwhile, we should mention that David Sheed still leads the race. He's a couple of seconds ahead of Mark White, and he's set another fastest lap, a 1 minute 48.57. And completed 6 laps of racing. But the battle behind him is pretty close, as well as a big moment in the Graduates Cup, Ian. Yeah, and that's for the Graduates Cup points lead. Jack Ajewski getting the car very sideways there through the old hairpin, the number 99 car. Just see where he is within that class in this race at the moment. But he was very sideways, and there's one off the road there as well. That is the MR2 of number 35, Richard Brown, the MR2 Roadster for the drive from Cheltenham. He's soon got that back on the road, though, at McLean's, and the yellow flags go back in. I think Ajewski leads the Graduates Cup by about 20 seconds or so over Emma Ockenden, I reckon. For Richard Brown, who's just had that spin, he was running in something like 26th position then. But for Richard Brown, the Army officer from Gloucestershire, he, I think, got away without hitting anything. And there is the number 26 Mazda MX-5. That's Gareth Moss from Burton-on-Trent. So at his local circuit here at Donington Park this weekend. I say in the MX-5 that's in 21st position at the moment. Waterhouse and Martin Jones heading through Redgate Corner for the 7th time in this race. There's about 7.5 minutes of it left to go. Just behind them is Brian Watson, who's out in a new car this weekend, out in a Mini for the first time. Which is good to see for the RAF cyberspace specialist from Lincoln. And then just behind him is James Flint, who has a novice cross on the back. So again, bringing new driver into racing. But there's Brian Watson out in his new car for this weekend. Meanwhile, no surprise will become that Kale Kelts has gained 2 more positions. He's passed Cy Frowen and Jonathan Candler recently as well, to move him up into 7th position. Okay, so how far ahead is Christopher Pawley going to be? Not that far ahead, actually, so I would think he could well lose the place before the end of this race, Josh. The lead gap has just halved on the last lap, down to 1.2 seconds. Mark White is into the 148s as well now, so as they're embroiled in traffic potentially, the lead gap has been coming down while we've been watching the battles further down. Here is the leader, yes, lots of traffic around, down the Craner curves for David Sheed, So there he is in Frankenstein, that BMW compact with an M3 engine, I think, being chased by Mark White, who's done so much of the winning this season, the operations manager at Mission Motorsport, a charity that takes ex-service men and women back in into civilian life and using motorsport to do that. And there you can see the Army Motorsport car of Mark White then turning his way through Coppice Corner, squealing his tyres. He's pushing so hard in, trying to chase down David Sheed.
Yeah, and as you can see, they are in traffic now as well, which does, of course, have a bearing. It might explain why the gap came down on the previous lap to 1.27 seconds. It might just be that David Sheed just caught the traffic at a difficult time, and that might reverse on this next lap.
Their best laps are separated by just 200ths of a second, so they're very evenly matched around here.
They are indeed, and they're just passing the number 44, Richard Phillips, 116. He's a regular in the 116 trophy that is back out in a couple of weeks' time at Alton Park for its final event of the season. But here's Mark White in second place, number 65, chasing after number 43, our race leader, David Sheed, and we'll get a look at the gap as they come across the line this time, but there's battles all the way down the field, Josh.
Well, you're talking about the 116 trophy, and this is, I think, the leaders of the BMW 116s. It's Louis Woodward and Richard Lakey with a Mini having a moment in front.
Yeah, it was, and that's now dropped to the back of the back of the group. So it is the 999 car of Richard Lakey that is just in behind Louis Woodward there. The gap between the leaders, by the way, went out by about 6/10, so 1.84 seconds that time. Here is Sheed, and he has just put a lap on the number 25 Peugeot 306 of Alex Waldeck as well.
Yeah, one of the youngest drivers on the grid is Alex. He's just 20. He's an IT technician from Somerset who's new to racing. I said there are not many Peugeot 306s that race in the UK. That's a third of them we've seen in this race. So it seems like if you're involved in this series, a Peugeot 306 is much more popular than elsewhere.
Clearly they are able to be driven very consistently, which is what the aim of the Armed Forces Race Challenge is all about. And a lot of the drivers here, no doubt, we'll see at the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone at the end of next month, which is also brought to you by the 750 Motor Club, and we'll be bringing it to you on Alpha Live as well. As down to the Fox Yeses goes our race leader, David Sheed, and he's got a back marker between himself and Mark White now, and that is Louis Woodward.
Yeah, Mark White wasn't quite sure whether to go around the outside of Louis Woodward into the S's there or not. Decided against it, which obviously lost him some time. So it's Sheed with a slightly larger gap potentially now over Mark White for third. The gap between David and Russell and Blair Thompson has come down as Mike Nash has dropped away. So Mike Nash may have had a moment recently, because now he's 9 seconds behind Blair Thompson, where he was right behind him earlier. And next on the list is Cale Kelch, because he's into 6th. He's ahead of Chris Pawley recently as well. So that's changed, I think, since we last mentioned it. As the leaders come across the line after 9 laps, with the gap back out to over 2 seconds between the BMW Compact and the Honda Civic Type R.
There you can see the Sean Graham Sultan low-cost 2-litre engined car, not the same engine capacity as those that compete in the low-cost championship, of course, which is the 1.3-litre Ford Crossflow. Here is Waterhouse then, under pressure from that James Flint Fiesta ST, the 935 car, and also the Brian Watson Mini. A nice little scrap between these cars. They are all in Class C, all in the same class.
Battling for 16th position overall. So Paul Martin Jones has got past Paul Waterhouse since we last saw him and pulled clear, leaving these more similar cars to dice amongst themselves. We've got Peugeot, Ford and Mini all involved in the same battle. So 3 different popular hatchbacks there. And up the inside goes James Flint, the RAF man, but he slides a little bit wide. So Paul Waterhouse comes back up the inside. James Flint may have made that move sticky in, I think.
Yeah, looks like he has done, hasn't he? So Flint up another position, so to the front of this battle for 16th. Locks up there, he goes wide, and he's going to go back down to at least 18th position, because both Waterhouse and Watson can go through. He does get back onto the track in 18th. There is a bit of a gap back then to the 57 car in 19th place, which is Simon Vernon's Mazda MX-5, and now it's side by side between these two as they head into the right-hander. And is it going to be Watson or is it going to be Waterhouse that has the advantage at Redgate Corner? I think they're still pretty much alongside now as they head through Hollywood, and I think it's just Watson, is it, that has the ascendancy? Yes, he does finally make it through.
I think not far behind them are the race leaders who have just started the final lap of the race, with Mark White setting the fastest lap of the entire race on lap 10, a 1 minute 47.94, which is 2.5 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying this morning, and is some 7 to 8 seconds quicker than the lap record coming into the weekend in Class B. So it shows you how much quicker the Armed Forces Challenge cars are than what they were, 6 seasons ago when they last came to Donington. And we look then to see what's happening in that lead score, but despite the fastest lap last time, the gap is still 2 seconds between Sheed and Whitey.
Yeah, and they've got the low cost, the Sultan low cost between them, and one of the MX-5s just in behind as well, which is that of Simon Vernon. So it looks like David Sheed here is going to take what will be his first outright win of the season. He wasn't an outright winner at Silverstone last time out. There the honours went to Wayne Lewis and Mark White, although I think she did get one of the class wins there. So through the Foggers Yeses he has gone, down towards the hairpin at Melbourne for the final time. Through the right-hander he goes, in Frankenstein, and starts to accelerate away up the hill towards the left-handed hairpin that is at the end of the lap at Goddard's. As you can see the clock ticking down to 0 now, so checkered flag is made ready, and it is going to be a first win of the season in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, in the penultimate race of the season for David Sheed. Checkered flag goes out now, and he takes the win in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Mark White takes second place and second within his class, and then it's going to be quite a gap back, I think, to the car in third place, which we've not seen much of during the course of this race. David Russell in the BMW E36 328 that runs on synthetic fuels. The 34-year-old from Lansing, who made a return to racing this season, having had a couple of broken legs to contend with. Here he is coming out of the final corner, not too far ahead actually of Blair Thompson, and there's still action further back. Yeah, this is a battle for ninth. Jonathan Candler ahead of Paul Chapman, but as you mentioned there, David Russell winning Class C again, half a minute behind the overall winners, but holding off Blair Thompson after a race long die. So Mike Nash has come home in 5th, just ahead of Cal Couch, who got up to 6th and set the 3rd fastest lap of the race. So impressive stuff on the back of the grid. Cy Frowen took 7th, Chris Pawley 8th, and that battle for 9th position does go the way of Jonathan Candler ahead of Paul Chapman. Soon we get our Class D winner through. I don't think we've spoken much about Class D during the course of this race, but it looks like here it is, number 22, on perfect timing from Alpha Live. Luke Arpino, who I think won in Class C in previous rounds, but now a Class D entered car seemingly for this event, Mazda MX-5, and Arpino is going to come out on top and take his first class victory ahead of Dougie Inglis, who's always a front runner within that particular category, and he's slightly older Mazda. And there he comes in, Inglis in the roofed car, just ahead of Paul Mardin Jones in the Holden, who will complete the top 15 finishers, and potentially one of our last finishers on the lead lap. Yeah, I would think so. I think in the Graduate Cup, that looks like Jackie Jewski is going to have taken the win there, and that battle being resolved that's been raging for a little while. Obviously, it was Brian Watson at the front of that group in 16th. James Flint comes across the line 17th. Paul Waterhouse 18th in that battle amongst the Class C cars, who have put on a tremendous show for us race long. So that brings to an end the first race of the day for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Here are the results then. David Sheed completed 11 laps in number 43, and he won by exactly 2 seconds from number 65 Mark White in second place. Third was number 12 David Russell, who also won Class C. Fourth, number 23 Blair Thompson. Fifth, number 48 Mike Nash, and sixth, a great result for 533, the American Cal Kelts, up from the back of the grid. Cyfro was seventh in the Gillette, number 33. Eighth was Christopher Pawley in number 88. Ninth was number 841 Jonathan Candler, and 10th was 113 Paul Chapman. Further back in 13th position, Luke Carpino won in Class D, the 27-year-old from London, ahead of Dougie Inglis, so Mazda MX-5's first and second within that class. And third within that class a bit further back was Sean Graham, who was in 19th position. The debut of Ian Cooper was in 22nd position, right in the middle of the pack there. We saw the little battle between the two 1/160s of Louis Woodward and Richard Lakey. They finished in that order. And as we scroll through to see the final finishers, we can see confirmation that Jack Ajewski, number 99, did indeed win in the Graduate Cup class from Emma Ockenden and Harry Townsend. And we lost, of course, I think just the one car during the course of that race, which was Alexander Smith. So he sadly was a non-finisher. So that brings to an end the first of the Armed Forces Race Challenge events. They're back out later on, but we're going to head downstairs now for the first time today to Andy McEwen, who's going to speak to our top three.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian and Josh. Entertaining first race of the day, from which David Sheed emerges as our first race winner. David just getting himself now out of the car after what was, I'm sure, David, a pretty busy 20 minutes of racing. A good early battle there with Mark, and even once you established yourself as the race leader, the traffic means you never get a moment to breathe.
Yeah, it was. Well, the very first part is it opened up nicely for me. Being in 6, I thought I could be spending quite a few laps getting past them, but they just kind of opened up it's like I had Moses and opening the waters. Yeah, so that made it a little bit easier to get in from there. But yeah, what with the guys going off and having yellow flags at Red Gate and that sort of thing, and both me and Mark were very careful the first time down the crane with the oil and that, just to be cautious. And a couple of cars were all over us. In fact, one came back past me down there because I was being careful and he wasn't. He made it, so obviously he got it right. But I got him. Well, actually, I didn't get him. He was the one that went off at Red Gate later, so I didn't have to get him. He did it all by himself. So yeah, no, good race, good little race. Yeah, I've raced Mark several times. He's a great little guy to race against and that. So yeah, look forward to the next one.
Excellent. Congratulations, David, then on the race victory to kickstart the weekend. David, just talking there, Mark, about his battle that he had with you in the early stages. Well, actually, really through the second half of the race, wasn't it? You were coming back at him. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm in a pretty good position in the championship. So the last thing I wanted to do was bin it. So I can see Dave coming. There's not a lot I can do. It's an M3.2 M2, 3.2 M3, and I'm in a 4-pot Civic. But no excuses. So yeah, waved him past, let him go, and tried to tag on the back of him, which I managed to do a little bit, but there was no coming back.
You say that you were outgunned a bit, but actually your lap times in the latter stages were really good. Were you giving it a bit of an effort there, or just sort of starting to get into the groove?
Yeah, I probably was a little bit. I haven't been here for some time. Obviously, I did quali this morning, but there was an array of yellow and red flags, and I'm a little bit rusty here, so it was quite good. I felt a little bit more confident towards the end once the temps came in.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the second place, second within class as well for Mark White. Now, David Russell is down this way, so we'll have a little wander down. And so, oh, I've just walked straight past him. There we go. You confuse me when you come and start standing up next to other cars. It's all right. It's easily done. David, well done. Third place. Good to have you on the podium.
Yeah, really great race. I had a couple of Class B cars in my rearview mirror for the whole race. And the one in particular, the Civic Blair Thompson, I just thought he was going to get me eventually. But it was really good, fair racing again. These boys were gone. But yeah, another good result.
Yeah, you just couldn't shake him off there, really, could you? And it's hard, isn't it, to drive with that sort of pressure constantly over a 20-minute race? Yeah,
it is. But again, knowing Blair, I know that he's a good racer. I know he's not just going to absolutely send one where he shouldn't. You trust the person racing with you, and it just makes it all the more enjoyable.
Good stuff. Well, we really enjoyed watching it. Good battle there. Well done on the third place. So that's our first race of the weekend done. We've already got cars lining up on the grid, though, ahead of race 2. It's the first of the weekend for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
So we come to the final meeting of the season for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. This is how the grid is going to line up. On pole position, it's going to be the number 104 car of Daniel Chapman, and besides him is going to be number 42, which is Trafford King. Row 2, on the inside you have the former Stock Cats champion number 5, Jeff Humphries, and besides him number 196, Jonathan O'Neill. On the third row, it's 86, Matt Wilkins, and 11, Joseph McMullen. On the fourth row, on the inside, number 93, Joe Delgano, and 21, Miles Nathaniel James. On row 5, 19, Oliver Musgrave, and 74, Richard Lindsay. On row 6, best ever qualifying performance for number 92, Adam Parker, and number 18, Matthew Duffel. On row 7, It's the 64 car of Adam Parsonage and the 116 car of Matthew Morgan. Row 8 is the champion, way back, 28, Joe Jessup, who wrapped up the championship at the last meeting, and 24, Jake Johnson. Row 9 is 13 and 66, which is Travis Patterson and Ross Borman. Row 10, 16, James Delisle and 55, Paul Crease. 14, Martin Bugg and 26, Lee Ricard on the 11th row. 95, Samuel Dennis and 30, Craig Atkinson on row 12. Row 13 is 12, Richard Jones and 7, Andrew Idwine. And row 14, 169, Matthew Simonite and 173, Andrew Cooper. So that is how the grid is going to line up. From a championship point of view, we've got Joe Jessup having already wrapped up the championship. He has had such a very strong season, but there's still 4 drivers in contention for second place. Dan Chapman, who's on pole position here, Matt Wilkins, Jeff Humphries and Miles Nathaniel James, all in contention for second place in the championship coming into this weekend. A quick mention as well to a driver who had his best qualifying performance so far. That's Adam Parker. He is 11th on the grid, so I'd say his best qualifying performance in the Crown Oils, Bearded Baristas and Wheel Gods of Bolton backed car. And he's the youngest driver on the grid, just 16 years of age. He's done a couple of years in Saxos in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and he did some Junior Rotax karting as well. He has high-functioning autism and a sensory processing disorder as well, but his racing gives him an outlet for that condition. It also is very useful for his brother Aaron, who's 19 years of age, and he's studying motorsport engineering at the University of Central Lancashire. And between them, they put that car on the grid as effectively a privateer entry. So good luck to Adam during the course of this race. Josh, with a nice big grid of cars, 28 of them, we should be in for quite a good race.
Yeah, and a potentially mixed up grid as well. We had a interrupted qualifying session this morning, so that means we had Ian Joe Jessup, the champion, who's had so much success this year, winning 8 of the 12 races we've had so far this season, has won all those races, but starting way back on the grid, starting 15th. So that is somebody certainly to look out for. And in that battle for second in the championship, Dan Chapman then starts from pole position. Matt Wilkins starts from 5th. Jeff Humphries starts from 3rd, and then Miles Nathaniel James starts from 8th. So all those cars are in the ballpark of a good position, but Joe Jessup's certainly much further back than expected.
Yeah.
And it looks like Humphries is now in Matt Digby's car, is he, this weekend? Because he had problems at Silverstone.
I think he's been in a different car every
Oh,
meeting,
right,
hasn't
okay.
he? But it would seem that he's tried a few during the course of this season.
I think his engine went at Silverstone because he DNF'd or DNS'd in races there. So it looks like he's in the Matt Digby car. Of course, 2 mates going a long way back with the 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, to Stock Hatch days.
Exactly,
yeah.
15 years or so
Something
ago.
like that, getting on for that anyway. So 15-minute race it is for these cars, and as we say, battle for second. It was a truncated qualifying session. There was a red flag, so possibly the grid not fully representative. Be interesting to see if Joe Jessup does come through the order. I'm sure he'd like to get out on a bit of a high, but equally he doesn't want to do anything that might risk and disqualification or anything like that. That is the only thing now that could compromise his championship, that he sort of sealed provisionally at Silverstone, where he won all 3 races to make it 4 in a row, to add to the one he'd had at Cadwell Park previously as well.
Yeah, that's right. Cadwell's the last time I saw these cars, which we had a new winner. Joe Yogano and Matt Wilkins both scored their first wins in the category on that occasion. And we've had, 5 different winners this season. Apart from Joe Jessup, nobody else has won more than once. So we've also had wins for Jeff Humphries and Miles Nathaniel James. Humphries at Mallory, MNJ at Brands Hatch. I wonder if we can add another driver into that list, because the 3 of the top 4 haven't won before. Dan Chapman, Trafford King and Jonathan O'Neill as well. So that is certainly that could happen. So there's Dan Chapman then lining up on pole position alongside Trafford King, the 29-year-old, alongside there from York. And there is Humphries that we've been talking about, the 2009 Stock Hatch champion. It's scary to think it was long ago, isn't it, Ian?
It really is. And there they are, lining up on the grid. They're so well turned out, these cars as well. These are the EP3 generation of Honda Civic. Control parts list totals £6,000. Donor cars from just £2,500. So it is a pretty affordable way of getting onto the grid in a very credible hot hatch. The cars themselves now, I mean, they don't look it, do they? They look so fresh to me, but they're 2 decades or so old in some cases. So final few cars forming up on the grid. 15-minute race ahead of us for the first of 2 races today for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. We are about to go racing then here at Donington, just waiting for the pit wall gate to be closed. Then the green flag is waved at the back. 5-second board is shown, and it's going to be Daniel Chapman on the left-hand side of the screen. On the right-hand side of the screen, it is Trafford King. The lights go out. A slightly better start by King, if anything, I think. And is he going to get the run up to the first corner? It's going to be Chapman, of course, in the white, orange and blue car that's going to have the inside line for Redgate Corner. And does he get the car turned through? Oh, and there's a moment there for Trafford King. Possibly there was some contact. Jeff Humphreys goes off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars have gone off into the gravel trap at the first corner of the Type R Trophy race.
Joe Jessup sick from 15th on the grid.
Well, he was one of the ones that didn't go through the gravel trap, I think. So that's what that is all about. Then you've got the 86 car going through. That's Matt Wilkins. He's up into 2nd place in the red and black car. So a chaotic first couple of corners then of this race, and some drivers no doubt with some work to do, but it is Dan Chapman leading at the moment then from in 2nd place Matt Wilkins. Then the rest of them, there's a gap after the first 4.
The car arrived backwards into McLean's, which has now done a full 360. Miles
has been collected as well, I'm afraid, at McLean. So there's both of those cars now off into the gravel trap.
Miles Nathaniel James is 3rd from 8th on the grid. So it seems, if you stay on the track, it's a pretty good way to get around Redgate Corner to gain positions.
Yeah, so those 2 cars stricken, I'm afraid. The black car was the one that originally went off. Jonathan O'Neill was the other one. Was it Matthew Morgan, I think, the car that had gone off originally? Marshall's rushing to the scene.
So O'Neill must have been off at Redgate because he started on the 2nd row of the grid initially. So we'll see what happens next. Jeff Humphreys has got a bit of damage to his car. Potentially that was the initial contact with Trafford King, but then I think everybody else, I don't think was related, was it? There's a lot of cars that went off through the pack. Here's the battle for the lead of the race. So Matt Wilkins is looking up the inside of Dan Chapman, and they may have brushed a little bit there. There's no flags here, so it looks like we're carrying on racing for now. Miles Nathaniel James up to 3rd, as I said, from 8th on the grid, so he's had a very good opening lap. Who is going to lead then out of these 2 into Redgate Corner? The outside line is the 86 car of Wilkins, isn't it? Again, that's the car in a different livery since I last saw it. I think there's a lot of gravel on the road, but that's not stopping Matt Wilkins challenging. And Miles Nathaniel James is getting closer and closer to the car ahead. So it's free for the lead, down the Craner curves, down into the old hairpin. But Dan Chapman, who's not won yet this season, is holding them off for now.
He is indeed. Good race this then between these 3. Probably going to be one of these 3 that wins this one, I should think, given the gaps that have opened up there. Some marshals either rushing back to their post or to the incident. That is the 116 car of Matthew Morgan that had come unstuck there. So there'll be yellow flags here. No overtaking there. You can see them being waved at McLean's, but they should be in a green flag zone by the time they arrive to Coppice Corner. And Chapman under pressure here from Wilkins for the 2nd part of Coppice, trying to go around the outside and position his car on the left-hand side of the circuit for the Fogarty S's. Couldn't quite make that work. Now he goes to, well, initially driver's right, now to his left, and now to the right again as he heads down to the Fogarty S's. Poor old it's not Joe McMullen, Nathaniel James, I should say, in 3rd place. Probably didn't know what on earth was going on there, didn't know which way to go. He's still there in 3rd. Then it is Joseph McMullen in the yellow car in 4th position, and he is under threat from the champion, Joe Jessup, up the inside of him into the Melbourne hairpin, and Joe Jessup from row 8 of the grid goes 4th.
Yeah, he's had a lot to do on these opening lap and a half or so. So if he makes it to the podium, Andy McEwen's got all kind of questions to ask him about how he's managed to do that. Joe Delgano's up there too now, up in 6th position. He was one of the winners from Cadwell. Then Jeff Humphreys is 7th. But for the lead of the race then, it is Dan Chapman ahead of Matt Wilkins. Wilkins who won the race at Cadwell Park, the opening race there. in after a battle which ended with Miles and Nathaniel James in the barriers. Here's the car up next, but now Wilkins to the inside for the Craner curve. So Dan Chapman, who's not won a race yet, has a very sideways car. Wilkins alongside him. Wilkins saved it, thankfully, and they turn into the old hairpin, and he's still behind. It feels though, even though Dan Chapman got pole this morning he's not the quickest driver in the race.
No, it doesn't look like he is. He's working very hard, though, to keep Matt Wilkins at bay. Wilkins, to be fair, giving him a bit of a helping hand by being a bit sideways there, but he has got the lead now through Schwanzkirch and up to McLean's. So Wilkins it is that takes the lead from Chapman in second, Nathaniel James third, and then it's Joe Jessup. And I've just had an update. What happened to him in qualifying? Gearbox broke, so that's why he was further back on the grid than he would have liked to have been. He's obviously got that sorted now because he's homing in on the top three as they head now down the back straight towards the Fogarty S's. He's up to fourth, McMullen fifth, Delgado is sixth. Jeff Humphries, I think, is he in seventh place? I think he is just at the moment. But it's three for the lead. I think it probably is going to become fourth for the lead before much longer.
This battle between Wilkins and Chapman really is the battle of a second in the championship as well. On drop, when you account for drop scores, just a couple of points separate them, I believe. So that's a potentially important move, not just for a race win, but for second in the championship as well for Matt Wilkins. And a big dive up the inside there from Trafford King. Remember, he was the one that's sideways at Redgate on the first lap. That was only 5 minutes ago. It feels like a lot more than that. A lot has happened, but for Trafford King, he's a long way down the order. But he's trying to get into the top 10 because 10 cars get reversed on the grid later, although he's not necessarily gained that position because the Adam Parker car comes back down the inside. So he's running in the top 10 going well, Ian. You spoke about him earlier.
Yeah, that's really good to see, isn't it? You know, it's proved it's not just a flash in the pan from qualifying this morning. So well done to Adam and Aaron, who's done so much work to prepare that car as well. So we are on to lap 4 of the race. Matt Wilkins has just done the best lap, a 151.15. That is a lap record because these cars haven't raced on this configuration before.
It's also quicker than qualifying, so quick lap times come in the race. And he had to make an overtaking move and had a big slide on that lap as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. There we can see the 14 car, I think that is, coming through of Martin Bugg. Just up ahead of them is the 24 car of Jake Johnson as well. That is in 16th position. Also around there you've got Samuel Dennis, number 95, in 20th, but back to the three leaders. It is still Matt Wilkins, but he's not been able to get away here from the second place car of Dan Chapman at this stage.
Dan Chapman, who's had 6 podiums this year but never a win. He's looking to challenge again perhaps on the race leader Matt Wilkins right on his bumper. Meanwhile, about a fifth is all changed around on this lap because both Joe Delgado and Jeff Humphries have gone past Joseph McMullen, who's lost out. The driver from Worcestershire drops to 7th. But here's a battle for the lead, and Miles Nathaniel James up the inside of Dan Chapman, who was trying to go for the lead a corner ago, has now lost second position. So Miles Nathaniel James, the 28-year-old from London, is up a position, up into second place as they come to complete just the 4th lap of this 15-minute race, halfway through the duration.
Yeah, and he's under threat again, isn't he, there from Dan Chapman? Is Nathaniel James, who did a tiny little bit of Formula Ford racing. Brands Hatch winner in this championship earlier on this season. Over the line go the top 4, and they are covered by 1.8 seconds. Joe Jessup has just done the lap record, a 150.88. He was 9/10 faster than the Daniel Chapman on that lap, who did a personal best lap and lost a position as well. So lots going on for him. Look at all that gravel on the circuit that the marshals are going to have to deal with after this race. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why it's so important to police track limits when you end up with that amount of gravel on the circuit. As we watch the number 93 car of Joe Delgado head through with Jeff Humphries just behind him. This the battle, Josh, of 5th and 6th positions.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how far Humphries dropped back, but he's only went through the gravel on that first lap, didn't he, after the incident that happened. 4 leaders altogether, and basically the quickest car's at the back of the queue, isn't it? Because Joe Jessup, you mentioned, just set the fastest lap, about a second quicker than anyone when in qualifying. So that sort of adds to that theory that we didn't see the best of everyone this morning, but they've sort of sorted themselves out in one way or another over these first 4 laps. We're on lap 5 now, with Matt Wilkins, our race leader, the 39-year-old from Berkshire. His car 7 has a problem. That's Andy Iodine from the West Midlands in his first season of racing. But unfortunately, his penultimate racer season looks like it's come to an end a few laps early.
Yeah, that was Dan Chapman's old car as well for the 40-year-old garage owner from Dudley. Andrew Iodine out of the race, it would seem. There is the 93 car of Joseph Dalgarno. Just behind him is Jeff Humphries. Just behind him is Joseph McMullen. And then we have a 3-car battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. Oliver Musgrave, Adam Parsonage and Trafford King, who of course started on the front row, but was maybe nudged a little bit sideways at the first corner. He's having to fight back.
Yeah, but he's back into the top 10, importantly, for him. So it's been a good recovery. At the front of this squabble is Ollie Musgrave, a 20-year-old from Cheshire, in one of the many Danny Hobson prepared cars, but he is under intense pressure from Adam Parsonage from East Staffordshire, the ex-low-cost racer, trying to go for 8th position on the outside line into Redgate corner. A small lock-up on the inside from Musgrave, but he's got the inside line, which he gives plenty of room, doesn't he? Lots of racing room given there on the outside, so good respect there given, and it's worked out well for him because he's kept the position in 8th place.
5 minutes of the race left to go in the first of 2 races today for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Number 86 Matt Wilkins leads from number 21 Mark Nathaniel James in second, 104 Daniel Chapman is third, 28 Joe Jessup is fourth, 93 Joe Dalgarno is fifth, and Jeff Humphries number 5 is in 6th position as the cars, the leaders, head up to Coppice once again for lap 6 of the race, and Joe Jessup is now certainly with them to make it a distinct 4-car group for the lead. And then you've got Dalgarno and Humphries together in 5th place. Humphries, who has been a winner during the course of this season at Mallory Park.
So is Dalgarno, because he won at Cadwell. He's come on a long way since the beginning of the season, because I think it's fair to say that Joe was at the opposite end of the grid at the beginning of the season. Last year's MG Trophy champion, now much more consistently towards the sharp end, and running in 5th position, so he'll be pretty pleased with that, I should think. In the background, the battle for 8th position has a challenge because Trafford King is challenging, and there's a 4th car joining in, which is Travis Patterson. So an important battle, as we said, the top 10 reversed for the race at the end of the day. So as it stands, one of these drivers will miss out on that reversal. Parsonage looks to the outside of Musgrave, can't go through there, but Trafford King hasn't sort of progressed through this battle like we thought he might do. Meanwhile, in front, Dalgarno under much more pressure from Humphries, which has brought Joe McMullen into that battle. But for 8th spot, Parsonage, is he going to get down the inside into Redgate? No, he can't. And Musgrave is defending well at this point. He is lapping in the 53s. Meanwhile, Patterson, who's joined this battle, is in the 52s. Oh, and a big slide there from Dalgarno now. It's quite an exciting part of the track, isn't it? The grain of curves in these cars.
Someone had gone off at Redgate corner. We could just see in the background of that shot, we could see the gravel being kicked up, the dust being kicked up. There's the 42 car of Trafford King. He's trying to find a way past Parsonage and up into 9th place as Humphries and Dalgarno are side by side here, and it's Humphries that is through then in the number 5 car. So he's into 5th place now. Dalgarno and McMullen right behind, but Humphries wide at Coppice corner. Dalgarno comes straight back at him and gets the place away, I think, at Coppice corner, although Humphries will now have the line for the Fogarty S's, of course, and it's almost going to be 3 wide down the back straight, it looked for a moment. I think Humphries, yep, he has got it done again, hasn't he? So a couple of changes of position there in quick succession for 5th. Just to quickly mention the driver down in 18th position, that's number 18, Matt Duffel. I mentioned him only because he's one of the most local drivers here this weekend. 35-year-old self-employed IT consultant from Griffey Dam, and he says this track has got everything, and also it's his most local, which is why he likes it most of all.
About to start, is it maybe the penultimate lap or 2 to go? It's going to be tight, isn't it? Whether it is an 8 or 9 lap race. Probably this is going to be the start of the last lap, I would think. And the lead gap is 7/10 of a second, and Maro's Nathaniel James has just set the fastest lap, that man there, in number 21. MNJ does the 1 minute 50.36 for the driving the X Aaron Sharp. A couple of yellow flags now at the top of Hollywood.
Yeah, that's just gone out as well, and that is because we've got a car that is trying. I think that's Richard Lindsay, the driver from Leeds, that has stopped just at the bottom end of the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. He was a bit further down the order. Miles
Nathaniel James now pretty much with Matt Wilkins, the ex-Compact Cup racer, ahead of him. Can Matt Wilkins hang on to take his 2nd win of the season? He won also at Cadwell Park in July, but Miles Nathaniel James, who won at Brands Hatch in May, is going to give this a good go. Started 8th on the grid, so he's had to work his way through the order. He's had a troublesome last couple of meetings. He was leading at Cadwell Park going on to the last lap when he had an incident with Matt Wilkins.
Okay.
So let's see what happens this time around, Ian.
Right, so down to the Fogarty S's, and we'll see whether we get the check flag at the end of this one or whether they give them a lap more. We will see as they turn their way through the Fogarty S's then for what may be the last time, or it may not. Down towards the Melbourne hairpin they go. There's a couple of car lengths between them. There's a gap back to Daniel Chapman and Joe Jasper. Wouldn't mind a podium on his penultimate race of the championship winning season for him, but still needs to find a way past Chapman, who's not going to make that easy for him. Up towards the Goddard hairpin they come, and Nathaniel James certainly not trying any demon outbraking manoeuvres there, just content, it would seem, to follow him through, and we get a last lap board. So maybe he was thinking, we're going to get a last lap board, and I'll save that for the next time around. Last lap board goes out then, and it is Matt Wilkins still leading by about 0.6 of a second from the man who has the fastest lap, Miles Nathaniel James.
So battles continue further back. Travis Patterson, who was at the back of this queue, has got towards the front of it now. Looks like he and Trafford King have passed Ollie Musgraves and Adam Parsonage. There's a battle now heading down towards Redgate Corner, 4-8 spot. And Patterson's on the outside line there of Trafford King. The 29-year-old from York is ahead after gaining lots of positions during the course of this race. But Travis Patterson looks pretty quick today, which is good for him. He's had a 5th position as his best result so far this season. And they turn their way through the old hairpin for what certainly is going to be the last lap this time. The top two turn their way through Coppice Corner with Matt Wilkins, the 39-year-old, ahead. He's had a lot more experience in car racing compared to Miles Nathaniel James behind him. And Wilkins going pretty defensive early on down the straight, although I don't think Nathaniel James is quite close enough at this stage in to challenge.
No, I don't think he is. And has he got anything up his sleeve? Is he going to make an outbreaking manoeuvre into either of the final 2 hairpins that we have here? Of course, it could prove to be important for second place in the championship if that's anything he's thinking about at all, because it's still a possibility that he could get that. Out of Melbourne he comes, then climbs the hill towards Goddard. So once again, is he going to try anything? He's not got the body language, or the car hasn't got the body language of someone who is about to. No, doesn't. I mean, if anything, the leading car is the one that almost outbreaks itself a little bit there. But I think Matt Wilkins is going to be able to bring it home to the check flag as it goes out now. Matt Wilkins it is that takes the check flag. Miles Nathaniel James is second. 3rd place goes the way of the pole position car of Daniel Chapman. 4th place goes to the champion, Joe Jessup. Then there's quite a gap back, actually, to 5th position. And that is going to be Jeff Humphries. Is it or is it not as they come up to the line? I think it has changed as they go over the timing line, possibly. Yeah. Yes, it has. Joe Dalgarno by about a 10th of a second is 5th. Jeff Humphries 6th. Joe McMullen 7th. Who's going to be 8th?
We're looking at a right scrap going on behind. It was King, Patterson and Musgraves, by the way, completed the top 10. But there's a big battle. It's 3 abreast with a great big lock-up up the inside for Craig Atkinson, the 21-year-old. The hair made a big challenge on the inside line. That was a great big battle that we weren't really able to focus on because a lot was going on further up the order. But that was a nice battle for something like 13th position, I think, which Martin Bugg came out on top of, the Carpenter from Leicestershire here. So that was a good battle as well, and a good race. Lots going on in that race. I don't think many people finished where they started, so
no.
Lots of stories to be told in the paddock, I'm sure. But Matt Wilkins, his 2nd win of the season, and let's take a look at how the results were for round 13 of the Tiguan Type R Trophy for 2023.
It's certainly one of the best races we've seen this season in the Type R Trophy. It was won by number 86, Matt Wilkins. He completed 9 laps and was just over 0.6 of a second clear of number 21, Miles Nathaniel James. In 3rd place was number 104, Daniel Chapman, just keeping 28, Joe Jessup at bay for 4th place. In 5th place was number 93, Joe Dalgarno, taking the position away from Jeff Humphries on the drag to the line, so 93 from 5. 7th was number 11, Joe McMullen. 8th, number 42, Trafford King. 9th, number 13, Travis Patterson. 10th, number 19, Oliver Musgrave. 11th, number 64, Adam Parsonage. Great result for Adam Parker, number 92. Took 12th position ahead of Martin Bugg and James Delisle. Further back, you've got Matthew Simonite, Matthew Duffel, and Richard Jones, Craig Atkinson, Andrew Cooper, switching over from Formula V, he was 19th, and Samuel Dennis completed the top 20 at the end of the first of 2 races today for the Takiwa Type R Trophy. They are going to be back out at the end of the day, around about 6:15 this afternoon. Looks like someone's being shown a driving standards flag in the pit lane there, because maybe they exceeded track limits at some point during the course of that race as well. Still plenty more racing to come this afternoon at Donington Park. We're going to stay with tin tops and hot hatches next, because it's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, and we'll have more from that after we head down to the pit lane and Anna McEwen, who's going to speak to our top 3 from the Takiwa Type R Trophy.
Top 3 drivers have just arrived down into the pit lane area. I'm walking into pit boards again. I did that at Anglesey earlier on this season. Typically, as soon as they get out of the car, the first thing they want to do is talk to each other. But if I could just... Oh, watch out. It's a busy place down here in the pit lane. We'll let our race winner, Matt, get his helmet off first before we get his thoughts on what was a very exciting race. Typical, really, of the Type R Trophy. Really close quarter stuff out there. And it really does make it one of the best one-make series around. But it was, in the end, Matt Wilkins from 5th on the grid, who came out on top at the end of that race. A race that saw a bit of carnage at the first corner, and I think it's fair to say, Matt, that perhaps you benefited a little bit from that carnage at the start.
I don't really know what happened, to be honest. I'd have to watch it back, but yeah, no, it went really well. Tough race.
Very tough race, and really once you got into the lead, as is typical of this championship, you just can't really escape at the front, can you?
No, there's a lot of defending to do. It wasn't easy. Miles kept me on my toes.
Was there a part of the circuit where Miles seemed to be closing in on you? It looked like maybe through the crane of curves, the old hairpin, he'd close.
Over there, and a few times I pulled back a little bit, and I think he didn't, which allowed. But yeah, he's quick all the way around. He did really well.
And reverse grid now for race 2 coming up later in the weekend. Thoughts for that one?
I hadn't thought about it yet, but we'll be starting 10th.
Excellent, there we go. Well, lots of overtaking to do in that one, that's for sure. But he came from 5th on the grid in that race, so should be able to do it. Now, Miles is stood behind me. Congratulations, 2nd place finish, but it was so nearly the win, that, wasn't it?
I know, I didn't really expect to get to where I got after qualifying. I was really gutted because I knew I had the pace in qualifying, but then I had to dodge someone to... it was a shame for qualifying, but in that race, managed to get to the front pretty quickly. A few of the people took each other off, and it was mainly Matt Wilkins, Daniel Chapman and me. Got past Chapman, but Wilkins... I feel like I was quicker than him everywhere apart from this last corner. I just could not get a run on him. Our pace was pretty similar, but just wasn't. I got right on his bumper, but just could not get past. So it's better than I expected, I'll be honest with you. So.
Talk us through your view of the start, because you started, I think it was 8th on the grid, wasn't it, for that race, and you sort of popped up inside the top 3 or 4 pretty quickly. What was your view of what happened at turn 1?
I mean, I got a good start, but then when it got to turn 1, I think 3 of them just got in. It was more about staying out of trouble than anything. It all happened so quickly, I couldn't tell you who was at fault or whatever, but it was mainly about keeping out of trouble. Once that happened, I knew I could try and fight for the win, but it was a bit of a chaotic start, but it's good to escape it.
Absolutely so. And a 2nd place finish, a strong result for Miles. Now in 3rd place, Dan Chapman. Pole position to 3rd place. It's not the ideal result, I suppose, but are you satisfied with getting onto the podium at least?
Yeah, I'm pleased to have a podium, but yeah, not what we wanted. But yeah, at least we're on the podium, and at least we've got some decent points.
And it's so evenly matched at the front, isn't it, that when you do lose that bit of track position, it's so hard to then try and get it back. Did you feel that at any point there was maybe a slightly risky move you could have made to try and improve on 3rd?
No, there was. As soon as I got past, they did pull a bit of a gap, and I think that was just me. That was it. I was done for the race then.
And yeah, like I said, difficult to overtake out there, but you have more overtaking to do now in race 2, starting from what, it's going to be 8th on the grid, isn't it? Any game plan at all for race 2, or are you one of those drivers who just kind of adapts as the race goes along?
It's just going to be one of those where to try and get as many points as possible and see where we can get to on the grid.
Excellent, sounds like a plan. Congratulations then to our podium finishers, Dan Chapman in 3rd position, 2nd place Miles Nathaniel Jones, and Matt Wilkins with the race victory. Right, from one front-wheel drive, one make tin top category to another, because it's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship cars, which are heading onto the circuit next.
Yep, and it is the final meeting of the season, of course, for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, and the championship is still up for grabs. More on that in a moment. First, let's talk you through the grid. On pole position, it's going to be number 3, Jack Kingsbury, and besides him, number 77, Jason Pelosi. Row 2 has number 11. On the inside, that's Jack Dwayne, and number 72, Pete O'Connor. And it's Ollie Wayne in number 86, and Darren Ransom, number 30, on row 3. On to row 4, you've got 56, Chris Lawrence, and 13, Mark Aynott. Paul Clark in 82 and Lewis Richardson, number 7, are on row 5. Row 6 is 85, Alex Kilby, and 19, Josh Southwell. Row 7 is 18, which is Mark Witherington, and 17, Sonny White. Then 8th row, 32, Matthew Orcutt, and 26, William Brown, with Chris Page on his own, number 31, on the back of the grid. And in qualifying this morning, a few drivers weren't out there due to issues with gearboxes and engines during the course of testing yesterday. So we've had no Joshua North, Alex Burridge, Olivier Algieri or Charles Shelbourne, unfortunately. And a few drivers did have some lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits as well during the course of qualifying as well, which might have compromised their grid position. Now, championship-wise, the key thing here is that we have certainly not racing this weekend. We do not have Tim Bentley, who had such a strong start to the season in Class A, winning, I think it was the first 6 round of the championships. Class A being for the 182 Clios, Class B for the 197-200 cars. So Tim Bentley not racing this weekend. So that in its own right means that Chris Lawrence has now secured Class A, and already Jack Dwayne has secured the Class B championship, subject to official confirmation at the end of the season. But then it is to be decided the overall championship between those. They do score points within their individual classes, so they are not taking points off each other. But on drop scores, Lawrence is just 6 points ahead of Dwayne. And I think the situation is something like if Dwayne wins his class in both races, then Lawrence needs to win at least one of his various different combinations that we might have during the course of the 2 races that we have this weekend for the Clios. There's one today and another one tomorrow morning, Josh. And we're looking forward to this. Not the biggest grid of the weekend, not as big as we were hoping for, with a few losing out in testing yesterday, but should still be some good racing.
Yeah, it's a shame we have lost a portion of the grid, as the cars you see now being released from the assembly area, but hopefully a good racing prospect. But Jack Kingsbury, very impressive in qualifying this morning, because he was the best part of a second faster than anybody else, which is pretty unusual to be able to manage such a gap. But whether that will relate to race pace as well, obviously we'll have to see. But Kingsbury, he was a winner twice last time out at Silverstone, his first win in this Clio 197 that he has built with his father for this season. Jack Dwayne has qualified 3rd in Class B and overall, and similarly Chris Lawrence is 3rd in Class A too. So the 2 championship contenders not at the front of their class. Obviously they can't take points away from each other. But for Jack Dwayne, as you said there, he really needs to win, and that's not guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination. But perhaps Chris Lawrence not quite as strong here as he has been at other venues. Because he has, after Tim Bentley was so impressive, then Chris Lawrence has been similarly in that class, hasn't he? Because he has won every race since Tim Bentley was winning. Yeah. So he's won the last 6 races in Class A. But here, Pete O'Connor and Ollie Wayne have out-qualified him. And they've both been in quick, haven't they? They haven't necessarily had the result. But Pete O'Connor, the ex-production BMW man, he's had some success this season. He's had 5 podiums in the class. Oliver Wayne has had 6. And I think he went well, didn't he, at Silverstone? He was 3rd overall last time out at Silverstone. So can Ollie Wayne manage to pick up a class win out of this? The car's onto their green flag lap now. But Jack Kingsbury very impressive in qualifying, a 1:53.5, which actually not as quick as the lap record, and we thought lap records might go this weekend, so that's intriguing. So we'll see if that qualifying pace relates into race pace, or what has generally happens this year. We get a good battle, don't we, between Kingsbury, Pelosi and Dwayne.
Yeah, we do. We've not had a Class A winner since Tim Bentley won the second race at Croft. Every race since then has been won by somebody called Jack, either Dwayne or Kingsbury. In their Class B 197s, Chris Lawrence, although he's had 6 class wins in a row in Class A, has yet to take an overall win. What's been his best overall result? He's had a couple of seconds, hasn't he, during the course of the season, but yet to have a win. It may not come today because it looks like the Class B cars are possibly a bit stronger on this configuration, but that has ebbed and flowed depending on which circuits that we've visited during the course of the season.
They're normally good out of slow corners, and obviously on this Grand Prix lap we've got a couple of very slow corners at the end of the lap, so that may be the reason. Jack Dwayne is now a 3-time champion, isn't he? Because he won the Clio 182 championship in 21. He won the 182 portion of the championship Class A last season, and now he's won the Class B, the 197 championship this season. So he's had a great run since joining the championship a few seasons ago, and he would dearly like to take the overall championship this season, I'm sure. He had a very troublesome championship conclusion last year, so I'm sure he'll be hoping it's a bit smoother this weekend at Donington, but I think he's had a few issues over the course of the weekend so far, and he starts there from 3rd position, ahead alongside Pete O'Connor, the best of the 182s. That car's in a new livery since I last saw the championship, which was at Snetterton, but they've been to Silverstone since then, Ian, which you were at, where Jack Kingsbury got that first win. Yeah,
that's right, and it was a couple of wins he had there. He won the first and the third of the races there, was second in the other, and certainly I think that was a bit of a turning point that weekend. Because we always knew that he had the pace, but he was still acclimatising to this new car for him for this season. I think he's probably done that now, as evidenced by the qualifying performance where he was nearly a second faster than anybody else in practice. Let's see if he can convert that into race pace. So we have got what is going to be another 15-minute race ahead of us for round 13 of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, sponsored by K-Tech, the Dorset business. And with the green flags having waved at the back, we should any moment now get the red lights on. They go on, they go out, and away we go. And a pretty good start by Jack Kingsbury from pole position. The sometime Porsche racer Jason Pelosi trying to cling on to second place, but it wasn't the most convincing of starts from him. And up the inside has gone the car of 86, Ollie Wayne, but he couldn't quite make that work. Wide at the exit of the first corner he goes. Off the road goes the number 31 car of Chris Page as well, the driver from Burnham Crouch. He's back onto the track now, but it is Wayne that has now got ahead of Pelosi at Hollywood. He's through into second place. Pelosi is 3rd, Jack Dwayne is 4th, and then Chris Lawrence is 5th. So our 2 championship protagonists together.
That's right, the slightly lighter 182s potentially quicker off the line there. Particularly good start from Ollie Wayne, from 5th on the grid up to 2nd. Won a few seasons ago at Cadwell Park, but hasn't done since then. That he leads his individual class, but it's Jack Kingsbury who leads overall, and he's using this battle for second to get away early on. So he's got a gap over Wayne in 2nd. 3rd is Pelosi. 4th is Dwayne, ahead of Lawrence. And now Pelosi's challenging. He wants to get past Ollie Wayne because he can see that Jack Kingsbury is pulling a long way off in front here, and a big gap for only 2/3 of the way through the first lap.
Yeah, it certainly is, but he did have that margin of nearly a second in qualifying. These two battling with each other will have slowed themselves up. Pelosi has got through ahead of Wayne. Now Wayne continues to lead the class. There's Paul Clark in the bright green car. Little Clarkey, who we also see out racing in the low-cost championship as well, although they're not here this weekend. Sometimes he's on double duty on the same weekend. So down to the Melbourne hairpin come the field, which is numerically dominated by the 182s from Class A this weekend, if not at the very sharp end of the order, with the top 2 positions being held by 197. Jack Kingsbury, the leader, who had a good fight for the championship a few years ago with Patrick Fletcher, and the good battle going on here. That's Darren Ransom up the inside of number 13, Mark Aynert, so that's about halfway down the field. But at the end of lap 1, a very decent lead for Jack Kingsbury, number 3.
Absolutely right. with Pelosi second, third Wayne, but under pressure from Jack Dwayne, who dives up the inside because he really needs to make progress there from third spot within the class. There's Darren Ransom in another of those 197s that Ian mentioned a moment ago. Darren Ransom from East Sussex, who's only in his third season.
Side by side here, and that's Jack Dwayne and Ollie Wayne, and Dwayne has got through there ahead of Wayne through the Craner curves. So he's gone through to P3 on the road, and he'll be chasing after now the two 197s ahead of him, and they're quite a long way ahead of him, of Jack Kingsbury and Jason Pelosi. You can see the size of the gap from second to third, and then still it's Ollie Wayne leading Class A, and Chris Lawrence second within Class A. So Dwayne is third in his class, Lawrence is second in his class as things stand.
Yeah, I think if Lawrence outscores Dwayne in this race, he might be able to win the championship in this one, as obviously he's second in class compared to third in class for Dwayne. It could be the championship one in this particular race. And for Chris Lawrence, he's right now with Ollie Wayne, the class leader, who is ahead of him. Wayne, who's an RAF engineer, sometimes racing in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge, which we saw earlier. Gap for the lead's coming down. It was 1.2 seconds, but Jason Pelosi is catching Jack Kingsbury for the overall lead. A big late moment on the brakes there from number 13, which is Mark Enott, who's much further up the order than I seem to remember in the past. A good on Mark there, well up the order in P7 now. He's got ahead of Darren Ransom. And he's right now with the front drivers within the class. So Wayne, Lawrence, O'Connor and Enott as well involved in that battle for Class A honours.
Yeah, he's there, 7th overall, 26-year-old from Cheltenham, first season of car racing, did 12 years in karts.
Pelosi's over a second quicker than anybody went in qualifying, so I think those qualifying times were a little bit troublesome. Obviously, perhaps the track wasn't in ideal conditions. They were out first thing this morning, weren't they?
And it's the lap record as well. Obviously, it's a lap record for that class, but it's an overall lap record for the championship as well, going faster than Patrick Fletcher's mark in 2015. 8 years ago was the last time the Clio 182s, as it was then, raced on this circuit. And there goes the number 7 car, which is Lewis Richardson now, up ahead of Paul Clark. That is for 9th position. Lewis, who is the 19-year-old motorsport technician from Milton Keynes, and he's previously maintained his dad's car for 3 seasons, and racing the SR Motorsport car, the car that he put himself apart from the roll cage and the engine.
Paul Clark was trying to challenge back, but I don't think made a move. So this is lap 3. The lead gap came down to 0.8 of a second with that fastest lap for Jason Pelosi. And there is Dwayne, not really getting away from those behind. So the championship does feel like it's just going away from Jack Dwayne at this stage of the weekend. There's that battle we were watching between Lewis Richardson and Paul Clark, and joining in as well is Alex Kilby, who's the director of Deranged Vehicles, which Jason Pelosi, the CEO of. So Deranged Vehicles, well involved in the Clio Sport Championship. And Alex Kilby, we just saw there, was running in, I think, 11th position overall. And he's now got himself between Paul Clark and Lewis Richardson, I think. That was a big battle headed up towards the hairpin. Ahead of them is this battle for Class A honours. Ollie Wayne is still ahead of Chris Lawrence. I guess Chris Lawrence is quite happy to sit here, Ian, because he knows Jack Dwayne only 3rd in his class. Lawrence is currently 2nd. And particularly if those battle behind, that'll help him out even more.
Yeah, no need to take any big risks, as that's Mark Enott challenging Pete O'Connor in the number 72 car. Pete, another newcomer to the championship for this season, 40-year-old Chief Operating Officer from Bristol. In this 2005 Clio, did had a few podiums in production BMW, having started racing 6 seasons ago. Pete O'Connor. He's had a pretty good season so far, but under a bit of pressure here from Marquis, not the 2 drivers from, I guess, towards the West Country, west of England, Cheltenham and Bristol. There are the 2 leaders going through shot. Kingsbury and Pelosi separated by 3/4 of a second at the start of this lap, and it was more than 3 seconds further back that you found Jack Dwayne in 3rd place. So it just seems like he's not quite got the pace that he needs this weekend to get the wins that he could ideally have done with.
No, it's about a second slower than Pelosi, at least, ahead of him at this stage, and he's not getting away from Ollie Wayne, the Class A leader, the 182 leader, And yeah, that battle between O'Connor and Enoch has allowed Chris Lawrence just to pull clear. So Chris Lawrence, a 33-year-old from Lincolnshire, is looking like he could become the champion with a round to go. He's not been off the podium all season within that category. And now Ollie Wayne trying to challenge Jack Dwayne for what his third position could allow Chris Lawrence to get involved. He's now right on terms with Wayne as they come off the hairpin. Meanwhile, the top two overall are together as well. So these battles starting to come alive as we come into the midway part of this race. So Jason Pelosi, the 39-year-old from Essex, the ex-Stock Hatch, Clio and Porsche racer, chasing after Jack Kingsbury, the 28-year-old from Hertford, in his something like his sixth season of racing. Missed out most of last season. Well, he gets a bit of slide coming out of Redgate Corner possibly. So is that going to allow Pelosi to challenge Jason Pelosi, who's just had the one win this season, which came at Brands Hatch? He's a local circuit. He's chasing after Kingsbury. Then a long way ahead now of Jack Dwayne. 5 seconds ahead of Dwayne, who's there in third spot. The car's sliding around a lot at this stage of the race. No one setting really personal best lap times. So I wonder if the track getting a little bit slippery because a lot of cars sliding around as they went down to the old hairpin.
Yeah, not a lot of green on our timing screens, which is what suggests best lap times being set. Here are the two leads. They're not a lot to separate them. 4:10 it was at the start of the lap between Jack Kingsbury and Jason Pelosi. We're working lap 5 here with 6.5 minutes left to go in this race. And it's Kingsbury with just a small advantage over Jason Pelosi. Kingsbury, who previously raced in the 182s. Jason Pelosi also within the 750 Motor Club has raced in Stock Hatch in the past as well. He's now charging down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Was that a couple of spots of rain even on the camera lens? Maybe that might account for just a very slight deterioration in the conditions. It's a big queue of cars now behind Jack Dwayne, it would seem, isn't it? He's in third, Ollie Wayne fourth, leading his class. And then a change here. Mark Enoch up the inside of Pete O'Connor at the Melbourne hairpin. They got very close. I don't think they touched, though. So Mark Enoch will go through to third place within that class.
The controversial thought might be that Jack Dwayne is trying to back Chris Lawrence into his class rival to try and get him to lose positions. So I'm not sure if that is the case or if it's just as it has been all day, really. Jack Dwayne hasn't got the pace of Kingsbury and Pelosi ahead of him. Potentially the car not running as it should be. Meanwhile, that battle for third in class are still side by side. This is for sixth overall. Pete O'Connor on the inside line. Mark Enoch on the outside line, having his best race of the season. Can't quite get past Pete O'Connor, who's up now back into third in the class, at least for now.
He is indeed, but that fight raging on. Pete O'Connor got that move done again at Goddard's, really. Takes quite a lot of curb there at the Craners. Down towards the old hairpin they go. They've got Darren Ransom's 197 just behind them as well, and that will be quick at different parts of the circuit. The two leaders are nose to tail through McLean's that time. And again, the gap between them only about 4 or 5 tenths of a second at the beginning of the lap. So Jack Kingsbury being given no respite here by Jason Pelosi. He's not done all of the rounds this season. I think he just did one of the 3 we had at Croft, didn't we? Had to be elsewhere for the second day of that meeting. That sort of stymied his championship hopes a little bit. Down towards the Fogarty S's they go, and you can see the gradient on the circuit there as they head into the left and right flick, and you can also see the size of the gap back to Jack Dwayne. It was about 6 seconds at the start of the lap. It feels like it's quite a bit bigger than that now as well. As we home in on that battle for third within the class, it is, for the moment, Pete O'Connor prevailing.
And Jason Pelosi is almost alongside, not quite actually, is he? But good close racing there between Jack Kingsbury and Jason Pelosi. Kingsbury now having to defend down towards the Goddard hairpin with 2, maybe 3 laps of the race to go. It's like the previous race. It's going to be very close on time here as they cross the line. With 3 minutes and 4 to go, yeah, possibly the start of the penultimate lap. Meanwhile, in the background, the Class A leaders are absolutely together as well. It's hard to know which of these 2 class-leading battles to look out for. Let's have a look back at the 182s. Well, Ollie Wayne is still ahead of Chris Lawrence, so 86 ahead of 56. And then Pete O'Connor, after making that move on the previous lap, trying to chase those 2 cars back down ahead of him. So both categories, perhaps a bit more spread between Class A and B here at Donington Park, Ian, but both classes have a good battle for the leading position.
They do. Wayne, he's won a couple of races in the past at Cadwell Park, I think it was, a couple of years ago. But he was ahead at the just going into that corner. He's not out of it, made a mistake there, has run wide. This allows Chris Lawrence to go through into the class lead if he can. We'll get a closer view of them as they come up to McLean's, and he's done it, hasn't he? Chris Lawrence has gone through into the lead of the class. He was going to be heading for the championship win even without that, but now he is ahead. That's another effectively 3 points gain, because it's 25 for a win, 22 for second place, and that will just make sure of things really if he can hold on to it, and that's not a foregone conclusion.
That's right, because Wayne is fighting back. He'd desperately like to stop this run of victories that Chris Lawrence has had. He's won the last 6 races within the class. That small mistake he made there at the old hairpin could be critical to the result, because that allowed Chris Lawrence to get through and ahead. But Pete O'Connor now joining in with Mark Enoch, and it's 4 now for the lead of the class, with we think it's going to be a lap to go. So Chris Lawrence doesn't want to get shuffled out here, because if he does lose a position, it's possible he may lose more than one with so many cars close together. But Pete O'Connor, his attention to turn to his mirrors again, because Mark Enoch is putting him under all sorts of pressure. Enoch in his first season of racing going really well here in the TMC Race Engineering run car, and the last lap board is being shown, so this time it is going to be an 8-lap race. Jack Kingsbury has suddenly pulled out a second lead over Pelosi, so therefore attention's really being turned to this Class A battle, where Chris Lawrence is under much more pressure than he was a couple of corners ago.
He really is, and the cars in third and fourth not too far behind. So can Chris Lawrence hold on here? If he loses one place, that is not the end of the world as far as the championship is concerned. But he could really do without. Oh, well, that might have helped him, because Wayne got very sideways into the old hairpin. He's not actually lost very much time as a result of that. He's still right with Chris Lawrence. There go the first 2, much more spread out now. Kingsbury and Pelosi. Dwayne is on his own in third now, but it's side by side very nearly through McLean's for the Class A lead, and it's still Chris Lawrence hanging on.
Yeah, Wayne really was able to carry the speed through the corner, despite getting pretty sideways. So this first Class A win of the season for Oliver Wayne isn't out of the question yet. He knows that Chris Lawrence presumably doesn't want to get involved in any issues. So if Wayne chucks up the inside, maybe Chris Lawrence will give him a bit more space than he may have done earlier in the season. So down towards the S as they come, but Lawrence is still ahead, he's still in front, he's still on the way to win the championship, Ian.
He certainly is. So it looks like Chris Lawrence is going to go out. No, will not go out because there's still one more race to go, but still the championship with a class win. Or is he? Because Wayne trying to go around the outside of Melbourne. He runs too wide there. Surely he can't come back from that. No, he's not going to get a cut back there on the exit of the corner. So it's Jack Kingsbury out of the final corner. He takes his 3rd victory of the season in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Jason Pelosi is 2nd. And who's going to win in Class A? Well, there is your answer. I think it is the yellow and blue car of Chris Lawrence that takes the checkered flag to win Class A, and he wraps up the championship as well. He is the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Champion of 2023 provisionally. It was Jack Dwayne 3rd on the road, Chris Lawrence 4th, Ollie Wayne 5th, Pete O'Connor 6th, Mark Enoch 7th, Darren Ransom 8th, and then the battle for 9th is headed home by Lewis Richardson with Alex Kilby rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, so that, particularly in the 182s, was a pretty exciting race, wasn't it? We had some great battles there, and Chris Lawrence coming out on top, which it didn't look like that was going to be a possibility at some points of the season of that race. So that's his 7th win of the season within Class A. So congratulations to Chris Lawrence, the 33-year-old from Lincolnshire. He's been racing cars for 5 seasons. This year he's really come on strong, and he's taken, we think, the championship. But here are the results then. Jack Kingsbury the winner by 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, he was in number 3 from number 77, Jason Pelosi. Jack Dwayne, number 11, was in 3rd position. In 4th place, it was number 56, Chris Lawrence, who won Class A, picking up the points he needed to wrap up the championship. In 5th position, number 86, Ollie Wayne. 6th to number 72, Pete O'Connor. Then 7th was number 13, Mark Enoch. Darren Ransom was 8th and 4th of the Class B cars in number 30. 9th was number 7, Lewis Richardson. And rounding out the top 10 was number 85, Alex Kilby, ahead of Paul Clark, Matthew Orcutt, Chris Page and Josh Southwell. And then further back we had William Brown, Sonny White and Mark Witherington, completing our 17 cars that we had for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship event. They have their final race of the season tomorrow morning at 11:45. And we've still got 7 more races to come this afternoon here at Donington Park. Coming up next, we're going to have the Tagiwa Road Sport Series 45-minute race with pit stops. Then we've got the first of 2 races this weekend for the Mighty Mini Championship. The 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup comes up after that. Then it's the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the Everything Motorsport Classics.Catch Championship, the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship, and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy to round out a busy first day of racing here at Donington Park. There you can see the car of Mark Witherington, which was the only non-finisher from that K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. He will be recovered to the paddock, and hopefully he'll get his car out for racing tomorrow morning. He's got a few hours to try to get whatever the problem is with that car fixed and back out into racing action. We've got the cars heading down pit lane, and very shortly we'll be able to hear from our top 3. Hopefully we'll also hear from our new champion Chris Lawrence as well, who won the 182 class in that race and got enough of a points advantage over Jack Dwayne in that race to seal the overall Clio Championship, provisionally we should say, with a race to spare. So we're going to head down to the pit lane now. Anna McEwen is down there ready to speak to our successful drivers from the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship.
Well, fantastic stuff there. The Class B cars very much dominating at the front of the field, but all attention focused on that Class A battle where we do provisionally have a new champion for 2023. We'll get to that in a moment. Chris Lawrence winning in Class A, but we'll start with our overall and Class B winner, Jack Kingsbury, who's receiving his winner's garland and winner's cap after a very hard-fought race win.
Yeah, no, that was a difficult race. Jason was putting pressure on. I had a lot of bad noise coming from the car. Don't know what's wrong with it. It's vibrating like mad. So I was at any point waiting to pull over, but managed to hold him off, which I'm happy about, and managed to pull a gap towards the end of that, and it was happy days.
Yeah, there did seem to be a point with maybe a lap and a half to go where you suddenly pulled the pin and got away. Did he make a mistake, or did you just start going quicker?
I'm not sure. I didn't see him make a mistake. I think it was more in my mind. I'd just given up worrying about everything, all the noises and that. It was like, oh, whatever, let's go for it. And then it started pulling away. So the pace is there. We're good.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on the race win. I'm just going to squeeze past you if that's all right and catch up with Jason Pelosi then, who finished in 2nd place. And, well, we've just had Jack's side of the story. He said he was feeling the heat there for most of that race.
Yeah, I think towards the middle of the race, I put some pressure on him. I started to find a bit more pace. One of the Class A cars got past me at the start. I think it was, Ollie Wayne. He got past me, so I had a bit of battling to do there to get back past him and then catch up with Jack. And I felt during the GP bit, you know, that bit I was gaining on him a lot, and then I did make a little mistake towards the end, and then my pace just dropped off after that. I knew it was going to be a lot of work to catch him back up, so I just thought, well, see if he makes a mistake. He didn't really make many mistakes, so couldn't get past.
Another race still to come, though. You've got front-running pace. What's it going to take to get onto the top step, do you think?
I think my big thing is to get a good start. I don't seem to be able to get it off the line as well as these other boys, but if I can do that and get ahead at the start, hopefully I'm on the front row again for the next race. I'm not too sure, but it's lap times in this race, so we'll find out in a minute.
Well, best of luck with that. Congrats on the 2nd place, though, to Jason. Now, Jack Dwayne came home in 3rd place, and Jack is giving his car a bit of attention. All good at the end of that one, mate?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I think it was just me. They lit up off the start, and I got sort of stuck behind one of the 182s. And unfortunately, when you've lost that much ground, because we're doing similar lap times, so I think they're quite a bit quicker than me today. You wait for a mistake, but the problem is they were getting further and further away into the distance. So if they make a mistake, I'm not going to be there anyway. So yeah, I can't really fault my car. It's got to be me today.
I like the honesty. It's refreshing that. Congratulations on the podium. Now, I do very quickly want to have a chat with our provisional Class A champion, Chris Lawrence, who came home victorious in Class A. Well, we think you've done enough for the title. If you have, that was the perfect way to go about it, but not an easy win, was it?
Nah, I thought Ollie had got me on that one, but I just didn't give up. I wanted to go out with a win, really. I didn't want to sit there behind in 2nd. So, yeah, I think we pressurised him in some mistakes and then just picked the pieces up, really.
having got the lead, though, defending around here is not easy to do, is it? You defend into one corner, it loses your momentum. You did really well to keep the door closed.
Yeah, I soon regretted it once I was in front, so I had my mirrors full for a lap or two. So no, it was all right in the end. Just had to keep my head on really and just keep cool.
Been such a strong season for you, though. You must be so happy now to more or less have got this wrapped up.
13 races, 13 podiums, so I can't complain at all.
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations then to Chris Lawrence. So that is our first Clio action of the weekend done. The Tagiwa Road Sport Series drivers, though, are already starting to make their way out onto the circuit for their 45-minute pit stop race. Let's head back up to the box with Ian and Josh.
Yes, the final race of the season for the Tagiwa Road Sport Series. A huge grid of cars to get through. Some of these have two drivers as well. On pole position, it is the 141 car. That's the Ginetta that's going to be started by Adam Bessel, the former MX5 racer. Besides him is number 10, Josh Lawton in the Honda Civic. Row 2, on the inside you have number 15, Graham Crowhurst in the BMW, and number 6 is Ryan Parkin in the Audi TT. On row 3, on the inside you have the 211 car of Giles Kirk, and the 92 car, that's Andrew Rath starting the Seat. On to row 4, 53 is going to be started by Johnny Weston Taylor, and the treble 7 car is the Seat Cupra of Robert Andrade. Row 5 is number 46, which is George Wright starting that car. 37 besides him is Dan Sylvester in the Honda Civic. Row 6 on the inside is number 89 Scott Parkin in the TDI Golf. 117 is Martin Gadsby in the BMW Compact. On the 7th row, it's 14 and 222, John Munday and the 222 car being started by Paul Browse. Row 8 is 72 and 67, Leon Pegg starting in the Audi TT, replacing John Morsley, and 67 is the car of Lloyd Schaefer. Row 9 on the inside is number 8, which is Matthew Tidmarsh in the Ginetta. 18 is Sam Redrop in the BMW. Row 10 on the inside, it's 34. That is Martin Gambling in the Lotus. Saranga Satish Rahari, number 182, is beside him on the grid. Row 11 has number 76, which is Michael Down, is Porsche Boxster, and the 21 Golf Mark 5 of Josh Johnson. The Corsa of number 56, James Birch, lines up on the inside of row 12, besides the Honda Civic Type R with number 95, Samuel Dennis, who we've already seen out today. On row 13, it's 23 and 3. 23, Matt Creed in the Clio. 3 is Ben McCauley's Lotus. On the 14th row, it's the 116 car of James Alford. That's a Honda. And the 101 Ginetta of Rob Fennick. Row 15, you have the 32 car. That is Mike Rayner's Lotus. And the 176 car, Gareth Pywell starting the BMW 318 IS. Row 16, you have the 80 BMW Z3 of David Aston, and the 11 Graham Tilley Mazda MX-5. Row 17, 316 Ivor Mayers in the BMW Compact, and 13 is the Nissan Almera, started by Stephen Cogswell on this occasion. Row 18, you have number 70, which is the John Maddock Jones BMW, and the 154 car, which is Matthew Fayers in the Ginetta. Row 19 is 341, which is Charles Jackson in the Jaguar XJ6, and 71 is Morgan Cleeseby's Toyota MR2. Row 20, you have number 172, Lee Forrington in the Toyota GT86, and 78, Will Hunt, making his road sports debut in a BMW 318 Ti. Row 21, you've got the 114 car of George Whitehouse and the 144 car of Sarah Hobson. 42 cars, and Josh, they're already off on the green flag lap.
That's right, there's a couple of reserves still as well, so if any of those cars did have problems, we may still get up to that 42 grid maximum for this rolling start for the Tagiwa Road Sport Series. There's also cars with success penalties as well, so that could affect some of the front runners. But I think we'll come to that really as the race goes on, and how that may affect them. But both our front row cars, or 3 of the top 4 actually, all with penalties. So the best non-car with penalties is Graham Crowhurst, who makes his Road Sports debut this season in his M3. He could win the BMW Car Club Championship tomorrow. But I think looking to his options for next season, so he's out in road sports, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. But there's such variety in this. The top 6 cars all come from different manufacturers, I think. We've got Ginetta, Honda, BMW, Audi and Seat, with Lotus not far behind either. So some amazing variety in this category. Split over 4 classes. Class B the most popular today, but still there's good competition, I think, in all 4 classes to look out for. So this should be a fascinating race with the little Ginetta G20, which I think has a Duratec engine in. Being started by Adam Bessel. Alec Lisley started from this position at the last round as well at Brands Hatch, but unfortunately got involved in an incident on the first lap there. But last time out at Brands Hatch, it was Ryan Parkin who was the winner, and he starts on the 2nd row, I think, in the Audi. The other winners this season have been Mark Grice and Will Beach, Rob Baker, with Cole Swift and Bradley Burns and Dylan Brichter as well. So actually I think the only driver starting this race who has been a winner before is Ryan Parkin in the Audi TT on the 2nd row of the grid.
Yep, and it's going to be a 45-minute race. Pit stops between 15 and 30 minutes into the race. They have to be at least 60 seconds long or a bit longer if you have either the success penalty or you're running a non-standard sequential gearbox on your car, in which case you also have to serve a 10-second penalty as well. As Josh said, 4 classes: the Super GT class for 300 brake horsepower per tonne cars, the GT class for 240 brake horsepower per tonne, Super Sport for 180, and the Sport class is up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. Naturally aspirated cars only. Right, rolling start, of course, for the road sport. So the safety car has been leading them round. It's already pulled into the pit lane, so the red lights are already on, and they go out now. Away we go then, and it is a pretty even start from the 2 on the front row, Adam Bessel and Josh Lawton in the Honda, but it's Graham Crowhurst in the BMW that goes around the outside, and another BMW is off into the gravel. That's Paul Browse off at the first corner in the Stowmarket glass liveried car, and it's going to be the Honda of Josh Lawton that has the lead through the Craner curves. He's got ahead then of Adam Bessel in the little Ginetta. Graham Crowhurst is in 3rd, and then it's the Audi in 4th position. A great variety of cars, Josh, you were saying, in this Tagiwa Road Sports series.
That's right, and it's Josh Lawton that leads then in the supercharged 1994 EG Honda Civic. So great stuff there from Josh Lawton, who is really quick in this car, and he's trying to pull away early on then from Adam Bessel in the Ginetta. Lighter car, perhaps takes a little bit longer to get its tyres up to temperature. Then Graham Crowhurst and Ryan Parkin, and then Giles Kirk up there in 5th spot in his Seat, ahead of Johnny Weston Taylor, the XF4 champion, in the Lotus, and Crowhurst to the outside of Bessel. The BMW have more power, but it's heavier, so we'll have to brake earlier, but that doesn't stop Crowhurst from going around the outside to grab 2nd spot then from Adam Bessel, who drops to 3rd in the bright front-ended Ginetta G20. And he's now under pressure from the winner of the last round, Ryan Parkin, who can't quite gain that position, I don't think.
No, so good racing in the very early stages of this race, and there'll be battles all the way down the field with more than 40 cars on the grid in this Tagiwa Road Sports Series race. There's always a battle for someone there. You can see the Corsa of James Birch going through, another relatively unusual racing car. And then you've got the Ginetta and the Lotus doing battle. That's the 8 car that was almost collected by one of the much heavier tin tops, I think. I think they may have got through that safely, hopefully. But that's the 53 car. We mentioned that already. Johnny Weston Taylor sharing that car with the multiple sport special champion, Andy Hiley, as well. That's one that that can go well. And he's got the number 92 Andrew Rath Seat Leon car behind him, and then it's Daniel Sylvester, who was successful last weekend in Hot Hatch at Anglesey.
And he's the Class B leader and ahead of Scott Parkin, impressively. Little look back at the 777, which is the Robert Andrade Seat, the ex-Time Attack racer. But about of a second is on because Ryan Parkin's got past Adam Bessel, who's been losing positions in the opening lap or 2 of this race. And now that Parkin is third, he's going after Graham Crowhurst. But a long way out front is Josh Lawton. What a great effort from Josh in one of the oldest cars on the grid as well. So it's Crowhurst there in second. Third is Parkin. Fourth is Bessel. And I wonder if we've had an issue at the final hairpin.
Well, I wonder if that was Matthew Tidmarsh, because it looked as if he was about to be collected. Did he come through? I don't think he did. Certainly not in the top 20-odd positions at the end of the first lap, so possibly he did get collected.
All 42, though, did continue,
Okay,
so I wonder if there was some debris.
Delayed. Yeah, could have been some debris as a result of that. So here's Crowhurst in second position in that Art Car Tribute livery that he and his other half put on the car. Took them quite a long while to put that on in their garage. I think he told me earlier on in the year. He's in second. It's Ryan Parkin third. Adam Bessel is in fourth. Giles Kirk is in fifth place. And the Western Taylor Lotus Elise is in sixth position. There further back, you can see the treble 7. Rob Andrade's Cooper coming through for the driver from Wolverhampton. He's just in behind Martin Gasby. And there is the damage on the Tidmarsh car, the Ginetta G40 for the car that he shares with Chris Webster. And so possibly that did have a little coming together. And is that a problem there for Josh Johnson as well in the number 21 Golf Mark 5?
Bigger problem for the Audi TT. Johnson's got a bit of smoke, but the TT's hardly moving. That's the 72 car, which for today is Leon Pegg and Will Beach's car. There it is, very slow down the corner car. It's the Browse, the BMW that was in the gravel at the start. That has recovered to something like 23rd position after the second lap, just behind James Alford in his Honda Civic Type R. So that makes its way up the hill. But here's about a second. That continues on between Graham Crowhurst and Ryan Parkin. Meanwhile, the first fine lap of the race from Josh Lawton was a 1:40.4, which was 7 seconds quicker than these cars were going here when we were last here 5 or 6 seasons ago, Ian.
Yeah, that's right. A little while ago that Road Sports were last here, and some really good cars out in this this series now. It's not a championship, just a series of races. The Tidmarsh car is for the pit lane after that damage it incurred earlier on. So there is our race leader, Josh Lawton. He was 2.2 seconds ahead at the end of lap 2. He's 3.2 seconds nearly ahead at the end of lap 3, ahead of that man Graham Crowhurst in the BMW M3. He in turn has got Ryan Parkin in the Audi TT TDI right behind him, and they're just starting to drop a little bit. I think Adam Bessel in the Ginetta that started on the front row of the grid. Alec Livesley will take that car over for the second part of the race. There is quite a sizable gap back then to Giles Kirk, who is still fifth in the Seat. Class B is still being led by Dan Sylvester from Scott Parkin, and Class C is being led by Matt Creed's Clio. He's in 23rd position, car 23.
But he does have a 25-second success penalty, so Matt Creed's got a lot of work to do. He was beaten last time out by Sam McKee. He's not racing this weekend. As Parkin challenging for second then on Graham Crowhurst. Crowhurst in this replica livery of the Jeff Koons Art BMW Le Mans car from 15 years or so ago. And Ryan Parkin chasing him down. Crowhurst telling me at the last BMW meeting that he's looking to do something perhaps a bit different, perhaps like Road Sports and Club Enduro, where he gets to race against different types of cars on a very competitive grid, as this Road Sports category is. So this is a bit of a taster to possibly moving on next season into something new. It's a big dusty moment at Redgate Corner there for one of the Ginettas.
Yeah, and that is the 154 car that has gone around. That's Matthew Fayers in the GT5, and he's the driver from Barrow in Furness, getting back into the race after that spin up at Redgate Corner, the exit of Redgate Corner.
That last lap, Crowhurst was quicker than Lawton, so the lead gap came down to 2.6 seconds. And it won't be very much longer until they get into traffic, I shouldn't think. Is this the Class D battle, or perhaps a bit further down the order? Ivor Mayers, I think he's the leader of that class. There's actually some Class C cars around him, but Ivor Mayers also, I think, with a 25-second success penalty, because he's won the two most recent races at Snetterton and at Brands Hatch. But they've all been passed by Sarah Hobson, who I saw start from the pit lane in that Toyota. So she has gained more than 10 positions, I would say, from the start of the race. So perhaps somebody to look out for in Class C.
There you can see the 21 car of Josh Johnson. He is in 18th position in the Golf. He's got Saranga Sadish-Rahari just behind, Sarge, just behind him.
And then behind him was the Audi that was going slowly. So the Audi TT driven by Leon Pegg is back up to speed now, which is good to see. And then behind, not far behind, was the Class C leader. We just got a glimpse of Matt Creed, who has pulled out about 6 seconds over Sam Dennis. So although he's got that success penalty, Matt Creed still could find himself in a good result by the end. He's got good pace, as he has done every time out, really, when we see Matt, and he's set a new record in that class as well. But this is a good battle. A little bit further down the order, we've got a Mazda MX-5 in this. That's Graham Tilley, the Formula Ford racer from the 70s and 80s. More recently has been racing in GT Cup, but he is out with his son this weekend, who I think might be making his race debut, Robert Tilley. So good to have Graham out in this. Quite different, I should think, to the GT3 Mercedes that he races nowadays.
Yeah, that's right. But good to have the Tilleys out with us here this weekend in this Tagiwa Road Sports Series race. 6 minutes or so before the pit window opens. There is the little BMW Z3 of David Aspden, the Yorkshire driver, and he's involved in a nice little battle there down the order. It also includes the Ginetta, does it not, of Rob Fennick, and also the George Whitehouse Mini Cooper as well, which I think had to come from the back of the grid after an issue in qualifying this morning. What position is this battle for, Josh? Can we see?
Something like 28th position.
28th, yeah, so outside the top 20, and there you can see the 114 Mini going up the inside of Aspden there, so George Whitehouse from Worcester making up another position, although Aspden not keen on giving it up. Looked like he was trying to fight back there on the run up to Goddard's. But here is the fight, as it now is, for 5th, 6th and 7th places.
Yeah, recently up into 5th position has gone Andrew Raff. There's the Fayers Ginetta that we saw in the spin. Aidan Hill's running that car by the looks of it. Aidan Hill's very quick club racer and champion in Mazdas. And for Matthew Thayers, he's back on his way. But that was about of a 5th we were watching, wasn't it? Andrew Raff has got ahead of Giles Kirk recently in the Battle of the Sayats. This is about of a 2nd, which is getting closer to the leader, Josh Lawton. The gap, which was out over 3 seconds, came down to about 2. And now in traffic, I wonder if it'll come down any more to Graham Crowhurst, who continues to battle with Ryan Parkin, the 33-year-old from South Yorkshire, in this diesel-powered 2017 Audi TT. And then just behind them, Adam Bessel now seemingly up in some good speed, but they've got to lap that BMW here down the Craner curves, and Crowhurst much more committed, darts down the inside. Either side go the next two, Parkin and Bessel, and that brings Adam Bessel right onto the terms with Ryan Parkin, who's a bit offline for the old hairpin, Ian.
He is, and there's Ivor Mares that they're trying to lap as well. So does this mean Bessel's got some momentum up the hill towards McLean's? We'll see in a moment if there has been a change there. There is the leader, Josh Lawton, who's had a 2nd and a 5th so far this season. The 2nd place came at Snetterton a couple of meetings ago. So he's now got a lead of a couple of seconds over Crowhurst, and then the next three quite close together. Bessel couldn't make anything of that run up to McLean, so he stays 4th at the moment.
They just both lap Graham Tilley and Ivor Mares, two long-time Formula Ford racers in some of the lower classes. We've had a spin there. Is that the Red Drop BMW?
Yeah, Sam Redrop, the Milton Keynes driver, has gone around at Goddard. Not quite sure how he managed that actually, but he's back out into the race.
And now Adam Bessel has got past Ryan Parkin into the Melbourne Loop, and we're on board with Ryan Parkin then out of the hairpin, up a gear and up another into 4th gear, I think that was, and now he's on the outside line. Brakes later. See the brake disc glowing there on the Parkin Audis. He braked so desperately late in that Dark Side Developments run car. Now out of the corner he comes, under the bridge, up in 4th gear, and I think he'll pull another gear before he gets to Redgate corner. Bessel, though, defended very nearly a touch there, as there's been more drama around the circuit.
Yeah, and that's Mike Nash, isn't it? Number 48 in the BMW 330Ci. We saw him out in the Armed Forces race earlier on. Busy day for him today, and I'm afraid he's gone off the circuit there at Redgate.
Yes, there's yellow flags down this part of the circuit, so particularly in traffic, sort of troublesome really for the leaders. They have to abide to those yellow flag regulations. Hopefully Mike Nash will get back going. On the Fayers Aidan Hill's run, Ginetta also looks like it may have been in strife again. So he had green flags on the exit. I wonder if he had another spin at Redgate where he spun earlier. So here's the leaders, all 4 leaders in shot, aren't they, with some
Yeah.
back markers around them. So Lawton, Crowhurst, Bessel and Parkin now. We're not far away from the pit window opening as well. Great battle this is up front between 4 very different cars. You've got with the Ginetta G20, that takes it back a long way really, doesn't it? You've got the 90s Civic, you've got the 2000s BMW and the 2010s Audi. Great stuff.
Yeah, no, fantastic to see. They were separated by only 4 seconds at the start of the lap. They're about 20 seconds ahead then of Giles Kirk in 5th, who had got back ahead, therefore, of Andrew Rath's Leon as well,
So
with Weston Taylor and the Lotus also ahead of Rath now.
with these 4 so close, important to look at their pit stops as we see the Sofashari car off the road here.
Yeah, that's part up, isn't it, between Melbourne and Goddard, so looks like it's just a mechanical issue for Sarge, I'm afraid, and he's out of the race, therefore.
So the only car of those 4 that doesn't have a pit stop penalty is Graham Crowhurst. Lawton's got 5 seconds. The Ginetta's got 10, the Bessel and Livesley car, and then Parkin's got 15. Some for success penalties, some for sequential gearbox. But that does mean those pit stops are going to be absolutely critical, aren't they, to the race, whether the drivers and teams can get their pit stops as close to that minimum time as possible.
That's right. Important that the pit lane work is done carefully.
Oh, the Genesis slowing.
It is. That's a shame. Is that terminal, or is he going to get back up to speed? We'll see there. Well, it's still there now, isn't it? So was that an intermittent issue, or is that something that's a sign of something that's going to be a terminal issue for Bessel and Livesley?
Wonder if they make an early stop, because the pit window will be open when they get to the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, it will be.
And that would, if there is a small issue, a good chance just to check that out. That car has traditionally been a bit slower in the pit stops, but it's not the easiest thing to get in and out of. It's a very small cockpit, so we'll see how that goes. Where the other 3 don't have to change drivers, do they? So they just sort of go through the motions of the 60 seconds. Oh, it's Crowhurst. Oh, yellows, isn't there? That's
Yellow
why
flags,
Crowhurst
yeah.
couldn't go past that slower Mini. Very good driving there, wasn't it? Under yellow flags, everyone realised what was going on and abide by the rules as drivers should do.
Absolutely right. Good to see. So we are now into the pit lane window being open because we have less than 30 minutes left on the clock, and there is a pit stop being undertaken. That's Stephen Cogswell in the Nissan Almera handing over to Daniel Cogswell. So that is just about as early a stop as you could make, although they're already pushing it back out, so I'm just wondering if that was actually made before the 30-minute board was open.
They had the car on the jack, so I wonder if there was a puncture or something.
Yeah.
They changed the tyre.
Yeah.
So perhaps that wasn't the mandatory stop.
Yeah, possibly, because it was a little bit early, I think, if it was, unfortunately. So there's our race leader, and his lead 1.6 seconds at the beginning of the lap.
No, Ginetta
still there, but it's lost more ground, hasn't it? It's now 6 seconds behind the leader, Adam Bessel.
Just got a brief shot of the Toyota GT86. Good to see that out there. Just going through shot now, our Class B leader, Dan Sylvester, ahead of Scott Parkin and by a little way. So this is an excellent effort from Dan Sylvester because Scott Parkin has been so rapid in this car. He's won 3 of the races we've had so far this season in road sports. He has a chance of winning the club Enduro Championship tomorrow as well, as the Weston Taylor Lotus is slowing now. So the car that was running in inside the top 6 earlier on is slowing. Johnny Weston Taylor, I'm afraid. But that's Scott Parkin I was just talking about. But Dan Sylvester, I'm sure, will be delighted to have his Honda Civic up ahead of this car that's had so much success this season.
It was brake problems for the number 13 car, the Cogswells. That's why that was in a little bit early. Thanks to Andy McEwen for letting us know.
And the James Birch car is making its stop now. This mighty Vauxhall Corsa. 1999 car with the Vauxhall C20 XE engine. Should really be racing tomorrow, that car, shouldn't it? James Birch, who has had success in previous seasons in this car and going well as well on occasions this year. Always good to see that out there. An unlikely race car, but very rapid in the hands of James, and that car prepared by Track Obsession. Actually started out as a drag racing car, that machine, but nowadays it's circuit racing. Now here's Weston Taylor, who was slow at the start of that, but I think still is. So Johnny Weston Taylor and Andy Heidi's Lotus Elite Series 2 for the pit lane, I suspect.
One driver that wasn't able to make the start was Will Hunt. He says he's absolutely gutted he had to withdraw from today's road sports race. Just before he climbed into the car and he headed into the assembly area, he noticed a wet patch on the floor. It turned out it was a fuel leak. He wasn't able to fix it in time, but he vows to be back. So Will Hunt, who a former competitor in Hot Hatch, back with us in road sports, but sadly not racing today. Off the road has gone the 101 car, which is Rob Fennick.
Yeah, he's running in 25th position and fairly high up Class C actually, about third behind Creed and Sam Dennis. Matt Creed now some 18 seconds I think ahead in that class, so that's almost going to equalise out his success penalty. There's that Toyota GT86 I mentioned, good to see that out there. Although it might now be in the gravel because it ran very wide, just about stayed out of the gravel for Lee Forrington. But good to have another type of car out, that Rogue Motorsport car. And just been passed by a Toyota Sleeker, another rare car to racing, that being driven by Sarah Hobson, the 34-year-old from Cheshire.
Yeah, and I guess the GT86 really the successor to the Celica. In terms of its position in the model range, I guess. There's the 117 car of Martin Gadsby.
Both there sort of followed on from MR2s, didn't they, as being the sort of the sports car from Toyota.
Here's Daniel Sylvester coming through in number 37. He's in 8th place overall. He continues to lead Class B. Someone has been off through the gravel at the old hairpin but come out of it. Yeah, Daniel Sylvester still leading Class B, and there's quite a lot of time between himself and Scott Parkin in the Golf, who's second within that class.
Bit of bumper, bit of trim come off that car that went through the gravel, but hopefully no real disaster. There's that Nissan Almera. Very again another unusual car that we've got on the grid, but great looking car in the Nissan Super Touring livery that Laurent Aiello won the 1999 British Touring Car Championship in that livery, not that car, and that car back out on track after those brake issues that Andy McEwen reported recently from their early pit stop. Meanwhile, Josh Lawton leads by 1.8 seconds in the number 10 Honda Civic over 15 Graham Crowhurst, and a small gap back to number 6 Ryan Parkin, all very much in contention. There's Sam Dennis, who is second within Class C. We saw him out in the Type R Trophy earlier. So again, maybe someone just trying out a different format of racing, longer distance, with a big variety of cars, multi-class racing, very different to the Type R Trophy that Sam Dennis was racing in not much more than an hour ago.
Class D, that's still being led by the number 316 car, Ivor Mayers in his compact. Second in that class is the big Jag, the Jaguar XJ6 of Charles Jackson, who's making his road sports debut. His debut with the 750 Motor Club as well this weekend. Normally races in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Day going from bad to worse for 154 Matthew Fairs, because his off the road possibly this time for good, as the two leaders are together. They are coming up to lap the Josh Johnston Golf GTI Mark 5, and a bit out of shape there is the number 10 car, the race leader, which is Josh Lawton, of course. Can Graham Crowhurst capitalise this on the run up to McLean's corner? He goes through on the inside to take the lead of the race there, and look how close Ryan Parkin is in third place as well.
Excellent racing this is. Then to the BMW M3 goes through of Graham Crowhurst. The supercharged Honda drops a second, but it's got a tighter line as they come out of Coppice Corner. Which of these cars has more power? Well, it's pretty similar. Then you've got the diesel Audi just behind there in the hands of Ryan Parkin. Down they come into the S's then. As we said, they have all got differing pit stop length to come, so that may split them up, but it's been a great first part of the race. Perhaps that's why no one is pitting. They're enjoying this battle so much as they head up to the halfway distance, down into the Melbourne Loop. Crowhurst is a little wide, is he? No, he's okay, I think. And he's grabbed the lead then, making use of that traffic where Lawton was a bit offline, a bit sideways. And that allowed Graham Crowhurst to challenge Ryan Parkin just behind, right in it. Are any of them going to pit at this stage halfway through the race? Yes.
They are, and it's Crowhurst who's just got the lead, promptly goes into the pits.
Yes, there won't be creditors of the leader just yet.
No, he won't. Andy McEwen is down in the pit lane. Let's see who he's got to talk to in this Tiguan Road Sports race.
Well, action out on the track, lots of action in the pit lane as well. The pit window well and truly open, driver changes taking place, and Paul Browse has just jumped out of the 222 BMW. Paul, looked like a lively opening stint for you there. Talk us through it.
Went down the outside at turn 1, went to use the brakes, nothing there, so decided to floor it and go through the gravel. Took a while to get the places all back, but we got it back before the break, so we're making places up now. So we should go forward, I would have thought now.
And the car felt okay after that? No damage done?
No damage, just a lot of gravel and bit of bumpy ride. I mean, it's, you know, it's one of them things. It's an old car with old brakes.
Looks like a fantastic car to drive though, and on this new grippy Donington Park circuit you can really stretch its legs.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't got good tyres on, but it felt quite grippy, and I mean, we were going around the outside of some there, and it felt really good. So it'd be good for tomorrow with some good tyres on. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that.
You had a very quick chat there with Luke as you sent him out. Any words of wisdom for him?
Yeah, watch the brakes. We've got no ABS, and it's locking up in most corners, so you just got to go easy. You know, just take your time braking, that's all.
Good advice, Paul. Thank you very much for having a chat with us. So Paul Browse out, Luke Browse in. There have been a few cars diving into the garages in the last few minutes with problems, so I'm going to head up there and investigate, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. We're just over halfway through this race now, 21 minutes to go. Number 10, Josh Lawton leads the race. From number 6, Ryan Parkin in second place. 15, Graham Crowhurst, showing us third on the screen at the moment, having just dived into the pits. Number 92, the Rath and Nib car, is 4th. 117, Martin Gadsby is 5th. Robert Andrade, treble 7, is 6th. Daniel Sylvester is in 7th place, but there's just a third of a second between Lawton and Parkin as they've gone across the line to complete another lap, Josh.
Yeah, so that battle up front continues. Presumably they've gone across the line and not into the pit lane. We can't see the pit lane from our vantage point. But there's certainly, yeah, they're both still out there, aren't they? So they're leaving it till late in the window to stop. Josh Lawton and Ryan Parkin. Josh Lawton, I think, was on the podium at Snetterton. Yeah, he was second at Snetterton, in fact, behind Brad Burns and Rob Baker. And what have you spotted there, Ian?
Crowhurst back out into the race as well. There we see some form of a problem to the front wheel on the number 32 Lotus Elise of Mike Rayner, the driver from Richmond. I don't know whether that's the Richmond in North Yorkshire or the Richmond in London. There was some confusion of that at a branch of Greg's I read on the BBC website in the week.
Was Mike Rayner involved?
I don't think so. I think that's just incident, but I'm not going to commit to which part of the country Mike Rayner is from.
Okay, here are our leaders. That flashing light bar on Josh Lawton's Honda. Ryan Parkin just behind. So Lawton, the 26-year-old from East Yorkshire, leads Ryan Parkin from South Yorkshire. So we've got a battle of the Yorkshire drivers up front then, heading towards the end of 15 laps of racing. As more pit stops happen down there in the lane. That is the 777 car of Robert Andrade, who was in 4th position, I think, when he stopped. So was going pretty well. And that's the Matty Taylor run, Sayat, the MT Development Motorsport Engineering team. For Robert, the 49-year-old from Wolverhampton.
There's Ivor Mayers again. I think he's still leading in Class D, is he? Looks like he is, yeah, in that BMW. Good to see Ivor.
I think we may have lost the Janetta because I think the Bassel livery car's come back out since them problems. So that's what Andy might be investigating as we speak.
Yeah, you can see the pit lane very busy indeed. More cars diving into it all the time. There's the big Jag of our newcomer.
Charles Jackson, the 32-year-old from Worcestershire, in this 1996 Jaguar XJ, just behind Ivor Mayers, who we're currently looking at. And Charles Jackson is new to racing, and he's built this car up, which he inherited from his late father, and he's racing it in his memory. And it's prepared by Auto Reserve Jaguar, as you can see there on the side of the car. And it's great to have this very different type of car. I've said that many times in this race, but there may be quite a few of these types of Jaguars out racing, but not normally with other things. So it's great to have Charles Jackson, the 32-year-old lettings agent, out with us for the first time.
Yeah, and he was a reserve. I think he was 3rd reserve when he got here, so delighted to actually get into the race as well. And I'm sure he's really enjoying throwing that big Jag around Donington Park this weekend. And I say going after a class victory potentially if he can catch and pass Ivor Mayers in the closing stages of the race. 17 3/4 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I think Jackson has pitted. I don't think Ivor Mayers has. Obviously, Mayers has that longer stop with his success, winning at Snetterton and Brands Hatch.
So there's Mares coming down towards us, followed by Jackson. Lawton and Parkin, I think, are still both out there, but they've only got another 2 minutes or so before the pit lane window closes. It's important to make your pit stop before the 15-minute mark in the race.
Yeah, so they'll be in on that, I think, on the next lap, I would imagine.
There's the Lloyd Schaefer car coming through, the multicoloured BMW E36 M3 for the driver from Dis. That was getting a wash when I arrived at the circuit this morning. And there's the the Audi that we saw in a little bit of strife earlier on. That's the car which was started by Leon Pegg. It should be William Beach taking over, and there you can see Will Beach getting into the car.
Yeah, that's a motorsport run Audi. I think new build for this year for John Maudsley, who raced it at a previous round. Will Beach, I think, who's behind the category, behind the team, I should say. Capture Motorsport, you can see on the bonnet there now, getting aboard and seeing how it goes. It did come into the pits in 8th position, so one of the late stoppers, meaning that it got well up the overall position. Now, these are the top two, surely in there for the pits this time.
Well, if they don't this time, they'll be too late, won't they? Because there'll be less than 15 minutes to go as they come through. So it's Josh Lawton who is leading, the 27-year-old fabricator from Hull, just ahead of Ryan Parkin. Yet they do both dive into the pit lane right at the same time.
Graham Crowhurst was 1 minute and 27 seconds behind them as he started the lap. They have to go down the speed at the pit speed limit, and then they have to be stopped. For Josh Lawton for 65 seconds and Ryan Parkin for 75 seconds. Lawton for 5 seconds after he finished second at Snetterton, and Ryan Parkin for winning last time out at Brands Hatch.
Just one car separating them in the pit lane as well.
Which is twin brother Scott Parkin.
Yeah, absolutely. Both the Parkin brothers, the Dark Side Developments guys, in at the same moment. Drink of water there for number 6 Ryan Parkin during the course of the 75-second pit stop.
We have our first track limit penalty of the event, which I'm sure will please some people. Car number 72, Leon Pegg and Will Beach, have a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, but it's taken till race 4 and a long race to get there.
Absolutely right. So well done to all concerned. As there we can see the Luke Browse car. That is the one we heard from Paul a few moments ago with Andy in the pit lane. Where's that running? It's running in 16th position at the moment, just done a personal best lap actually. The only green on the timing screen at the moment, so Luke's just done a PB in that car, 1:44.79. Best lap of the race still with Josh Lawton, 1:40.40. And what on earth is James Alford doing? He's well off the circuit, I'm afraid, up at Hollywood, I think that is.
Redgate.
Well, the exit of Redgate just before Hollywood, isn't it?
Gone straight on a long way in, and now he's trying to get back out, with hopefully not getting beached in the gravel. Now, where's he off to?
Yeah, I'm trying to work out where he is going there, because he's going across the direction. Maybe he's trying to get to the sort of place he could pull in and retire from the race. That's the 72 car, which just got a 5-second penalty, so affronted by it was that Will Beach is pulling the car out of the race.
Okay, so has Crowhurst got ahead of Lawton and Parkin in the stops? There is Parkin, who had the longest penalty. And so there's Crowhurst. So there's Crowhurst in the BMW. Now there's Lawton, more than 5 seconds behind, I would suggest.
Yes, definitely.
So that, and there, Parkin, who should have had a 10-second longer stop, probably within 10 seconds to Lawton. So it's Josh Lawton who's lost out. There's another front runner in strife, which is Giles Kirk, who was running, I think, in the top 6 in the early stages in his Seat. A bit further down the order now, and will be plummeting at this stage with further issues. But Graham Crowhurst, who he lost out, didn't he, at Silverstone on his one-off Road Sports Day appearance last season, is now potentially, with 13 minutes to go, on his way to a victory at Donington.
Yeah, so pit stops have worked out well for him. He gave a little wave to Lloyd Schaefer there, who he was lapping. I don't know if that's just because he's another BMW driver and he's waving to a fellow BMW pilot, but nevertheless showing his thanks for making it relatively easy for him to get through. He's coming up to lap that Charles Jackson Jaguar now, and also the number 71 MR2 Roadster of Morgan Cleesby.
Yeah, Lloyd Schaefer, you just mentioned, who went a lap down, is a 32-year-old service manager from Norfolk. who's been racing for 10 seasons now with this 3.2 litre 1997 BMW M3. There he is. Oh, the Audi TT's got that going. Will be. So that's the second time the car has slowed and this time even stopped. Got going, but not into the pits. So Will Beach has potentially figured out the issues.
The 211 car, Giles Kirk, that's been having gearbox problems. The car jumping into neutral, which might explain its demise. And also the other car, or one of the other cars in strife, has been the Johnny Weston Taylor Andy Hiley Lotus Elise. That was overheating. It had to take the grass early on to avoid some other cars, and presumably some grass has caused that car to start overheating.
In Class C, Matt Creed has retained his lead despite the longer pit stop. Sam Dennis is second, but Sarah Hobson up to third from the pit lane start. So that's a good job from her in the Toyota Celica, and is about 10 seconds behind Sam Dennis. So we'll see if that gap comes down. But there's our Class B leader. That's Dan Sylvester. He's in 6th overall in that Honda Civic. And again, one of the older cars on the grid, that one. And he leads the class by about 9 seconds, I think, over Scott Parkin, with Johnny Monday in third.
Yeah, it's the ex-Chris McCloy Honda Civic that he's using to good effect, winning races in hot hatch this season, including at Anglesey just a week ago.
We haven't mentioned Class D in that little rundown. Ivor Mayers has held on. He is about 10 seconds ahead of Charles Jackson, with the Cleesby Toyota in third.
Okay, well, the gap for the lead was 11 seconds at the start of the previous lap. We've got Josh Lawton just coming across the line now to complete lap number 19, and the gap, which was 11 seconds, has come down to 10.19 seconds, but he would need to close faster than that with Josh in the Honda Civic to win this race. So it's looking good for Graham Crowhurst, and there's another 6 seconds or so between Lawton and Parkin, although that did come down by 6/10 on the last lap.
Just looking there at Johnny Monday in that Civic that is third in Class B, sometimes C1 racer. Johnny Monday in that Type R going pretty well. There's Sylvester losing 2 positions. Firstly to the Volkswagen Golf that's having a good run. Jack and George Wright. Jack Wright at the wheel at the moment, and Robert Andrade as well. They're both Class A cars. But they have just passed Dan Sylvester, who they were behind at the start of the lap. But yeah, this is the best we've seen from the Golf, isn't it? The Wright brothers have raced in Track Day Trophy in the past, but seemingly don't remember them being this high up in their first season in road sports. That's good to see.
I suppose you could say the Wright brothers are really taking off this season. You've got the 7 car right behind them, though, so that's very close. They're coming up to lap number 11, which I think will now be Robert Tilley in the Mazda MX-5. Oh, the 72 car's back into the race as well, I noticed. The 34 Lotus is Martin Gambling. We've not really mentioned him, really, during the course of this race so far. From a BMW compact racer, low-cost racer, sports specials racer. He's done lots of racing in different categories with the 750 Motor Club down the years.
14th he's running, and I think 5th in Class B. And a new car, I think, to him this, so that's good to see. He is ahead of car. I think he's just lapped from 32 Mike Rayner, who's in 23rd spot with 9 minutes of the race to go.
The Ginetta, the Bessel and Lively car, we were sort of wondering what the issue was there. That's also gearbox issues, I'm afraid.
Hopefully it can be fixed for tomorrow, because they are due to be out in Club Enduro. So that would explain why the car slowed. Obviously not being able to go up a gear at that point, and that problem has got bad enough that the car has been parked. Graham Crowhurst there is about to lap the car in 9th position, so he's about to lap Scott Parkin, and he leads still by 10 seconds. He just did a personal best last time, Crowhurst, a 1 minute 40.46, but potential issues for someone else.
Yeah, looks like a black flag is being hung out for somebody, which will tell them that they need to visit the clerk of the course. But we can't see who that board or that flag is being shown at the moment. So there is, although there is possibly a pit lane speeding penalty, it could be for that, I guess.
Sylvester's lead over Parkin in Class B came down to 6 seconds and was 3 seconds slower on that last lap. We saw him lose those 2 positions in the race. And this car that's not used to doing this length of race, I wonder how that's going for Sylvester. We'll have to pick up on that in a few moments' time. There he is. Now that was 6 seconds at the start of the lap to Scott Parkin. And as they come up across the line, the gap is now 3.5 seconds. That's again a big gain for Scott Parkin. And he has set the fastest lap in Class B as well now, 1 minute 44.8. And a potential battle then in the final stages for a class win there, Ian.
That's right, so we'll keep an eye on that in the remaining 7 minutes of the race. He's just been lapped by the looks of it as well.
That's not good.
By the race leader. There is the 89 car, which is a little bit on the sideways side of things, which is Scott Parkin, who is the one chasing after him.
Yeah, he had 2 wheels on the grass going into the old hairpin, and that's what put him sideways. Not ideal when you're trying to chase down a class leader.
I think he has lost time as a result of that, hasn't he? The gap looks to have gone out from what it was at the start of the lap. It just goes past Mike Nash. Also just behind him as well as Sam Redrop, who we saw had a spin at Goddard's in the earlier stages of the race. 6 minutes or so to go now. So only a handful more laps for Scott Parkin to try and close in 3.5 seconds on Daniel Sylvester.
Something's happened to Matt Creed, because Sam Dennis now leads Class C by the looks of things, and Matt Creed had a very slow lap, possibly into the pit lane, I wonder.
2:31, so yeah, sort of 40 seconds off his normal times. There's the Lee Thornton car, that's into the pit lane, I think, for a penalty to be served, which was possibly the reason for the black flag.
So Sam Dennis leads Class C. Sarah Hobson's now been reclassified as a Class B car, so if Creed is out of it, the Fenwick and Shepherd car will now be second in class, and the Tilly Mazda will be third.
Oh, and problems for Sylvester. He's slowed coming out of Goddard, and that means that there's a change of lead within the class. Seems to be back up to speed now, but it's Scott Parkin, number 89, that has just gone through to take the lead of Class B.
So I wonder what may have caused that problem. And Johnny Monday, who's third in Class B, is into the pit. So this is all going a bit wrong for multiple drivers in successful positions.
And that could promote the Corsa onto the podium.
Is that the black flag? Is that going to the penalty box?
Looks like it is, isn't it? Yep, going to the penalty box at the end of the pit lane for Monday, and I think that may well be some kind of pit lane speeding issue that is being served there.
That might promote James Birch in the Vauxhall Corsa. He's next up in Class B. There's Graham Crowhurst. We haven't seen much of him since the stops. He's leading the race. He's about to lap the car in 6th position now. Just showing how quick those top 3 cars have been in this race. Absolutely phenomenal pace. We mentioned earlier 7 seconds underneath the lap record, which is mightily impressive. Well, probably about the top dozen cars are underneath the lap record. Such is the change of pace, but in particular those top 3 cars much quicker than anybody else.
Yeah, Josh Dawson still got the best lap of the race, a 1:40.40, but Crowhurst in a 40.46 and Parkin a 40.47, so they're all very evenly matched. But that's about 4 seconds a lap faster than the car in 6th place. When you multiply that by the 21 laps we've had, you see why we now have the cars that far up the order being lapped.
There's Birch in that Corsa. There's Ivan Mayers leading Class D by 13 seconds over Charles Jackson. And despite the issue early on, I think with an early pit stop, the Cogswell Nissan is up to third in Class D.
Yeah, did it serve all the pit stops it was supposed to do? I'm not quite sure whether it did or not as a result of that. But
see if anything comes of it, but progress has been made. There's Sam Dennis just ahead of Ivan Mayers, who leads Class C. So this is a really good effort from Sam. Matt Creed is back up to speed. He's 20 seconds behind though, so he is still in second in Class C. So the Fenwick and Shepherd Janetta third. But I don't think Matt Creed will be able to catch that gap in the small amount of time left. So Sam Dennis looking good for a class win here. There's the Jack Wright Volkswagen. So this is the battle for 6th position, isn't it? He's involved in that battle with Wolverhampton man Robert Andrade. And they've got Josh Lawton not that far behind them, the man in 2nd place to lap them.
So through the Fogarty S's goes that fight for 6th position. The Golf and the Leon there. And just coming up to lap the Almera. There in the background you can see the car in 2nd position, I think.
Yeah, Josh Lawton.
Number 10, as he looks to put a lap on these cars as well. I think Graham Crowhurst is probably just about completed. There he is, just outside our commentary box window. He's just completed his 24th lap. He's going to get 2 more laps out of this. and he is still, I think, about 10 seconds roughly clear of Josh Lawton, who's just gone across the line in second place. In fact, it's down to 8.73 seconds now, the gap between them. So first and second, just about 9 seconds apart. Ryan Parkin is still in third place. He's a similar gap back behind Lawton as Lawton is to Crowhurst.
This Wright and Ondrad battle behind Martin Gadsby, who's had a good run in the BMW Compact M3 engined car, in 5th position overall, driving solo today. So Martin will be pleased if he can hang on. There he is, I think, just about to be lapped by Graham Crowhurst. So there's only going to be 4 cars on the lead lap, which is pretty rare.
It is. It's unusual, and you know, it's important to emphasise that several of these cars that laps are also in the same class within Class A as well. So while it's been quite evenly matched at the front, also there is quite a bit of a differential between the top sort of probably 4 or 5 fastest cars, if you include the Ginetta that's had those gearbox issues, and the rest.
Yeah, that's right. Sylvester is carrying on, but slowly. James Birch is 3rd in Class B, but 30 seconds behind. So Sylvester could still finish 2nd in Class B if he can bring the car home. He's about 10 seconds off the pace at the moment, but that might be enough to hang on to 2nd. Birch, let's say 3rd, and out after the penalty Monday, about 3 seconds behind Birch, who we see now.
There's Birch on 3 wheels down through the Craner curves, really pushing on in the Track Obsession Corsa, which will be right at home here tomorrow, when Donington Park is celebrating Vaux Valves. Big celebration of the Vauxhall mark. And over the line there goes the treble 7 car, in still battling for that 6th position there. Just behind is the 21 car, which is the Josh Johnson Golf, which is a lap further back in 14th position. There's the little Corsa again.
Yeah, it looks like it might be being caught by Johnny Monday, though, for 3rd in class. Leaders have started their final lap, haven't they? As we see Sam Dennis, our Class C leader. We're looking, I think, for our race leader, though, on this final lap of the Road Sports race. There he is, Graham Crowhurst, about to, I think, put a 2nd lap on Sarah Hobson, a 3rd lap possibly, actually, on the car in 20th position. But Graham Crowhurst looking good then for victory in the Tigger Road Sports Series here at Donington Park, which would be a really good start of what could be a very successful weekend for Graham Crowhurst. Twice a class champion in the BMW Car Club, and he turns left and right through the S's, about to lap the Class D leader, but just 2 corners to go, the 2 hairpins to go in.
That's right, and Graham Crowhurst then, I think he was keen to get a win under his belt in the Tigger Road Sports Series during the course of the season, and it looks like he's going to do it. Just 1 more corner to go now for Graham Crowhurst. Tomorrow he'll be trying to wrap up the BMW Car Club Racing Championship title, although that's not going to be easy for him, but he comes out of the final corner now. Checkered flag is out, and it is waved to. A very delighted indeed Graham Crowhurst. He bangs the roof of the car in celebration. He takes the win. Ivor Mayers has gone through as the Class D winner, and we just saw Josh Lawton about to go into shot to take 2nd place in the Honda, having led for a little while. Ryan Parkin it is that takes 3rd. Matt Creed, it comes through. He's flashing his lights. Where did he finish in the end? 2nd within Class C. And then the question was, who's going to be 3rd in Class C? There's our Class B winner, and that is Scott Parkin in 8th place overall.
Ginetta got back out right at the end. He'd only done 3 laps. The Webster and Didmarsh car patched up. A little bit of preparation for tomorrow, hoping that car's all in one place. So can Dan Sylvester... we got a mini off on the last lap. That's the Whitehouse car, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
George Whitehouse. Well, yeah, see if Sylvester hangs on to 2nd in class. He was 8 seconds ahead of James Birch going on to the last lap, but much slower with Johnny Monday behind. So 2nd in Class B could be something to look out for, probably coming across the line in a few moments' time. See if it's Sylvester, Birch or Monday. I think it could be any of the 3 of them, Ian, coming through in a moment or two.
Yeah,
it's James Birch.
Birch. Yeah, he's ahead of Monday, so he takes the podium position within Class C.
There's Sylvester falling behind both of them on that last lap.
He has, and so where does that leave him in Class?
So that's 4th in the end.
4th in the end, yeah. So behind Birch and Monday, Scott Parkin, of course, taking the Class B win. Class C, of course, going the way of Samuel Dennis. There he is now, just coming up to complete his race. In fact, on the Honda Civic Type R from Matt Creed and I think Rob Fennick, although he does have a 5-second penalty. That's not going to make a difference, though. And Class D, as we've said, has gone the way of our friend Ivor Mares in 28th place overall from Charles Jackson, and the Cogswell Almera as well. So an entertaining race that for the Tagiwa Road Sports Series race, and we will see if we can bring you a rundown on the results from that one. Certainly it was a win for number 15 Graham Prohurst. 26 laps he completed, and he did so 10.18 seconds ahead of number 10 Josh Lawson in second place. Third was number 6 Ryan Parkin. Fourth, number 92 Phil Nebb and Andrew Rath. Fifth was 117 Martin Gadsby. Sixth was the 46 car of the right. Seventh, treble 7 Robert Andrade. Eighth, the Class B winner number 89 Rob Parkin. Ninth, number 67 Lloyd Chafer. 10th, number treble 2 Paul and Luke Browse after the offer on the first corner. James Birch 56 and Johnny Monday number 14 rounded out the Class B podium in 11th and 12th overall. And moving down the order, we will see what happened as far as Class C is concerned. Confirmation of number 95 Samuel Dennis in 18th place overall, taking the Class C victory from 23 Matt Creed and the 101 car, which was the Rob Fennick machine. And then on the next page, that's where we'll find our Class D winner, Ivor Mares, number 316 from 341 Charles Jackson, and the 13 car of Daniel and Stephen Cogswell, the Nissan Almera. And they complete our rundown of the different classes as well. But that was a very good final Tagiwa Road Sports Series race of the season. Always good fun. And we are going to head down to the pit lane now. Andy McEwen is there, and we'll hear some of the stories from that Tagiwa Road Sports Series race.
Well, as always, lots of excitement in the Tagiwa Road Sports Series, right down to the closing stages. Few of the front runners, I think, in some of the lower classes, picking up penalties after their pit stop infringements, but not Graham Crowhurst, who is here, and he is victorious. Come and stand over near your car, because we want to get plenty of this on camera. One of the best looking cars on the grid, Graham, and the fastest seemingly. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think things went my way a little bit with the penalties that Josh and Ryan had, but I still seem to have a bit more of a gap than I was expecting after the pit stop, so I'll take whatever happened.
The car seemed to run pretty flawlessly as far as I could tell.
Yep, thankfully it did. Hopefully you haven't jinxed me for tomorrow. But no, I was really excited to do this race. Hopefully maybe enter it next year and do a year of it. So really good. Really thanks to German Auto Works as well for stepping in to help run me as well.
You touched upon it there, though. The main focus now becomes the BMW races coming up later this weekend, a championship to be won there. Do you think you've learned anything in this one that's going to help you in those races?
Well, I mean, it's testing, basically, first and foremost. Unfortunately, tomorrow we've not got many in my class, so I'm only going to score half points. I dropped those points, but I'm relying now on Steve having points taken off him. But I'll go out there, I'll have some fun, and yeah, we'll just, whatever happens, happens.
It's made my head hurt just thinking about it. Best of luck for that tomorrow, Graham. Thank you very much for having a chat. Ryan Parkin is, hi, Miss Scott Parkin even. Scott, yeah. I do that every time, Scott, I'm so sorry. Congratulations, class victory for you though. Happy with how that went?
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a shame to get it right near the end. Danny was well in the lead, deservedly as well, and he was suspicious that he might get fuel surge towards the end, and I think that's what he got. So he seemed to slow down, get back going. Looks like he finished, but I'm not sure what position he managed to finish in. So shame to get it like that. I think he had the measure of me today, pace-wise, but yeah, I'll take the victory if he's not going to take it. So hopefully he's with us on the podium.
Well, exactly, and you've been on the other side of that so many times in the past as well, haven't you? But the car seemed to run pretty well in that one. Any issues at all?
No, we seem to be destroying the front left tyre immediately. As soon as I went out, it was squealing for that. So we'll try and make some setup changes ready for tomorrow, because obviously this full race is less than one stint in the Club Enduro, so I need to make sure that I can keep it together for the full 2 hours, which is the most important one. So this has just been like a extended test really for us.
And is that things like front camber settings then, for example? Because I know on this new surface it's grippy, but it does seem to be pretty aggressive on the tyres. You've got to be a bit careful dialing that up, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's why we need to sort of recalibrate what we're believing is the right setup for this. So we've got some data now. We know 45 minutes of running, so hopefully the guys can make some tweaks, and fingers crossed that'll help us improve for tomorrow.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Scott Parkin, who is the class winner. Now, we did have Ivor Mares briefly. We do now, though, have Sam Dennis, who's victorious in Class C. And Sam, you look pretty happy with that.
That's my first victory. Oh, wow, and my first podium, entirely. So I've had Dave and the guys at Motion Motorsport supporting me and Type R Trophy for 3 years now, and this is my first outing in road sport, so absolutely buzzing. I love it.
Talk us through your race there, because obviously running in Class C, you kind of get sort of swallowed up in the middle of the pack, and you can sometimes have the busiest race out of all of the classes, I think.
Potentially. It was quite clear, I found. I was in quite a lot of clean tracks, so onside just settled into my race and just did my own thing.
Of course, you're more used then to that kind of sprint racing that you've had in the Type R Trophy. What do you have to change personally with your driving style, your approach to a race coming into a sort of mini enduro like this?
Maybe be a little more conservative at the beginning, because obviously in the Type R Trophy it's on from the very beginning. You have to be full throttle, but maybe just take it a little easier to then just pace myself out a little more. But it seems whatever I did seemed to work.
Well, you've got the hang of it clearly. Do you fancy a bit more of this Club Enduro stuff in the future, maybe, or to you road sports even?
Yeah, 100%. We're planning on doing Club Enduro next year, and maybe a few more rounds of this, but we'll see.
Good stuff. Congratulations on the class victory. So there are 3 of our class winners. Ivor Mares did stop briefly and then had places to be, I think. So 3 of our class winners from the road sports race. More one-make action coming up very shortly. A bit of a clean-up operation out on track, I think. Once that's done, though, the Mighty Minis and the Super Mighty Minis will be released out onto the circuit.
And so we head towards rounds 11 and 12 now of the CCRC Mighty Minis Championship, and alongside me in the commentary box for this one, let Josh Barrett go and have a lie down. Craig Cook, resident commentator with the Mighty Minis, is with us. We'll hear from him in a minute. Let's just run you through the grid first. It is split into 2 parts for the Supers and then the Mighties. So 15 and 1 on the front row, it's Ian Slark and Nev Kirkpatrick. 10 and 7 on the second row is David Kirkpatrick and Steve Rideout. Third row is 8 and 19, 8 being Stuart Coombs and 19 Mark Ditchburn. Then there's a bit of a gap, and then we have next up 58 and 77, the first of the Mighty Minis cars on row 4, that's Ollie Samways and Ahmad Sharabani. Row 5 is 43 and 38, Ben Butler and James Bryan. 42 and 9 on the 6th row, William Burnham and Graham Shepherd. Row 7 should be 32 and 40 on that row, James Jenkins and Chris Didcott, with number 20, Martin Hathaway, completing the field. But so 15 cars we should have. Are they all going to be there though, Craig?
Yes,
Excellent.
I'm very pleased to announce yes. There's been a lot of action down in the paddock as normal in the Mighty Minis, and a lot of camaraderie as normal. But yeah, there's a lot of different parts being changed and replaced, and as we just spoke about a moment ago, which we will keep to ourselves for the moment. But yeah, again, Ollie Samways looked cool as a cucumber. I've just put a post on the Facebook page and said, caption this. You got Ben Butler, who was only, was he 200ths of a second less off the leader, and he's stripping the car down to see if he can find any more time out of it. So it was nice to see Ollie Samways standing there in his coat, happy with pole position, while the other one's stripping down his car. So that was quite fun. Not a lot really to mention other than a couple of little bits that was in the pit lane itself. Was James Jenkins had a little bit of an issue today. Felt a little bit slow, and he was thinking he's down to himself. So again, we spoke about that earlier. Hopefully I'll get to tell a few people. But yeah, he's up for this one, for this part of the race. But very impressed with James Bryan. I'll tell you what, he's come into this race. He has not raced round Donington Park before, and he's got a third on the grid. It's absolutely
really
fantastic,
effort, isn't it? Really good effort.
Brilliant stuff.
And it's, I mean, you may not know this, it's possibly an unfair question. When was the last time they raced on the Grand Prix circuit at Donington?
Wow, probably, I'm trying to think now. I think 2015 was, I think that was the national track, because Catherine was racing then. So yeah, I think
a while ago.
Quite a while
ago, so a bit different.
I do apologise for that information, people that want to know.
You know, well, there you
questionnaire,
go. That's your homework.
There we go. That's a Christmas questionnaire coming up. I tell you, definitely.
Yeah. So, but no, a rare chance for the Mighty Minis to race on the Grand Prix layout for certain. Here you can see them making their way onto the grid. Don't they look magnificent, these classic minis? Just briefly explain for people who've perhaps not seen these before, the two different classes.
Okay, so at the front there you can see the red banner, that's the Super Mighty Minis. They are the faster of the two. The yellow banners are the Mighty Minis, and they have 100 brake horsepower, do the Supers, the red banners. They are running a 1293cc engine. They also, the Mighty Minis run a 1275. The Supers have 100 brake horsepower, just over. And the Mighties have about 70. So as you see through the qualifying, 10-second difference between the two cars is quite substantial, especially the climb going up the hill. They both run gas shock suspension. The engines on the Supers have been rebored, whereas the Mighty Minis are standard. They have a standard road tyre, also the Yokohama the A539s for the Mighty Minis, and the Supers run a sort of like a slick, semi-slick A539, a 048R, should I say. So yeah, slightly different. Well, actually, there's quite a few differences there, but they still look the same. They still race the same, and the action is fantastic. But what's most important about this is it's very cheap and affordable, and I can't explain how easy it is to get involved. So if you do want to get involved, come and see us down at the paddock.
No, absolutely right. I mean, just looking at all of that, and you explained very well there the difference in specification. What that's translated to in lap times in practice this morning was about a 10-second difference. So pole in Class B, which is the Super Mighty Minis, a 2:01.14 for Ian Slark, and pole in Class A for Ollie Samways, the Mighty Minis, a 2:11.30. So almost exactly 10 seconds for a lap that takes about 2 minutes for the Supers. So it's there will, I think, be some lappery towards the end of this race.
Yeah.
But that's it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? It's a 20-minute race. So we might just about get some lapping, but we might get away with it being such a long lap. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, if it's anything like Brands Hatch, where they were up and down like a yo-yo, the battles were absolutely fantastic. Ollie Samways didn't finish one of those races, which meant that there's a deficit of 17 points, or 17.2 actually, with the Joker. Again, that could change a lot of things as they go into Castle Combe. So that's a one-dayer as well. So, but the interesting thing is Nevin at the moment. Ian Slark pipped the pole position time on the last lap. And that's going to make things a little bit interesting as well. So 2 DNFs for Dave Kirkpatrick, Nevin's hoping, and that'll seal in the championship today. But I can't see that happening. I think Dave's got a win under his belt. Yeah. But I'm also rooting for Steve Rideout. Hasn't had a win this season. I really do hope he does this this time round at Donington.
Yeah, he's had 8 podiums, hasn't he?
It's incredible.
3 seconds, 5 thirds, but yeah, not yet to taste the champagne for victory so far this season. Nev's had 6 wins, hasn't he? And incidentally, that's the same number as Ollie Samways has had in the Mighty Minis as well. But just 2 different winners in the Mighty. I can see Ben Butler's also had 4, whereas we've had 4 different winners in the Super Mighty Minis. So it's been wide open. And as you say, Steve Rideout certainly more than capable of winning on his day as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen the majority of times, and especially Anglesey was one of them. Steve Rideout was there and battling away for those podiums. And again, can he get that win? It would be fantastic, that Dayglow car there, Steve Rideout get his first win. And great to see Mark Ditchburn back as well. Hasn't been here all season. He's back. He's got the engine done. Go and check him out on YouTube as well. It's quite funny, to be fair. He's a great guy. He really is. Absolutely stoned.
Yeah, and you were talking about the jokers as well. So that is sort of just one meeting, isn't it? The drivers can play a joker, and that gives them 10% more points effectively for that meeting.
That's correct. Yeah.
So that's why we end up with 0.2s and 0.4s and 0.7s and all kinds of strange things. In the points table, but yeah, especially you could have the championship decided by 0.1 of a point.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine that. The pain.
End of the season. I mean, looking at it, it can either go well, can't it? You're playing your joker. A few drivers have played it when they've had wins, and I can see that in the opening meeting, Ahmad Sharabani played it when he had a DNF, which was a bit of a shame for him. But that's it. You take your chances, don't you? Anyway, cars back onto the grid for what's going to be a 20-minute race around this Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Marshall's just getting clear of the track. The gate's closing, and the 5-second board is shown. So wait for the red lights to go on. Waiting for them to appear. There they go. And the lights go out. Now, away we go. The two groups of cars setting off together. It's a good start by Ian Slark from pole position. He's pulled across in front of Nev Kirkpatrick there as they head up to Redgate Corner for the first time. The first half dozen, the Supers turning their way through Redgate Corner. Didn't see who was ahead in the Mighties. We'll pick that up in a minute, Craig, as they head through Redgate and Hollywood for the first time.
Yeah, fantastic start there from Ian Slark. It looked like Dave Kirkpatrick was going to get that done. He's ran the outside of the crane as this is fantastic. He's got the wheel cocked up on the left-hand side, right-hand side of your screen, and when he's got it done. Great move there from Dave Kirkpatrick. Lead coming through. That looks like, I think that's Sherabani who's taken the lead of this race. It is. It's Sherabani with Ollie Samways in second. Ben Butler behind him. So that's a perfect start for Sherabani. Can he get a win with his married? He's just been married. So congratulations to Sherabani. But if he gets this will be fantastic as they come round. And Never Kirkpatrick's gone sideways as they come through McLean's clean, sort of say, coming up to Coppice. And Ian Slark's managed to hold that lead. And James Jenkins is off the track in the background as well there, Ian.
Yeah, it's all happening as is always the case in the Mighty Minis. And certainly for the lead, it's been very close between Ian Slark and Nev Kirkpatrick in this first half a lap. Down to the Fogarty S's they go. Slark is going to take the racing line. Kirkpatrick in behind him. They go single file through there. No one thinking about getting a move on. We've got Dave Kirkpatrick there in third position as they head their way
He's looking good.
down towards Melbourne.
As he got that done, oh, yes, he was looking, wasn't he? He was very, very much lurking, was Dave Kirkpatrick. I didn't see Sherabani at the front of that pack. It looked like it was Ollie Samways. I might be wrong. There's a wide berth there from Steve Ryder, just giving Stuart Coombs just a little bit of room down the inside there. But he's managed to hold that as they go side by side into Goddard's for the first time. And we go back to the leaders. And yeah, Sherabani did get dropped. And it's Ben Butler who takes the lead. But down the inside here, Ian, is Ollie Samways.
Yeah, so it looked like it was side by side. It is still side by side now up into Goddard. So it's the 58 car of Samways and the 43 car of Butler, the pale blue car. Then it's the 42, which is William Burnham now into third place within the Mighties. The leaders are already over the line then in the Mighties. They're falling back behind the Supers, of course, and they're very much having their own race side by side for the lead, Craig.
Yeah, as they come through Redgate now, and you can see Ollie wants to hold that lead, but look at Will Burnham. He's looking for a win today. He's had a podium already. He had it at Thruxton. He was very much improved for the last few races here. And also look at the number 9 car of Shepherd in fifth. He's doing really well. He's feeling a bit under the weather today, and he's doing a great job there in fifth. But the leaders of the Mighties as they come through Craners, it's still Ollie Samways from Ben Butler.
Yeah, as we watch them make their way through the old hairpin then, only about a car length, and that's not very far in mini racing, between the two leaders. Then Samways and Butler. Burnham there in third position. Familiar engine note of the minis as they climb the hill with their 70 brake horsepower, just about getting them up to the top of the hill at McLean's. One or two of them perhaps using a little bit more curb than ideally they would have liked there. Yeah. But the whole group is still more or less together, which is great stuff.
Oh, it is. It's really good, isn't it? I mean, 20-minute race, if they can stay like that, that's going to be a very sweaty cockpit, I can tell you that much. But great to see. And see James Bryan has dropped right back into, what's that, 7th place now. So, yeah, he needs to really sort of up his game a bit. I don't know if there's an issue he had from earlier is causing him some problems, but hopefully it hasn't. As you can see, Ollie Samways is on the defensive now, Ian, as they come through the chicane of Foggies.
Yeah, he's got to be, hasn't he? Because right behind him was Butler, who's been the 4-time winner this season. Samways it is that's won on 6 occasions. And so Butler's been probably the foreman a little bit more recently. Here's Sharabani going back up the inside of Burnham for third place. Yeah, a little bit of contact there, but he has gone through to third, and now, there's some more contact, I think, but some bodywork going flying. That was Burnham under pressure from, who was that just behind him?
That was Shepherd and Jenkins, yeah. There's a couple of pieces of mini flying off the track there as well, so that was very interesting. As you can see, the leaders of the Supers have come through Redgate now, and it's still Nevin Kirkpatrick in the lead from Ian Slark. So it's Nevin Kirkpatrick in the lead from Ian Slark from Steve Rideout, and this is not good for David Kirkpatrick at the moment. He has got that 4th place on Stuart Coombs, but could be very crucial for the championship here, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. And all 6 cars in the Supers are separated by less than 3 seconds. All of the cars, 8 cars in the Mighties are separated by only about 4.5 seconds as well. So within the two classes, there's not a lot to choose between any of the drivers in terms of their lap times. Obviously, there's quite a big gap between the two classes of cars, but that's because they are fundamentally quite different under the bonnet.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And as we said, you know, the power of those supers is definitely making a change. As you see, down the inside there of Coppice is Ian Slark going for the lead. The drag race now as they come in to Foggies again. And is Evan going to hold it? Yes, he is. Ian's just said, you know what, just take that. I've got the pace. I can see where you are. So it's really clawed them back up because they were sort of chopping and changing there, wasn't they? As they come into the chicane, but it's brought everyone back into the mix. And look at Dave. Stuart Coombs is on another level at the moment. Dave Kirkpatrick down the inside of Goddard's. Has he got it done? Yes, he has. And he's even trying for second here, Ian.
Yeah, really close indeed. Right out now with the bright yellow car. He's trying to attack Dave Kirkpatrick as well for third place. The two leaders just edging out a little bit. Dave Kirkpatrick there in third, Rideout in fourth, Coombs fifth, and then Ditchburn, he's still with them, isn't he?
He is.
Sixth place, so he is going pretty well too. And all six of them cross the line once again with Nev Kirkpatrick in the grey fronted car, the sort of pale blue fronted car of Ian Slark just behind. Best lap of the race though, just been done by David Kirkpatrick, 2:01.4, which will be a lap record.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done to David. You see sideways again is Steve Rideout. He is really putting the hammer down. He had very spongy brakes when he came in after qualifying. He wasn't very happy with that, so he's put some new pads in, bedded them in quite nicely around the paddock, and but he is back there in fourth place, trying to get that podium again, keep that consistency going. I do apologise. I did quote Goddard's on the hairpin for Melbourne, so I do apologise everyone that loves Donington.
You realise though, you clocked your mistakes.
Damn it.
And here we are, we've got the cars climbing the hill towards McLean's as well, and it's side by side. Look how they slide the cars as well. Nev Kirkpatrick, he's been doing this for a long time, hasn't he? I don't think there's much he knows about Mighty Mini racing that isn't worth knowing. We've got Ian Slark up his inside now as they go to Coppice. You only need to make such a slight mistake, don't you? And all of a sudden you've lost a place.
Yeah, as you can see, the front offside wheel of Nev Kirkpatrick and Ian Slark's rear just touched there. But look at David Kirkpatrick now. Because they are, quote, messing around, it's given David Kirkpatrick an opportunity, but it did hinder him as they went into the foggy chicane there. And that has also given Stuart Coombs, sorry to say, an opportunity as well. It's also given Mark Ditchburn an opportunity as they come down the Melbourne hairpin. And is he going to get that down? I think he's going to back out because he's not in the championship as such. So I think he's just going to let him go. But brilliant racing from all of them so far. And, that's really helped David Kirkpatrick to get back on those two up front.
Yeah, and with the race in this place, you've got to have a lot of trust with all of the other drivers around you as well.
Very much so.
These guys have been racing each other for quite a long time, I think. They've all been well established in the championship, so I guess they know how each of the races, what their driving styles are.
Yeah, most of them here 20 years now in the supers, so you know they know their limits and they know the drivers around them. But it doesn't mean to say we're going to have a little bit of contact. I mean, not going to try and take that race win, but it is really good to watch. Very close racing, as we said previously. But James Jenkins now having a bit of a run now in fourth place, and it seems like James has now sort of upped his game there in the 38 car. Should I say? He's now on the back of Will Burnham, so a little bit of chopping and changing there as we go back to the supers down the Craner curves, looking at Stuart Coombs in fourth place with Rideout there in fifth, with Mark Ditchburn just behind them as the three up front start to pull away here.
Yeah, they do indeed. We've got the orange car of Stuart Coombs, number 8, in fourth position of the supers, and just behind him number 7 Steve Rideout, Mark Ditchburn number 19 third. But they have made themselves two distinct packs of 3 now, haven't they, the supers, and it looks like we might get a change there because Rideout, I think, was around the outside of Coombs at McLean's, and I think he might get that one done for fourth.
Yeah, it looks very close there, didn't it? It was definitely very, very slidey. It drifted out to the outside there, and yeah, we can see Steve Rideout and Stuart Coombs side by side. They're touching panels there. There's a little bit of orange on the day glow, and there's day glow on the orange. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. Side by side as they come into Foggies again, and it looks like, well, he's not giving it up, is he?
No,
and,
not at all.
Rideout wanted that, didn't he? So he's back into that 5th place. Well done, Steve.
So it's Rideout 4th, Coombs 5th. And for the lead, it's Slark up the inside into Melbourne hairpin of Nev Kirkpatrick, and he has got that done. So Ian Slark takes the lead of the race away from Nev Kirkpatrick. We're almost exactly halfway through, 10 minutes left to go of a 20-minute race, so we're about to complete lap 5, so probably it's going to be a 10-lap race, this one. As back up the inside comes Nev Kirkpatrick at Goddard. He's alongside, but no, just tucks back in behind Slark as they come over the timing line to complete that 5.
That's incredible. You can just see the Mighty Minis coming down the Starkey Straight there as well, Ian. It was absolutely fantastic. As we see another move down the inside here from Nevin, and he's got that done. Good move, and he did get a good exit off that corner, didn't he? He started to pull away, but again, he's gone very, very wide, side by side, as they go through Redgate again, coming down to the Craner Curves, and it's going to be side by side between Ian and Nevin Kirkpatrick for this lead, but this is just going to help David Kirkpatrick to close that gap as they come down the bottom of the old hairpin now, and who's going to get this nicely done? Oh, they did it very well, didn't they? All three of them, to be fair. A little bit wide there from Nevin, but I expect that because he does like to get the car a bit sideways.
He does. He likes to throw it around, doesn't he?
He does.
And why not? So it's Slark leading, and then the Kirkpatrick second and third. Nev ahead of David. That might have changed, though, by the time they arrived at McLean's Corner, because it looked like Never got back up the inside of Ian Slark there to retake the lead. Meanwhile, in the Mighty Minis, it looks like we're going to get a change for second here, because Sharabani up the inside of Ben Butler. Couldn't quite make that one work. They're now a couple of seconds actually behind Ollie Samways, who's just been able to wriggle away a little bit.
Yeah, smooth operator, Mr. Ollie Samways again, just showing how to drive a Mini. He's absolutely unbelievable. He knows his class, he knows his skills, and he's just proving it out there on track today. Absolutely brilliant stuff. We go back to the Supers again, and Nevin still managing to hold off Ian Slark, but again, Dave's not quite there, is he? He's there and thereabouts, but he hasn't quite got that pace to just get on the back of these two guys while they're fighting as well. So very interesting to see if he can close that up in the later part of the race.
So round Melbourne hairpin they go, and Nev Kirkpatrick there with a less than optimal line, shall we say. So that has given Slark the chance to, well, he did briefly get alongside, but Kirkpatrick has managed to, hold that quite nicely into Goddard that time, the left-hand hairpin at the end of lap 6 of the race. They are now 3 seconds, maybe 4 seconds now clear of Steve Rideout in 4th, Coombs 5th, and Ditchburn in 6th. But again, Ditchburn is still sticking right to the boot lid of Stuart Coombs there.
Yeah, he had full wheel alignment done down at the paddock, and you could see it's obviously changed the car. He was not on the pace in qualifying. He's definitely on the pace now, and he'll be really pleased. This is probably one of his best races he's had over the last couple of years. So great to see him there and thereabouts, battling away with Stuart Coombs and Steve Rideout. So as you can see, the gap has really opened up, hasn't it? 3 seconds from 3rd to 4th.
Interesting what you say about Ditchburn. He's gone 2 seconds a lap faster than he went in qualifying, so that's quite
unbelievable.
Something. As what we're watching here, we're back into the Mighties, and it's frenetic as ever, and it's the Burnham and Jenkins battle that's the one we're watching at the minute, I think.
Yep, it was Burnham and Shepherd, but it's right. Yeah, you're right, because they were side by side, and as we go back to the Supers, it's still side by side. It's all happening here at the Mighty Minis Championship, and Ian Slark now again gets the lead off Nevi Kirkpatrick. It seems like a yo-yo effect here. He seems to get it there all the time, does Ian? And he needs to sort of think about what's going to happen with the few minutes to go of the race. 6 minutes here, so he needs to think about those last 2 and see where you can make those opportunities hold and stick.
It's all about the last lap. It's also possibly about the last corner in a Mighty Mini race, of course.
That hasn't helped, has it?
It's not helped Nev. Slow through Fox. Yes, he's going to lose out to David Kirkpatrick here on the run down to Melbourne, simply because he didn't have the momentum, and momentum is so important when you've got a car with only 100 brake horsepower.
Absolutely, and there was a perfect example of that, and the same happened with Steve Rideout as well. Steve Rideout was in a bit of a position. They've clawed that gap up, haven't they? So Steve now not that far away. What's that, about a second maybe behind Neville Kirkpatrick? So maybe a little bit of help here with Stuart Coombs just behind. You see Neville Kirkpatrick is back on to the back of his brother. Needs to beat his brother. Obviously his points means prizes. And also fastest lap would be beneficial, but I still think that David Kirkpatrick has that. Yes, he has. I'd say that, and then Steve Rideout has just pipped him. So yeah, definitely closing up is Steve Rideout in this last 5 minutes.
Yeah, so 5.5 minutes left, and the cars making their way through Redgate, Hollywood, down through the Craner Curves, Ditchburn using a bit of the green concrete on the exit of the corner there. Here are the cars disputing second and third then. David Kirkpatrick, number 10, Nevin Kirkpatrick, number 1. and they have been racing each other for a long time. David's had 2 wins this season, so Nev 6. Well, the winners this season, Ian Slark and Greg Jenkins, a win apiece in the Super Mighty Minis. And there is James Jenkins, who is now with James Bryan just behind him. So this is the battle, I think, for 4th position within the Mighties that we can see on screen now. The Mighties still being led, by the way, by number 58 Ollie Samways, from 43 Ben Butler and 77 Ahmed Sharabani. But there's 3.5 seconds really between Samways and the rest in that class at the moment.
Yeah, and you can just see the supers coming round Starkey, so I don't think they're going to catch him, which is great news for everyone in the Mighties, because they can just settle down and race. As Sharabani has a look down the inside, doesn't quite get there, and Butler needs to hold that 2nd place. Still fastest lap, I think, is with Ollie Samways. I'm just going to check that. No, it's James Jenkins. No, it's not. It's James Bryan, actually. I do apologise. So James Bryan has now got the fastest lap. So after a very poor start, he's now got back into the mix, hasn't he? Doing a good job here.
Side by side for the lead, in fact, that
is,
isn't it? Dave Kirkpatrick and Ian Slark. Dave Kirkpatrick had just about got his nose in front here. Slark's going to have the line, though, for the next corner. That's the great thing. He's got the right-hand hairpin followed by the left-hand hairpin, so it's really difficult to seal a move here when you've got such evenly matched machinery. And of course their batting brings Nev back into it as well, looking for his 7th win of the season.
Yeah, and he's there, isn't he? Got a good exit off the corner of Goddard's there, and now he's coming up to Redgate. And can he make that stick? He's having a look down the inside, just shows his front end in the rear view mirror there for Dave Kirkpatrick, as he has a look again to have another opportunity on his brother. He's now going to be side by side, not quite shuts the door on him very quickly, does Dave Kirkpatrick on his brother Nevin. So Ian Slark got a little bit of a gap here, Ian.
He has, by the standards of this race anyway. Oh, and a bit sideways there from Nev Kirkpatrick in 3rd. He just used quite a bit of curb on the way into the old hairpin. 3 minutes to go, so I think it's just going to be one more lap to go at the end of this one to make it a 10-lap race. Here's the battle for 2nd within the Mighties. That's 43 Ben Butler, 77 Ahmad Sharabani, gap back to James Jenkins and James Bryan, and then Will Burnham and Graham Shepherd have swapped positions now, haven't they?
They have.
Shepherd ahead of Burnham now, 12th and 13th.
Yeah, Dave Kirkpatrick's been pipped by Nevin as well. So again, it's happened at that same section. It seems to be as they go up the old hairpin, he just seems to get a really good exit off the corner, does Nevin, and he's just drafted his brother, and I think he's gone down that sideways route through McLean's again, and it's obviously worked. But look, Steve Rideout could get this podium, you see. He's back on there, Ian, isn't he? Look at this, fantastic, 4 for the win.
Yeah, he's, as we said, 8 podiums out of the 10 races so far this season, but yet to have a win. And it's not completely impossible in this race, but it'll be hard work from here for Steve Rideout with just over a lap to go. We've got 2 minutes to go, and it's a 2-minute lap time in these cars.
Oh, look at Nevin trying to get this win, and Ian Slark is literally showing him the grass, and it's absolutely fantastic over Goddard's now, but it's also hindered Ian Slark, but it's also gained opportunity for David Kirkpatrick on the final corner, and look at Stuart Coombs in the background again, leaning on the grass as they come off the exit, but the drag race down to Redgate, minute and 35 to go, and even Steve Rideout's now looking down the inside, but again, Slarky's gone defensive. And this could be an opportunity now for Nevin Kirkpatrick to tuck down the inside here at Craners.
Yeah, let's see if he can do that. We're coming towards what you were saying is his stronger part of the circuit, out of the old hairpin and the climb up through Schwantz Curve up the hill to McLean. So can he use that to his advantage this time? First 4 have just broken clear now. Stuart Coombs and Mark Ditchburn has been sort of finally dropped as well. It took quite a long while for that to happen though. There's Steve Rideout, the Octane Racing liveried car, 4th position overall. And saying the drop Stuart Coombs is back with them, as I say that. There's the battle for 2nd again within Class A for the Mighty Minis, and James Bryan right with them now as well. So he's made up some ground to Ahmed Sharabani and Ben Butler here. And are we going to get Sharabani up the inside of Butler for 2nd in the class?
Yeah, he didn't have a look drive out of that the foggy S's there, did he? And he's under real pressure now. And could James get his first podium here? It would be an absolutely incredible drive from him. His debut here at Donington, his debut race again here at Donington, shall I say. And there's a lock-up from Sharabani, and it looks like Ben Butler's going to hold that line. Yes, he has managed to. But again, James Jenkins is there as well. So the battle for podium is on. on in the Mighty Minis.
They've got a lap to go. The leaders are down at the Melbourne hairpin. Let's see if we can pick them up for the final time, because here they are. Oh, and of course they're side by side, and it's Slark and Kirkpatrick. So Kirkpatrick, well, if he did get in front, he's lost the place again. And he might lose out to David Kirkpatrick as well. You've got Rideout and Coombs side by side as well, Craig.
Yeah, we have, and it's Slark. He's going to hold it, but Dave Kirkpatrick needs to stop his brother from going through. Is he going to be late on the brakes? No, he isn't. He's gone very, very wide, but this could give... It looks like Stuart Coombs might get third here as they go sideways, the three minis there at the back, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. And it's going to be Slark who takes the win from Nevin Kirkpatrick, from Dave Kirkpatrick, from Steve Rideout, from Stuart Coombs, and Mark Ditchburn just in the back there. But wow, what an end to the race for the Mighty Mini, Super Mighty Mini race. That was fantastic, Ian.
1.04 seconds covering the first 5 quarter of a second between Ian Slark and Nev Kirkpatrick. Right, let's see if we can find the Mighties. Well, there's Ollie Samways.
Yeah.
Let's not worry too much about him.
Let's
worry about these guys. Ben Butler is ahead of Aaron Sharabani and James Bryan, and James Jenkins is with them as well now. So these 4 cars vying for second place.
Yeah, it's just a good run as well, and it looks like Ben is really, really worried now because he had a really good qualifying lap, and I think some of these adjustments might not have helped him, but you can see that James Bryan is down the inside here, and he's just showing Sharabani the grass. Another opportunity to go through, but look at James Jenkins, he's going for the daredevil move into the S's. Hasn't quite worked this time around, and Sharabani's managed to hold off third position there in brilliant racing.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we've had Ian Slark take a second win of the season in the Super Mighty Minis. Looks like Ollie Samways is going to take his 7th win of the season in the Mighty Minis, because he was 5 seconds ahead at the start of this lap. But second is still very much up for grabs. It's Butler and Sharabani at the moment. There's one more corner to go.
Yeah, he just went a little bit too wide there, did James. I don't think he's going to have the opportunity, but I could be wrong. You never know with these minis. He might go for a little dive down the inside. I think he's a bit too far away. He's a mini length behind. Oh, but Sharabani's gone for a super dive down the inside, and he's put his hand up to Ben Butler, and I think he's going to give that back. Yes, he is. So he's just waved to say, sorry, mate, I locked up, and he's just gone straight on. But Ben Butler's taken that second place. Ollie Samways with the win. Sharabani third, and James Bryan, I thought, just stopped a little bit and gave him that third place, I think, Ned, Ian.
Yeah, so Ollie Samways it was that took the Mighty Minis by what we're looking about 7 seconds in the end. But there's 1400ths between Butler and Sharabani, 1900ths between Sharabani and Bryan, and about 6/10ths between Bryan and James Jenkins, who took 4th in that class. William Burnham 5th. Graham Shepherd 6th, and Chris Didcott is going to be our final finisher. 2 good races within one there, Craig, as we just quickly run through the results. Ian Slark, the winner, number 15, from number 1, Nev Kirkpatrick 2nd, 10, David Kirkpatrick 3rd, 7, Steve Rideout 4th, 8, Stuart Coombs was 5th, and then Mark Ditchburn 6th. Then in the Mighties, 7th overall, 58, Ollie Samways, 2nd was 43, Ben Butler, 3rd, 77, Ahmad Sharabani, and 4th was James Bryan, number 38, rounding out the top 10. But 2 good races in one there.
Oh, that was super, wasn't it? Do you want to go down to the paddock and have a chat with those two? Because I've got to go and have a chat with them now and see what the heck was going on, because that was absolutely incredible. Like I said, affordable racing. 750 Club, thank you very much for having us. It's been absolutely brilliant. Can't wait for race 2 tomorrow. Brilliant wins from both Ollie Samways and Ian Slark.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Craig. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
11:15, I think.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah.
So we look forward to seeing you then. Andy McEwen has made his way downstairs. Hopefully he's going to grab a word with our successful drivers in both of the classes there. And then we still have literally 5 more races to go today. MX5's the Armed Forces Race Challenge, Classic Stock Hatch, Alfa Romeo, and the Type R Trophy, all still to come this afternoon. But we're going to head down to the podium now. Andy McEwen even is ready to speak to the winners.
Well, a typically exciting, frenetic, action-packed Mighty Mini race. Ian Slark victorious then in the Super Mighty Minis class, and he's about to receive his winner's garland. But Ian, in true Super Mighty Mini fashion, that one could have gone the way of any of about 5 or 6 drivers, I think.
Yeah, I think so. That was nuts, wasn't it?
It's always the same here at Donington, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, they're just so close, and if you get a little gap, they just pull it back on the toe again anyway, and then you got Neville just try anything on the last lap.
Yeah, there were a few desperate lunges at times, but
desperate going on. Yeah. I hope I don't get done for track limits on the last lap, but if you do, you do. No, it's very good.
All good fun, isn't it? Congratulations, Ian, on the race victory. Now, Nev, 2nd place. Again, could have been 1st, could have been 6th, really, couldn't it? I mean, that's the kind of racing that you love Mighty Minis for.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, really. My car was quicker in parts than Ian's. His was quicker in parts than mine, and after that it was very hard to make a pass stick because you spoilt the corner for yourself and then he'd be straight back. And it was a great race, really, really good fun.
You say there were advantages in different parts of the tracks for different drivers. Is that a car difference? Just the cars maybe some with a bit more power, or is it just driving style through the turns?
Yeah, I think the torque and power varies ever so slightly because he would pull alongside me on the straight and we'd be going neck and neck, and then mine would drive in front of him. But when I'm in the slipstream, I can't get past him. So, it was, yeah, confusing, frustrating, but I'm happy with second.
Not bad at all. Good to see a smile on your face. And David Kirkpatrick in third place. You were sort of playing a bit of a rearguard action there on the final lap, but talk us through the race from your perspective.
Yeah, I was just watching them two slowly taking pieces off each other's cars. I thought I'd just sit back and wait till the end, and I got my opportunity, and I didn't realise it was the last lap, and I wasn't quite as aggressive into the hairpin, but I was in front of them, and then I was like, oh, the flag's... I carried on going and never saw the checkered flag. So, yeah, but it was good fun. Yeah, good race.
Its timing is so important, isn't it, in Mighty Mini Racing, if you don't know it's the last lap, because you don't really want to be in the lead always starting that final lap, do you?
Well, I had a timer going on the dashboard, and it was at 19, and I thought, are we going to get another lap in? And, yeah, obviously not. So, yeah, kind of got that one wrong. But, yeah, it was a good game.
Excellent, very exciting to watch. Now, very quickly, I want to have a quick chat with Ollie Samways, our Mighty Mini class winner. We have got the MX-5s lining up on the grid, but quickly, dominant victory, really. Not a lot, really, to say about that, other than a pretty perfect race.
Yeah, it started off as if it was going to be a bit of a battle to begin with, to be honest, for the first 2 laps, because they were really quick behind me and pushing me, and I thought this is going to be a hard 20 minutes. But, yeah, after the third lap, I tried to pull away and broke it, tried to weave a little bit to get out of the toe, and it worked, and then it's just kind of management from there. So, yeah, good race, though, good result.
So crucial, isn't it? Once you do break the toe, then you can kind of get your head down, get into a rhythm, and unless they work together, they won't catch you.
Absolutely, yeah, and we've only got 3 races left now of the whole championship, so it's all about trying to get as many points and not throwing it away. So, yeah, gentle Welshry reverse grid tomorrow, so it could be a different story, but we'll see. But, yeah, really good result today, thank you.
Good stuff, thank you very much. So Ollie Samways victorious in the Mighty Minis. The cars already lining up on the grid, though, for our 5 Club MX-5 race, the first of the weekend. So let's head back to the box with Ian and Josh.
Right, let's rattle through as much of this grid as we can then. Pole position is number 17, Oak Richardson. Beside him is number 40, Ben Hansey. Second row is 92, Jordan Johnson, and 95, Andy Bailey. Third row, 230, Tom Holland, and 13, Scott Leach. Row 4 is 21, Matt Pennefather Neal, and 16, Shay Pearce. Row 5 is 70, Michael Pearce, and 9, Ian Tomlinson. Row 6, 22, Adrian Johnson, and 72, Matthew Short. Row 7, 99, Martin Vernon, and 51, Scott Lawrence. Row 8, 27, David Brown, and 14, Lloyd Huggins. Row 9, 128, Samuel Gorman, 97, Jack Lawrence. Row 10, 23, Martina Ward, and 29, Mary Barnard. Row 11, 46, Nico Favo, and 75, James McCutcheon. Row 12, 90, Andrew Robinson, and 31, Neil Burrows. Row 13, 214, John Goldsmith, and 28, Peter Brown, and row 14 is number 14, Anthony Russell. That is the grid. Straight into the race. No green flag lap for these cars, so very quickly we'll be getting this race underway. The red lights go on and they go out now, and we are off and running for 15 minutes of action in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, sponsored by Switch, and it's a good start from the outside of the front row by Ben Hansey, with Oak Richardson from pole position losing out. He's going to go back down to, I think, second or even third position there. Andy Bailey in the number 95 car up to second place. And importantly, from a championship point of view, not a brilliant start from Jordan Johnson, who started third on the grid, although saying that now, he is trying to get third place back from Andy Bailey. He manages to do that. So it looks like it's Hansey leading from Oak Richardson second, and then Jordan Johnson third. The championship leader, as there's a moment from Matthew Pennefather Neal further back.
Quite a save as well, which that could have all gone a bit horribly wrong. But like you say, championship on the line this weekend, the final round of the championship with Jordan Johnson and Ben Hansey, we believe the only two who mathematically can still win it, and with Johnson in favour. But at the moment he's behind his championship rival Hansey, Ben Hansey, who has won this championship a couple of times. He's the race leader, and we saw what good slipstreaming racing is like around here at Donington Park, and you'd think the Mazda MX-5s will be no different. And this is Hansey ahead of Oak Richardson at the moment. Hansey has won 3 races this season. Richardson's won a couple. Jordan Johnson's won 4. Those top 3 drivers at this stage of this opening race of the weekend, as they head down towards the hairpin for the first time of this 15-minute duration. with Hansey leading. Second is Richardson. Still Johnson in third. Fourth is Andy Bailey, who sort of returned to MX5 racing, didn't he, last time out at Silverstone?
That's right. So coming towards the end of lap 1 then, of probably what's going to be an 8-lap race for these cars. It is Ben Hansey, then the 2019 and 2020 champion, that leads the way from Oak Richardson in second place. Jordan Johnson then third. And Jordan, doesn't need to do too much to clinch the championship this weekend. The final 3 races of the 19 race season. Andy Bailey, number 95, is 4th. 13, Scott Leach is 5th. 230, Tom Holland is 6th. Then it's Ian Tomlinson, Matthew Pennefather-Neal, Michael Pearce, Shay Pearce, and then Lloyd Huggins in 11th position. You can see Scott Leach with the familiar tongue licking out the front of his Mazda MX-5. And he's in 5th position at the moment as we work the second lap of this race. There's 72, Matthew Short. He had an off in qualifying this morning, but back out in the race, running in 12th position, just behind Chief Adrian Johnson. As the leaders are up at McLean's, and there's not a lot to choose between the first 2 here. Ben Hansey, number 40, Oak Richardson, number 17, and Oak has had wins during the course of this season as well. 2 of them, including at Croft in the opening round of the championship, and the first of the 3 races last time out at Silverstone on the international circuit as well. He's trying to find a way through past Ben Hansey's very wide Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. Couldn't do it there. Meanwhile, Jordan Johnson is, for the moment, just sitting there in 3rd position. Not able to go with the top 2, it seems, and having his mirrors full of Andy Bailey and a couple of other cars as well.
Yes, Scott Leach and Thomas Holland involved in that as well. I think Holland to the inside, the British GT racer this season as well. He makes a move. He's up ahead of Scott Leach. Long time MX-5 man battling there for 5th spot. And Holland looked like he's made the position in that BS Motorsport car. Tom, he's 20 years old from Somerset. As they're racing the British GT Championship this year in a Ginetta. But leading the race is Hansey from Richardson. They've got a little gap over Jordan Johnson, the championship leader from Gloucester, who's there in 3rd spot, ahead of Andy Bailey from Bedfordshire in P4. They turn their way through the top 6, separated by just 2.5 seconds. Richardson with the fastest lap, a 1 minute 56.72. As the driver in 2nd place, right on the bumper of Hansey. As they turn then into the right-hander here at the old hairpin. And they couldn't really get much closer at this point, Ian.
Not very much. They are almost touching each other, almost doing a bit of bump drafting, which is not unknown in Mazda MX-5 racing. And top 2 getting away here from the next 2. The top 6, in fact, pairing off from the side-by-side for the lead of the race now. Oak Richardson and Ben Hansey. Hansey was 4/10 to the good at the start of the lap, and the leaders change now. And whereas they had paired up, they've now got themselves all together again, haven't they? The first 4, because Jordan Johnson is now with his championship rival. It's just Jordan Johnson or Ben Hansey that can win the championship this weekend. Ben for the 3rd time, Jordan for the 1st time. And, well, the 2 of them are together on circuit now in the middle of this sandwich, with the bread comprising Oak Richardson and Andy Bailey. That's going to change, though, because the filling is escaping, and taking the lead again is Ben Hansey as they head down to the Melbourne hairpin. Jordan Johnson breaking a little bit unsettled there, and that brings Tom Holland into the equation as well. He was 5th a moment ago. Looks like he is going to be, well, 4th at least. He's got past Andy Bailey. He's not going to make it through into 3rd place there, I don't think, unless he can get that done at Goddard's.
Yeah, he's good on the brakes into the hairpins, is Holland, and he's free of breath with Johnson, the championship leader, in the middle of it. Maybe not a particularly nice place. So Jordan Johnson, he's got a big slide, and he's off. The championship leader spun towards the pit lane. Oh, the drama early on, and now he's desperately trying to get back on the road. This race is almost a write-off, but he needs to get up the order in to get a good grid position for tomorrow.
12th place, I think he is now behind the other 2, and I know Jordan Johnson was would have been keen to try and wrap it up today. I think other people would have been quite keen for Jordan Johnson to wrap it up today as well, but he's now doing battle with Matthew Short here. So this is for 11th and 12th positions, I think, and it's just Jordan Johnson that's ahead. Now, what's his worst result of the season been, Jordan Johnson? I think he's had 6th so far, so can he get back to 6th place? Or if he's not, then it's going to be one of the scores that he's dropping, because you can drop 3 scores at the end of the season in MX5 racing, 5 Club racing.
I guess Ben Hansey, though, really still needs to win it, doesn't he, to have a strong position going into tomorrow. Perhaps a second will do to keep it going, but he ideally needs to beat Oak Richardson in this little battle. Tom Holland's going well here. He was on the podium at Brands Hatch. He was delighted with that, and he is in a position to do that again, but he looks very strong. He's catching the top 2 at this stage. We know he's good at the hairpins, good on the brakes. And he's much quicker through the S's. It's Tom Holland. He's right on terms. I think he's going to get past Oak Richardson before they even get to the next corner, Ian. Yeah,
this is for 2nd place then. And it looks like Thomas Holland in the 230 car, the BS Motorsport car, is going to get up to P2. A bit further back, here's Ian Tomlinson. He's got Matthew Pennefather-Neal just behind him as well. And look, Tom Holland did get through to 2nd place there. Richardson has gone down to 3rd position. He's going to fight back, though, is Oak. And he gets up the inside, and he's done it. He's got back through, has Oak Richardson. So Tom Holland back down to 3rd position as a result of that. He's had 3rd place already this season. He would like to go one better if he can. There's Scott Leach in 4th, and then it's Andy Bailey 5th, and then I think Tomlinson 6th, a few seconds further back.
Yeah, his best of the rest at this stage. Jordan Johnson's got back ahead of his dad. He's into 11th spot. So we'll see how much more progress he can make in this race. But this race might not be so much about getting the points, I think, for Jordan Johnson. It's about getting a good grid position for tomorrow's race, where he'll try again to wrap up the championship. There's the battle for 6th between Ian Tomlinson, the driver who was the runner-up in 2019, and Matthew Neal just behind. And the top 4 are coming back together again, with Tom Holland being caught once more by Scott Leach, who's there in 4th spot. And they work their way then up the top part of the circuit through McLean's towards Coppice Corner, where Ben Hansey, who did have an 8/10 of a second lead, appears to have not much of that left over Oak Richardson, the 28-year-old from Buckinghamshire, there in 2nd spot. And yeah, as I say, Holland and Leach not much further back, so it's still really a 4-way battle as we head into the final 3rd of the race.
Yeah, so as things stand, this championship will go down to tomorrow between Ben Hansey and Jordan Johnson.
Where's Hansey need to finish to make that happen going to tomorrow?
Well, if he stays where he is, I think Johnson will need to get back to something like 6th. And at the moment, well, he was side by side with his dad across the line on the previous lap, who I assume would have let him go, but you're never quite sure, are you? So it's Ben Hansey, Oak Richardson, Thomas Holland, Scott Leach, and Andy Bailey. Then in the next group of cars, you've got Matthew Pennefather-Neal now ahead of Ian Tomlinson, and then is that Michael Pearce next up, and then I think Jordan Johnson's 11th, isn't he now? So he's made a bit of a break away from his father, Adrian.
He's 9th, in fact, and just set the fastest lap of the race.
No, Lloyd Higgins is 9th.
I'm not sure if that's updating on the TV pictures. Oh, he's 10th now.
10th, yeah.
So one of them's not got a transponder issue.
Shay Pearce has got a transponder issue, yeah.
But it's the fastest lap for Jordan Johnson, which will take a point potentially away from Hansey, which again is just to add up going into tomorrow. So he's 10th then, we think. Johnson's on a 156.6, which is only fractionally quicker than the leaders. And the leaders are side by side, and round the outside goes Oak Richardson off Ben Hansey, who we said really needs to win this to keep a sort of a chance of a championship alive, and he has held on to the lead actually for now. It may not still be that way by the time they get to the next corner. And Ian Tomlinson, no, it's Tom Holland, apologies, isn't it? Who's going potentially for the lead. They're going either side of Hansey. It could be 4 wide by the time they get to the S's, because Scott Leach is involved in this as well. They've all passed Ben Hansey, and Oak Richardson's taken the lead. Scott Leach has gone from 4th to 2nd. Tom Holland's gone through the gravel, which may give Hansey one of those positions back. It has.
Yeah, so he's going to get back to 3rd. So it's 100 points for a win, 97 and then 95 for 3rd. Then it drops away by a point thereafter for every position that you lose. So Hansey now trying to get back to 2nd place then. And all of these points are counting, really. All of these points are very important for the championship. Hansey would dearly like to get back into the lead of the race. There's going to be 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. He might lose out again to Scott Leach here. Scott Leach up the inside, the very experienced driver from Warwickshire. He's been racing in MX5s for a long time, almost as long as anybody, as we're marking Alan Robson's retirement from coordination of the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup this weekend. I'm sure there'll be some celebrations marking that over the course of the weekend as well. But as we go on to the penultimate lap, then it's Oak Richardson from Ben Hansey, Thomas Holland, Scott Leach in 4th.
I reckon Hansey needs to be on the podium to keep the championship hopes alive. Obviously, at the moment, that's fine. He's now in 2nd spot as it stands, but a win would be better. But a great battle this has been, and we almost made it 4 wide into the S's, not quite, but that wouldn't have worked, I don't think, could it? That would have gone horribly wrong. So thankfully they sorted themselves out. If that was the final lap, there may have been a bit more commitment from some, but for now it's Richardson that leads, but maybe a little bit wide out of McLean, so Ben Hansey is fighting back, but he's still there in 2nd. 3rd is Leach, 4th is Holland, and wide again is Richardson. The Preston Blissett man, you can see that on the side of his car, and he's got Ben Hansey up alongside now, so it's side by side for the lead again as they come down towards the S's. The outside line for Hansey, the inside line for Richardson, the others are catching in the tow, and Richardson's the one's late on the brakes. There's a small brush between the two of them as they try and turn left, and Richardson immediately defends as they come out of the S's. So Hansey has got the run, but he can't find the space because Richardson's defending. What about those behind me? No, Tom Holland's good on the brakes here. Or Hansey might let the lead because Richardson's 1 wide, but he's got good momentum. Here's Holland. He was 4th into the corner. Now he's equal 2nd. What's the last lap going to bring in?
Well, who knows? And still, I think Hansey's probably in a position which is good enough to take the championship fight into tomorrow, but he's not got much to play with here. And it's side by side for 4th and 5th between Leach and Bailey over the line. So the first 5 go through to complete lap 7. They're separated by 1.5 seconds. There's half a second at the start of the lap between Richardson and Hansey. The next group now is headed by Jordan Johnson, so he's got himself up to 6th, which matches his worst finish of the season so far. So that would mean, so it's not a score that he will automatically discard depending on what happens in the later races. What's Scott Leach's hand signal mean?
There was a puff of smoke that came. I don't know if that was contact that caused it, but he's allowed Andy Bailey to go through, hasn't he? But that may have dropped the 2 of them away on this final lap, so that'll leave the top 3, Oak Richardson, Ben Hansey and Tom Holland, to battle it out potentially. And at any point, I think any 3 of these could lead on the final part of the race, although Tom Holland's not as close as he once was. But we saw in the previous lap how that can quickly change in the final Grand Prix circuit complex. Where does Ben Hansey make his move? He can't afford to lose positions, but ideally taking the win will help his championship challenge going into the final day of the season. So the Grand Prix loop to go, and the challenge is coming on the outside line from Ben Hansey.
Yeah, he's to the outside for Fogarty. Yes, he's left-hander, of course, and he's gone all the way around the outside. He cuts off the nose of Oak Richardson there, but Richardson gets the run on the outside of the corner. And, of course, at this part of the circuit, Thomas Holland is very strong as well. He's going to make it 3 wide. There's going to be some mirrors taken off these cars if they're not careful. Thomas Holland's gone through to take the lead. Best result of 3rd before this weekend. Can he hold on for the win here? It's Holland from Richardson, from Hansey, who I think will... is he going to get on the podium at all? Because Scott Leach is up the inside, and there's contact between Richardson and Holland now. Oh, my word! Who's going to come through to win this? It's going to be Scott Leach. Scott Leach from Tom Holland. They're both going to get their best results of the season. Scott Leach takes the win then. Thomas Holland is 2nd. 3rd place goes to Ben Hansey. 4th to Scott Leach. 5th to Andy Bailey. And Jordan Johnson takes 6th.
Remember, Scott Leach was waving Andy Bailey through halfway through the lap. He was 5th position, I think, going into that complex, and he got past them all. So good luck to Andy, working out how quickly he can ask all these questions. A dramatic race, and I think a race which means Ben Hansey can just still win the championship, Ian.
I am having a look, and I think the answer to that question is yes. It is still open going into
only just
tomorrow, but only just. But what drama. Ignoring the first 98% of that race, just the final 2 corners were absolutely crazy, weren't they?
Yeah, I think that all started because when Hansey went round the outside into the S's, didn't he? That slowed him and Richardson up, which allowed Holland to get down the inside. He braked late, so all of them ran wide. And then I think there was quite a lot of desperation, wasn't there, going into the last corner, because lots of people wanted to progress. That was quite a motor race, and I think in a moment we're going to take a look at the result provisionally.
Yeah, the winner, Scott Leach, 8 laps completed by the number 13 car, and he was 0.16 seconds clear in the end of Thomas Holland, number 230, who was second. Third was number 40, Ben Hansey. Fourth was number 17, Oak Richardson. In 5th place was number 95, Andy Bailey. In 6th was number 92, Jordan Johnson. 7th was number 21, Matthew Pennefather Neal. 8th was number 9, Ian Tomlinson. And 9th was number 70, Michael Pearce. And Lloyd Huckins, number 14, rounded out the top 10. Then it was Adrian Johnson, Matthew Short, David Brown and Martin Fernan down to 14th. Then Nico Favreau, Scott Lawrence and James McCutcheon. And there were some more cars out there, actually, although they're not showing up on our screen at the moment. So just to tell you who rounded out the top 20, it was Scott Lawrence, James McCutcheon and Martina Ward. And, well, that was why we love the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. That's why we're all indebted to Alan Robson for these MX5 Racing regs he wrote 20 years ago, and for the 5 Club Racing that he started a decade or so ago now, I guess it was. And they've given us, no, a bit less than that actually, nearly a decade ago. Great racing they've given us in the first race of the weekend. We've got a championship that's still open going into tomorrow. And there are 2 more races tomorrow. One first thing tomorrow morning. If you're here at the circuit, that will be at 9 o'clock. We'll play that out a little bit later on the live stream, which will be therefore a little bit less live. And then they have a second race at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So there's 2 more races to come tomorrow for the MX5 Cup, and if they are as good as the one that you've just seen, we are in for a treat. Andy McEwen is down in the pit lane, and he is going to sort out what happened in that final corner incident.
Well, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? Typical Mazda MX-5 racing here at Donington Park, all kicking off right at the end. And the driver who started the final lap of the race in 5th place came through to get the victory. And I think it's fair to say Scott Leach, our race winner, is pretty happy with that, and rightly so. Let's see if we can dive in and have a quick chat with him. Scott, you were 5th going on to the final lap. Did you ever expect to be in the lead come the checkered flag?
Definitely not, no. I was just sticking with the top 4 and just keeping with them always, but the last corner, it was just 3 of them, I think, intertact, and I just nipped down the inside and got them. Fantastic.
Right place, right time, I suppose, weren't you, really?
I didn't even realise it was the last lap. Oh, wow. You know, and then I come round the corner and I seen the checkered flag, I thought, whoa, happy days, I'll take that.
There were a few moments in that race where you were getting your elbows out, though, because when you get your chances to move forward in this series, you've got to take them, haven't you?
Yeah, if there's a gap there, you've got to go for it, else the top runners will just pull away, and you've got to keep with the toe. If you keep with the toe, then you've got a good chance, like I did at the end. Perfect.
It must mean a lot to you to get on the top step of the podium. It's been a bit of a long time coming, hasn't it?
It's the first time this season, so yeah, fantastic.
Excellent, congratulations. Scott Leach then, a well-deserving race winner. Second place finish goes the way of Thomas Holland. And Thomas, you were right in the thick of all of that, weren't you? Talk us through it.
It was definitely entertaining. I mean, I could see Oak and Hansey battling up the front for most of the race, and then it was, well, I think it was like last lap. They were going too wide into Melbourne. Just saw a gap and said, you know what, screw it, let's go for it. And it was so close until, unfortunately, a bit of contact with Oak just around the last corner. But I'm happy. The second podium in 5 Club as well, so I'm starting to like it up here.
Well, we've seen you racing a few different things, often with a bit more power than the MX-5, but you really do seem to be enjoying racing here.
Yeah, well, the MX-5 paddock's always been like a family. It's where I first started back in July of 2020 in the exact same car. So although I've been jumping between this and Giannetta's, this is still my family at the end of the day. So I'm really always going to be happy to be here.
And 2 more races to try and get it right this time and end up on the top step. You so nearly got it in that one. Thoughts going into tomorrow?
Send it.
Music to the ears of the championship contenders, I'm sure. Thank you, Thomas. Second place finish for him. Now, Ben Hansey. Well, Ben, where do we start with that one? That was a lively race. You had to finish on the podium to keep your championship hopes alive, we think. You did at least manage that, but that was a topsy-turvy race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think that's probably given JJ it on drops, but when you had to go away and do the maths, there was obviously a few incidents on the last lap, so it's not over till it's over. been a great season anyway, and that was just a great demonstration of how competitive this championship has been. It's like I did all the hard work for most of the race. Oak was keeping me honest, and Tom did a good job for the team, and then wanted his own glory.
Can't say I blame him, really, I suppose. I mean, it's such a difficult championship to win races in on a regular basis now, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's, I thought qualifying demonstrated that. The top 4 of us were covered by, 0.2, 0.3 of a second. So we knew it was going to be a tough race. And I'm sure it'll continue to be tough right the way through to tomorrow. So, yeah, great championship. It's all a bunch of mates. We're all going to go and have a bit of a drink. And we've got a bit of music on tonight to see the season out. So, all good mates, and great to race with your mates like that. It's good, fair stuff.
Absolutely. There you go. Party in the paddock tonight, courtesy of the 5 Club drivers. Well, that is our MX5 action for today done. We're about to now revisit the very first race that we had earlier on today, the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Got our Saturday afternoon's action underway earlier on, and they're back out on track now for their second race of the day.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. Yes, 7th race of the day, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and the grid for this set by the second fastest times from qualifying this morning, rather than the result of the first race, which we'll come back to in a minute. So, on pole position, it is the 48 car of Mike Nash, and besides him, number 12, David Russell. Second row, on the inside is 65, Chalky White, and 23 is Blair Thompson. So an all Honda row 2. Row 3 is 43, David Sheed, who was our race 1 winner, and number 84, Alexander Smith, who was off in the gravel in the early stages of race 1. Row 4, you've got 841, Jonathan Cantler, and 88, Christopher Pawley. Row 5, 33 and 79, that's Cy Frowen and Keith Atwood, with 178, Pete Seeley, and 113, Paul Chapman on row 6. On the 7th row, it's 22, Luke Arpino in the Mazda, and 935, James Flint Fiesta. Dougie Inglis, number 1, and 49, Brian Watson are on row 8. Row 9 is 230, Paul Waterhouse, and 62, Paul Martin Jones. Row 10, 34, Sean Graham, and 57, Simon Vernon. With on row 11, 82, Louis Woodward, and 16, Trevor Hancock. 51, Ian Cooper, and 999, Richard Lakey on the 12th row. 157, Toby Partridge, and 44, Richard Phillips are on the 13th. On the 14th, it's 25, Alex Waldeck, and 35, Richard Brown. Row 15 is 99, Jackie Jewski, and 125, Nick Hills. Row 16, 38, David Griffiths, and 4, Emma Ockenden. Row 17, 64, Harry Townsend, and 26, Gareth Moss. The 18th row, 53, Ben Gundry, and 42, David Wallace-George. And the 19th row, 72, Andrew Holmes, and 533, Cale Keltz. A reminder that in race 1, it was David Sheed that took the outright victory by 2 seconds in the end from Mark White. So the BMW E36 Compact with the M3 engine beating the Honda Civic Type R. Third overall was number 12, David Russell, who also won Class C. Arguably, the driver of the race came from Cale Keltz, through from the back of the grid to take 6th place overall on his race debut in the German Auto Works run BMW E36. So the American driver going very well indeed there. And there were class wins too for Paul Martin Jones in Class A, Luke Arpino in Class D, and Jack Idjuski in the 116 Graduate Cup as well. That's what happened in race 1, and Josh is already on the green flag lap for the second race of the weekend.
Yeah, with a slightly different grid, with that second best lap time set in the grid. Mike Nash on pole. Didn't make a good start in race 1. So we'll see what Mike can do this time out. He finished 5th in that opening race, but certainly the quickest 2 cars were Mark White and David Sheed. They start 3rd and 5th respectively this time. So we shall look out for their progress in the early laps, how quickly they can get to the front. And lots of battles to look forward to all the way through the field. Always a great eclectic mix from the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. They did 11 laps earlier, so we hope for a similar thing. And Mark White, we think, on road to wrapping up the championship. The points scored in this category are done on performance index, so how close you are to your average lap time. So that means we aren't able to give you official confirmation of that as the race goes on. But Mark White looking the favourite here.
Yeah, he was 5 points clear of Jonathan Candler coming into this weekend. Another 10 points behind him was Blair Thompson. Another 8 points behind him was Keith Atwood. Paul Waterhouse and Richard Phillips rounding out the top 6 in the point standings coming into this weekend. So I think, providing Mark White has some solid races, and he has done that, I think, so far, then he should do enough to wrap up the Drivers' Championship. In the Graduates' Championship, Jack Idjuski continuing to take victories within that class, so it looks like he's good for that. And also, possibly less clear-cut is the novice championship, but we'll get confirmation of all of that at the end of the season. But Ujiski leads Luke Arpino and Emma Ockenden within that class. And the team's championship, well, that's anyone's guess. That's between the RAF, the Army, the Veterans and the Navy and the Marines. 4 different teams for the different services and the veterans, and very little to choose between any of them coming into this weekend. And I'll be quite honest, I'm not really quite sure how those points work. But I'm sure somebody does, and it will all become clear who's been the most successful of the services at the end of the season. We also do have drivers who are guests who aren't part of the armed forces or veterans themselves, but are invited onto the grid and ensure that we have packed grids full of variety. Having said we've got plenty of variety, we've got 2 BMWs on the front row, but different classes. Mike Nash and David Russell.
Yeah, you've got an E46 and an E36 there, so 2 different models as well. We look forward to welcoming all those teams as well to the Burkitt Relay, don't we, in what's that, 5 weeks' time, I think. So it's scarily not far away, the end of the season.
It is, the end of the season is nigh. It'll be the Burkitt, then it'll be the Walter Hayes Trophy, and then hibernation. So last few cars coming into position. There is Kel Kelps at the back of the grid. Let's see what he can do. The man from Arizona from the back, this time 6th in race 1. Green flag waved at the back, and 20 minutes ahead of us then for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Red lights go on. Out they go, and it is a good start from the man on the outside of the front row. David Russell in the Class C car has got his way into the lead of the race. There's Alexander Smith in the Honda, trying to go around the outside of him into turn number 1 at Redgate. Then you've got a bit further back the Class B cars of... and Mark White's got problems. Well, that's not potentially good for the championship. So he's dropped down a little bit. But David Sheed is still there in about 4th position, I think, in Frankenstein, the BMW compact with the M3 engine in it. But we'll keep an eye on what's going on with Mark White in that yellow and black Civic that's in about 9th or 10th position at the moment, just ahead there of the Ginetta and the MX-5. Maybe just a poor start and he will hit his straps.
The Holden slow.
Is the Holden Commodore slow as well? Probably difficult to get warmed up. It's just ahead of the Daewoo. A Holden Commodore and a Daewoo next to one another on the circuit, and it's not often you can say that.
Only at 750 Motor Club events. Alex Smith's taken the lead, hasn't he? So after his problemed first race, where he ended in the gravel on the second lap of the race, he's not deterred this time out. Where did he start? He started 6th, and he was pretty much going for the lead into Redgate. So an excellent opening to the race. We're not sure of his pace, but obviously very strong. He's ahead of now David Sheed, who's also passed David Russell. Looks like Mark White's up to some type of a pace. They're just behind his championship rival, actually, Jonathan Candler. You've got a Clio in there behind as well. I think that's Chris Pauley. And all kind of things are going up front as Mike Nash dives up the inside of David Russell. So that's the 2 front row drivers battling. And the 2 leaders are battling because David Sheed is on the outside of Alex Smith in the BMW compact with that 3-litre M3 engine powering it, and he's taken the lead of the race then. So it's Sheed leading, Smith is 2nd, 3rd is still David Russell. So despite that big challenge from Mike Nash, he is still in there behind, although Nash might have a bit more power being a Class B car, so he's on the inside line into Redgate, and the Patron BMW goes up into 3rd spot.
So it is the compact leading then from the Honda Integra Type R of Alexander Smith in 2nd place. And it looked like she was just starting to get away from the 2nd place driver as they headed down through the crane, the curves and more. Then you've got Nash and Russell. So Nash now ahead of David Russell then, having made that move up at Redgate corner. But Russell continues to lead in Class C, turning their way through the plains this time, and it looks like Russell might try and fight back there on Nash. Then you've got Blair Thompson in the Honda Civic in 5th position, but for the back Jonathan Candler is 6th, Mark White is 7th, so he seems to have got into the groove now. And then it's Simon Frowen in the Ginetta in 8th place, but Blair Thompson now looking to attack David Russell here for 4th.
Yeah, that's right. These drivers were all involved in a battle earlier for what was 3rd position. Then it's 3rd position again. Mike Nash has taken a strange line into the S's. And Blair Thompson's got by far the best exit in the Honda, so he might pass both of them by the time he gets to the Melbourne Loop. And it's Nash and Russell and Thompson. They all arrive at the Melbourne Loop together with David Russell on the inside. Blair Thompson hops up the curb as well. So Mike Nash, who had just got ahead, has lost both of those positions. And who is going to come out on top? It looks like David Russell. So Russell somehow still in third. Fourth is Thompson. And Mike Nash has been in every position with that battle in this lap, but unfortunately ends the lap in fifth spot for him.
So lap 2 completed. Sheed with the fastest lap on the first flying lap of the race, a 1:49.27. Best lap of anyone in race 1 was a 1:47.94, so a little bit off that at the moment. Sheed seems to have been reclassified to Class A for this one, from Class B in the earlier race. Alexander Smith is therefore our Class B leader at the moment. David Russell leading Class C, so all the top 3 leading their respective classes. And there's Cale Keltz. Now, what progress has he made?
20th.
He's just gone past the Mazda, so 20th by the end of lap 2. That doesn't seem quite as many places in the first 2 laps as the first race.
No, it was 26th after lap 1. I think, remember, it was 22nd in race 1. So seemingly not able to make quite the progress, but he's now progressing past Brian Watson, the RAF cyberspace specialist. And that's another spot then for the American in his first weekend. I think he said he's racing tomorrow as well.
In the Club Enduro, yep.
So he's making the most of his trip to Donington Park. At least he hasn't got to go far to the airport.
That's true. I don't know if you can fly across the Atlantic from East Midlands. That's an interesting question. Anyway, there is the Paulie car, 88, that's in 9th place. And then you've got it's Paul Chapman. Is it still Paul Chapman in this race, do we think? Or do we think that is possibly Ben Moore now in that car?
Could be.
In 10th position.
Now, has Mark White dropped behind his championship rival Jonathan Candler to lap at the same pace and get similar points?
Well, just to get into a groove, basically, because that's what it's all about, the performance today. It's getting into a groove, lapping consistently.
Well, presumably, if he does a similar consistent job to Jonathan Candler,
he can't be doing much worse, can he? But it's all about.
You don't want to accidentally do one quick lap, though, do you?
No, that's it. That's it. It's your total lap time divided by your best lap time, basically to measure how consistent you've been. But I'm sure he's got a lot to do to lose this championship, I would suggest.
Yeah, it's odd that he's decided just to sit behind Jonathan Candler. He's going no quicker than Candler. Interesting, isn't it?
It's a 1:47.94 in the earlier race, and so far in this race, it's done 1:54.38.
It's just how so it's just that the fact that he's ended up behind his championship rival makes me wonder if there's something in that.
No, maybe there is. Yeah, it's a possibility.
It's a strategy. I'm not sure if it's a good one or not, but it's a strategy.
Maybe he was just fed up of being interviewed at the end of races and wanted to try and avoid that. There is Candler, there is White, and their change for position, because that's Cypher, I think, losing out to Christopher Pauling, number 88 in the Clio, throwing in the Ginetta, long-time racer in this category, having previously raced a Fiesta, and he has in fact held on in that ex-Smith Ginetta.
Pauling with the Novice Cross is from Cardiff, is a pilot, and I think he raced in low cost in the past, but perhaps with some time off, and now returning in this Renault Clio 182. He's got the newer Clio behind, the Paul Chapman and Ben Moore shared car this weekend. That's running in 10th position, we think. And Luke Arpino behind, who's also been reclassified, hasn't he, from what we thought he was going to be in. So he's a Class B car. The two RL Motor Services BMW 116s have got themselves together. This is the battle for 26th position, and Richard Lakey has got himself up ahead of Richard Phillips by the looks of it.
Yeah, so they're dropping down towards the Fogarty S's once again. This is lap 5 of the race. Lap 4 of the race. The leads have already completed 4 laps, and Smith's just done the best lap of the race actually, 1:49.22. He took 4/10 out of the lead to David Sheed that time to get the gap down to less than 1 second.
A little bit of damage, I think, to the grille of the Phillips car. Just ahead, we've got the Daewoo. How's that getting on this time? for Ian Cooper. He's 25th at the start of the lap. The aircraft engineer in that car from 1997. It's just ahead of the Peugeot 206, driven by Gareth Moss. And that is a battle, I think, for 22nd position now. Something like that. Louis Woodward was involved in that as well. And there's more battles going on, and that is Jack Lejewski, who's got all kinds of championships he could win after this. I think the Graduates Cup, the Novice Cup as well, for the 23-year-old pilot from Northamptonshire. It's RAF Motorsport prepared car, and he's got a few BMWs around him there as they come up across the line. And he's got the 53 car just behind, which is Ben Gundry's car, and it's a compact ahead, driven by Matthew Davidson. And the next Graduate Cup driver is Harry Townsend. He's in the next car, so about 2 seconds behind class leader Jack Lejewski.
So coming up towards the halfway mark for this race. Now, Mark White here is losing places. I'm not sure this was part of the plan, was it? For the champion-elect.
So perhaps it was just a coincidence he ended up behind Jonathan Candle.
Possibly there is a problem with that car which he's having to manage, and the Chapman and Moore car is now ahead of him, and the Christopher Pauly car is not too far behind him. So White now has dropped down to 9th position, and you've got Simon Frowen chasing after Jonathan Candler, and in the back of shot that's where we find the Cale Kelt's car, which is now up to 13th position, 2 seconds behind Pete Seeley's MR2 in 12th. So I would think certainly going to be looking for at least a top 10 again in this race, with just under 10 minutes left to go.
He's lapping a few tenths quicker than this morning, or early this afternoon's race as well. So going quicker than race 1. Kelt from the back up to 13th at half distance. So more progress will be made, I'm sure. So side by side, a change for 6th position as Cy Frowen goes through. The RAF Weapon System Officer up into 6th spot for Cy Frowen in this 2-litre Zetec Power Ginetta G20 from 2003. Is ahead of the Peugeot 306 GTI of Jonathan Candler, a car from the late 90s. And then Mark White in that 2002 Honda Civic Type R.
Turning their way through the Fogarty S's once again on what's now quite a pleasant afternoon by the looks of it here at Donington Park. Blue sky overhead and sunshine reflecting off the windscreen. I think the low sun for the remaining races could start to become a bit of a factor, because we're now just after 5 o'clock, aren't we? So we're at the autumn equinox today as well. Now here is battle a bit further back. That is the 99 car of Jack Lejewski, who's looking for the Novice Championship and also for the Graduate Cup honours as well. And there you can see he is ahead of another of the 116s, but not in the Graduate Cup, that of Ben Gundry, and also one of the cars that is in that class, which is Harry Townsend as well, also in that group. But they're going to be lapped, aren't they, shortly by David Sheed, the race leader. All of these, he's started to get in amongst the back markers, and he's going to pick off the next 4 in, from his point of view, hopefully fairly short order. He's leading Alexander Smith now by 3.63 seconds.
Some of those BMWs were running very wide, which was concerning. So all this variety, and we've got about 6 BMWs on screen at the moment, impressively. Some of them are 116s, we've got compacts with different engine sizes as well. Oh, there's another BMW. What's going on to this variety that we've been raving about? That's Mike Nash, who hasn't really made much of his pole position because he's there in 5th position. He's a bit of a gap behind Blair Thompson, who's a bit of a gap behind Class C leader David Russell. And they're not quite as close as they were in race 1. They had a close battle earlier today. But the Patron liveried car there of Nash is there in 5th position. Big gap behind, best of the rest in 6th, I think, is Cy Frowen. But there's the gap between the top 2, David Sheed versus Alex Smith. Alex Smith, the helicopter technician from Shropshire. I think only his 3rd season of racing. And a 1996 Honda Integra Type R That's again one of those cars you probably don't think is as old as it is.
No,
20,
definitely
what,
not.
27, 28 years old.
Yeah, definitely. Just to say, Mark White is still circulating, isn't he? I think in 8th place, the champion-elect, but obviously not quite at the pace he was in the earlier race. Was his best lap being? His best lap was actually his last lap, 152.68.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is, and he's actually back on terms with Jonathan Candler, isn't he?
And going past, I think.
Yeah, he is. So he's now ahead of Jonathan Candler and up into 7th position. He was 3/10 quicker than Candler on the last lap. It was a PB for Candler, actually.
So I think this average lap time consistency sort of going out the window, isn't it, for Mark White? So I think he won't be scoring points in this one. There's Cale Kelt, so he's caught this group. He is 11th. He started the lap in 11th. I think he's 10th now because he's passed Chris Portley, the pilot, the RAF pilot. Drops a spot. But for Celts, how many more positions can he get? So we got 6th in race 1. So we got past Cy Frowen in race 1, who's currently only about 4 or 5 seconds behind. So that could happen again, I think, as he goes past the Chapman Moore 197 Clio. He may lose a position to the older car as well, because Chris Paul is on the inside. There's not much room there. He hops up over the curb and can't get ahead, therefore. So down the exhibition straight they come. Mark White there in 7th. Jonathan Candler was 8th. Cale Kelts goes past both of them as they go into the S's.
Yeah, nicely done from Cale Kelts. Again, through from the back of the grid, got to 6th in the earlier race. And great form is shown here. These 4 cars, well 5 cars I guess, with Kelts battling for positions.
Had flashbacks to the MX5 race there for a moment, but they got through the corner without dramas.
So far, there's another hairpin to come though. And yeah, that's all fairly cleanly done, isn't it, between the lot of them? So that worked out well. Just under 5 minutes to go, so into the final quarter of this race now. Sheed it is that leads by 4.78 seconds from Alexander Smith, and another 15 seconds behind Smith is David Russell. And then further back, you've got this battle, which now has Cale Kelts at the front of it in 7th place. Will he catch Simon Frowen before the end? Possibly not. He's 5.5 seconds behind. And Jonathan Candler, Mark White, the Paul Chapman and Ben Moore car, and Christopher Portley all within this battle for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th places.
Yeah, so these 2 Clios are having a good battle. The Army Motorsport car ahead of the RAF car. They're side by side now. I think the RAF are going to go through. And the older Clio 182 makes a move for about half a quarter before Paul Chapman and Ben Moore's machine fights back and potentially goes back ahead once more as they work lap 9 of the race with just over 3.5 minutes to go. And it looks like there, about a third is potentially on, because David Russell has been caught by Blair Thompson here in the Honda Civic.
Yeah, he has. They're in different classes. Blair Thompson in Class B, David Russell, of course, our Class C leader. They are heading up towards the final corner of the lap, just putting a lap on the 157, 116 of Toby Partridge.
This time it's the RAF versus the Army, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So over the line they come. Russell with Thompson looking to the left-hand side. They've got another of the Ginettas to potentially contend with as well before very much longer.
Quite a lot of Ginettas here today, isn't there? Which is good to see.
Right, great to see this many Ginettas. A whole G-Fest, couldn't you? With this many. We've got number 12 then. David Russell, not now under the pressure that he was from Blair Thompson. Of course, White Nash not too far away. Looks like he did a personal best lap on the previous lap, White Nash. So he's got a bit of momentum, if you like, and is closing in on the cars ahead.
Kelts was a couple of seconds quicker than Cy Frowen for 6. That kept come down to 3 seconds, so that is not over at this stage. What will they get? A lap at the end of this one would equal the 11 laps that we had earlier. One of the minis goes a lap down there, which is a bit further back, and there's that battle potentially on for third position between David Russell and Blair Thompson, with the traffic to deal with through the Grand Prix loop. The Civic looks quicker through the S's, a lot quicker coming out the corner. So Blair Thompson is right back on terms with David Russell. They've also got to lap the Peugeot 306 there of Alex Waldeck, the 20-year-old IT technician for the RAF. And they will come up on the right-hand side of him, the outside line. That could be enough for Blair Thompson to get through, but David Russell's much later on the brakes. Unfortunately, the Peugeot was later on the brakes than it wanted to be, and I think we just about avoided a collision there.
Yeah, just about. It nearly made contact with Blair Thompson's Honda, didn't it? But I don't think that quite transpired, thankfully.
So we're starting the final lap now, I think.
Yes, we will be. So Sheed 7.3 seconds clear at the start of the lap. The best lap of the race as well, a 1:48.32. What did he do in race 1? He did a 1:48.10, so he's not been as quick in this race as he was last time out. But Sheed nevertheless leading the way. There he is, and just behind the Daewoo. Good chance to see the Mark II Astra-esque bodied Daewoo next year of Ian Cooper, who is driving one of the most unlikely cars on this grid.
There's a few of them as well,
yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah, a few unusual ones, but Sheed has just put a lap on him now and is heading towards what will be his second win of the day in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. It's his second outright win of the season as well. I did have a class win last time out at Silverstone as well. But he's heading up into the left-hander at Goddard's for the final time, and it's going to be David Sheed that will see the second checkered flag in the final Armed Forces Race Challenge race of the season. So David Sheed is our winner. There's our second place man in the background there, the Honda Integra Type R of Alexander Smith, who wins his class. And then the next car, which will be another sort of 15 seconds or so behind, should be the Class C winners. So we'll have had our Class A, Class B and Class C winners. Is it going to be David Russell? Yes, it is, but only just from Blair Thompson, who is going to be almost alongside on the run to the line. I think it is just going to be Russell that manages to hang on, by a tenth of a second in the end. So Thompson takes fourth. Mike Nash another second or so behind in fifth. And there's our sixth place man. That's the blue Ginetta of Cy Frowen.
And then Cal Kelch was seventh, so he didn't quite make as much progress as earlier to finish behind Cy Frowen this time. Jonathan Candler is eighth, and Mark White did finish just behind him, so he sort of fluctuated around Jonathan Candler during that race. Actually, between them at the line was Chris Pauly, so 8th, 9th and 10th were all very close. I think, Pauly beat Mark White by 600ths of a second, so that was a good race-long battle, though Mark White seemingly not going as quickly as you would expect. And then the rest of the field come through. I think that's Jack Ujewski, is it? Coming through to win the Graduate Cup Class D. Went the way of Sean Graham in the low cost, I think. He got past Dougie Inglis at some point of that race.
Well, there he is. He's just going to take the checkered flag now. And yet just ahead of the Fiesta as well of James Flint, a Class C car, who's 16th. So Graham 15th, Flint 16th, and Dougie Inglis second in Class D in 17th place.
Nice big drift there from Paul Martin Jones to end his season in the Holden, coming out of the final corner. So he was a bit slower to get up to speed, but starting to enjoy the car now, sliding it around. And I think that is about everybody taking the checkered flag.
I think Paul Waterhouse was the last one through, wasn't he, there in the 230 car? Let's have a look at the results then, if we can, at the end of that Armed Forces Race Challenge race. It was a win for number 43, David Sheed. He did 11 laps. Second was number 84, Alexander Smith, plus 7.28 seconds, so 7.28 seconds behind. Third, number 12, David Russell. So those are our three class winners as well. Fourth, number 23, Blair Thompson. Fifth, number 48, Mike Nash. Cy Frowen was sixth in the Ginetta, number 33. Great drive again from the back for number 533, Cal Kelts. He was seventh. Eighth was number 841, Jonathan Candler. Ninth, number 88, Christopher Pauly. Rounding out the top 10 was Mark White. Well, we'll find out later if he was indeed the champion, number 65. 11th was the 113 car, the Paul Chapman car that was shared with Ben Moore this weekend. Luke Arpino was 12th, Pete Seeley 13th, and Keith Atwood 14th. Sean Graham winning Class D, as Josh was saying, in 15th place overall. In that class, Dougie Inglis was 17th and 2nd in the class, and 3rd in the class was Simon Vernon, number 57, who was 22nd overall. And as we scroll through, we should see the rest of the field. We've not quite seen though Jackie Jewski, who did win the Graduate Cup class in that one. So that was the Armed Forces race challenge. Many of those competitors will be taking part in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race in 5 weeks' time. Still 3 more races to go here this afternoon, but before that, we're going to head down to the pit lane where Andy McEwen is waiting to talk to us.
Well, another competitive race then in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which sees once again the BMW compact bodied car, at least, victorious at the end, and David Sheed with his 2nd race victory of the day here at Donington Park. David's just climbing out of the car now, and we'll take this opportunity to have our 2nd chat of the day with our double race winner here at Donington. David, a pretty perfect day for you.
Thank you. Yeah, more or less you could say that, yeah. There was a lot more drama going on than what you saw out there. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, sometimes when you take the lead, it looks easy, but it was quite hard. And I'm still getting used to this gearbox, and I went into red gate a gear too low at one time, locked the rear end up, and so it wasn't quite as simple as it looked. I was working hard. But again, first off the line, I lost out. The guy in front of me was a bit slow, but then the others just kind of let me go past. It's almost like, here you are, please overtake me. I don't know why, but it just seemed to be a bit too easy to pass them just after that. So they were helping me out, I think. But yeah, no, other than that, yeah, we had to have a little battle to get the lead, which was good. Other than that, the drivers in this championship are extremely well behaved and stuff like that. And, so it's really great when you're coming up the back markers. They're always polite. It's really a pleasure to be in it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is that racing respect that really adds to the whole social element of this as well, because obviously there's fierce rivalry out there, but away from the track, in the paddock, you all get together, you all have a little chat and enjoy your racing weekends, don't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've only done a few of the races, so I'm not in the running for the championships or anything, but there's a few out there and they were driving rather than just driving to win, they're driving to get the most points they can for the championship, you see. So there's stuff like that going on out there as well. They were being very sensible, thinking about what they were doing, what's the right thing for winning the championships rather than what am I going to do about winning this race, yeah. And there was all sorts of things like that going on out there, as you'll probably know if you speak to a few of them. Yeah, so no, it's good, but there isn't another championship that's as friendly as this one,
Well, congratulations on the 2 race victories then, David Sheed, victorious in both races. Now, Alex Smith on the podium this time around. Arguably should have been in race 1, but that didn't quite go to plan, did it?
No. Well, it is what it is. I had a similar incident in qualifying as well. Carbon copy actually. But I'm elated to be on the podium. I think it's the first time this year, so I'm fairly happy about that. Yeah, and as I couldn't quite catch Dave Sheed in his car, so there we go.
Yeah, I mean this car probably a little bit outgunned as far as horsepower is concerned, but it looks like it handles really well.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's about 190 horsepower per tonne, as opposed to I think a smidge over 300 horsepower per tonne. So. Yeah, a bit outgunned, but it's an absolute thrill to drive. So it just gives you the confidence to really go for it.
Absolutely, which you did. Congratulations on the 2nd place finish. Now, our 3rd place finisher, David Russell, that was a real nail-biter, wasn't it, the fight for 3rd, which went right down to the final few feet. That was close.
Yeah, it was really close. Again, great driving from Blair and Mike. We had a really close first few laps, which was really, really interesting, really good fun, but again, nice and clean. And then I could just see Blair just getting closer and closer and closer, and I had to use a little bit of craft to try and limit the power advantage he's got over me. But again, just a brilliant fun race.
Excellent. I'm going to have to leave it there because the next race is about to start, but congratulations to all of our podium finishers at the end of that race. Now, the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch drivers are, as you can probably hear, already gridding up alongside us. No green flag lap for these drivers. They'll be heading straight into the race, where I believe we have a special guest up in the commentary box to talk us through the action.
Yeah, Paul Forbes is alongside me, and we're about to get racing underway then for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship with Ben Bateman on pole, I think, for the first time. Pip Hammond is alongside, Jason Wood and Terry Roughton on road 2, and Andy Philpotts and Neil Dudman are on row 3 with Richard Kelsall, Rick Groom, Stuart Place and Lee Scott completing the top 5 rows. So lots of Vauxhalls at the front, which is...
all ready for tomorrow.
Absolutely right. Away they go then. And it's not a great start from Jason Wood. Great to see Terry Roughton up there in the Citroen, but it's Ben Bateman versus Pip Hammond. Jason Wood's been hit, I'm afraid, from his bad start. Obviously things not gone well there, I'm afraid. And now they come up into Redgate Corner where it gets all very, very busy for the first time. But it is Ben Bateman then that leads the way, Paul Thorpe.
Yeah, Ben Bateman, brilliant to see him qualifying. He's coming off, obviously he had 3 podium finishes at Snetterton at our last meeting, and he's on a flyer. Another call there for Terry Roughton, one of our oldest competitors, doing fantastic by qualifying 4th as they come down for the first time for the old hairpin. But it's fantastic to see a very mixed up grid. We had lots of drivers having problems during qualifying, and we've got to look towards the back to see Chris Steer. He had a problem with his suspension, and also Stuart Place is in a different car, and so he's getting used to that. So watch for those 2 cars, the 87 car number 1, and looking further ahead, Terry Roughton has just keeping Lee Scott at bay there with Chris Steer hot on his heels, and right behind him I see Stuart Place.
That's right. So not sure what happened to Jason Wood at the start, but he missed a gear, but I think then he got hit as well, so that didn't go well at all. But yeah, Chris Steer's making good progress. And Ben Bateman, if anything, going away in front. Paul, Neil Dudman joining in now.
Neil Dudman and Andy Philpott's there coming up alongside, but that won't work. Pip Hammond's got the best line for it. Yeah, Jason Wood, he had to change his engine. A marvellous qualifying by him, but he ended up blowing up his engine, so he's had to change his engine, and I wonder if there's a little bit of a teething problem with the engine number 2. But looking to the front as they come to the Melbourne hairpin, Ben Bateman in the lead over Pip Hammond and holding off Andy Philpotts.
Yeah, Terry Roughton's losing out from his good start.
Look at Martin Rogers, a massive slide there. Wow, you're right under braking, and he definitely lost that back end.
He saved it as well, though, didn't he? So this is about a second between Pip Hammond, Andy Philpotts and Neil Dudman. We haven't seen him this high up before, have we, Paul?
No, he's a fantastic qualifying, but again, he's sort of been struggling. But no, he's in the podium positions. A magnificent result for him. But he has got he's got to try and keep behind Pip Hammond, and Andy Philpotts won't be sitting back on his laurels. Looking further back there, I can see that Rick Groom also qualified quite well. He's having a great old battle with my namesake Andrew Thorpe and Titch Kelsall.
Yeah, it was very busy, wasn't it, in that second group of cars. Neil Dudman's best result before now is a 7th, so he's running up in 3rd position, but it's Ben Bateman that leads by a whole second. Of course, it was here at Donington, wasn't it, where Ben Bateman took a victory?
He did at his first meeting there. I think it was a three-header, I think. He didn't do very well in the first two rounds, not getting off the line on one of them, but he did win the final race of that meeting, and he's a very young man, come from mini stocks, and he's really come to the fore. He's obviously very young, and he's had to knock off those little edges he had from stadium racing and his youth, but he's definitely showing his form. And looking further back there, seeing Rick Groom doing really well. I'm looking further back to see Finn Groom. He had a problem. That's Rick Groom's son. He had problems with his clutch, and I see him about 5 places further back.
Yeah, he ended the first lap in 15th, just ahead of the slow starting Jason Wood. There's Terry Roughton, who had a great qualifying session, the best that we've seen from him, and he's battling with the champion, Stuart Place. We briefly referenced that Stuart Place in a different car, but Neil Dudman round the outside of Pip Hammond for 2nd place. Pits later on the brakes. Much more experienced driver, Pip Hammond. Great to have him back with us this weekend. He won at Cadwell Park, but he used all of his experience there to keep Neil Dudman at bay, and Andy Philpotts joining in. It's good to see him high up.
No, we haven't seen him that high up, and he's definitely on the pace. I say it's definitely a mixed-up grid. This Melbourne loop completely changes the circuit, and it's really brought Andrew Philpotts further forward. What a fantastic battle he's showing here. These top 4 cars seem to be breaking away.
Yeah, with, of course, Ben Bateman ahead of these 4s. But Lee Scott's had a good opening to this race, the multiple champion. He started 10th. He is up to 5th, but it's Ben Bateman that leads on this battle for 2nd place, being headed by Pip Hammond over Neil Dudman, Andy Philpotts, and then Lee Scott. Then a gap to Chris Steer, who's finished 2nd in the championship. Stuart Place, who's 7th, who's the champion-elect. And James Hazelhurst, who I was just going to mention, battling for 3rd in the championship. This has gone all very wrong for James, and it looks like he's going to retire while his championship battler for 3rd, Ben Bateman, leads. So it looks like that 3rd spot in the championship going Ben Bateman's way, Paul.
Yeah, I feel sorry for James. He's had a lot of trouble with handling. The car hasn't wanted to turn the corners. and I can only assume that he span out there. See the cars tripoding, those 205 and Neil Dubman there, definitely tripoding round a crane of curves. Very scary corner. We're doing well in excess of 100 miles an hour over there. It's very scary, but Lee Scott, he's a multiple champion. He won't be resting behind his mate Andy Philpotts too long. He'll be all over the back of him. But he's got by him. Yeah, I didn't see that. Lee Scott has actually got by Andy Philpotts.
And behind them is Chris Deere versus Stuart Place. We're used to saying that for the lead, but it's for 6th position today. As Stuart Place pretends to be Jason Watkinson for the weekend.
Yes, he's stolen his car, just for the weekend. He was talking about doing it through the middle of the season, but because of the championship battle, he sort of left it towards the end. But he's really interested. Like myself, I've driven 3 different marks in his championship. Oh, look, Neil Dubman is trying to get the better of Pip Hammond, but Pip Hammond, he's got the better line. He's not going to be put off by that. But Neil Dubman's got to keep his eye on his mirrors there because Lee Scott is all over the back of him.
Yeah, Lee Scott set the fastest lap on the last lap, which was half a second quicker than the pole position time. So Lee Scott going very quickly, but Andy Philpotts is joining back in as well. They're both late on the brakes on the inside into the hairpin. Lee Scott goes up the inside of Neil Dubman, but outbrakes himself. A mistake from Lee Scott there, Paul.
How rare is that? And Andy Philpotts has got by because of that mistake. I mean, multiple champion making a very unusual mistake there.
Yeah, 7 times a champion, I think, Lee Scott in this category.
I stopped counting after 5. He's a wonderful guy, multiple champion, but yes, he made a mistake. Oh, Neil Dudman's made a mistake, gone wide, and a little bit of door tapping there, I believe you call that, by Lee Scott, but I didn't think that there was anything they could do about that.
Behind, Stuart Place has got past Chris Deere, so Chris Deere's got the person in front of him who he's had for most of the season.
But in a different car.
Absolutely right. So,
actually, I'm surprised at that because I thought Stuart was saying, I'm just out here to have a bit of fun, I'll just let Chris Deere go off, but obviously I'm wondering if Chris made a mistake there, but no, Stuart's well happy on his performance in this unusual car for him.
Behind them is Terry Roughton. This is the best we've seen out of Terry in this car. Long time racer, but in the Citroen AX he's much higher up, I think it's fair to say here, Paul. I'm sure he'll be loving it.
Yes, he's not gone down, but he's back into 8th place after his 4th qualifying. But like you say, he's been racing a long time, and we haven't seen a lot of him this season. But he's just showing he didn't know he'd qualified so well. He said, I thought I was going quite well. Well, lovely gentleman. But yes, he can find himself in 8th place, and there we see the battle there with Neil Dudman kicking himself for that little mistake. He's all over the back of Lee Scott, but Lee Scott is a multiple champion, so he will be watching his mirrors quite intently.
Yeah, there's a little dent on Dudman's door. It's actually not as bad as I thought it might be, where he rejoined, and Lee Scott sort of clattered into the side of him, but it's not actually the damage, I think, on those 2 cars, not as bad as I thought. Behind, Chris Deere's lost a position to Terry Roughton, and damage is that for Finn Groom in the background. The XR2's got smoke billowing out the side of it.
Oh, it has. That is. I'm just checking. Yeah, that is Finley's, because his dad and him have the same colour, but that is Finley Groom. They were having a problem with the clutch pedal, but that looks like a completely different. I wonder if the wheel bearings failed. Oh, now I'm wondering if there might have been a little tap on the arch, and I think the arch might be just rubbing on the tyre there.
New driver in shot there.
New driver, yeah. Huge welcome to Lucas Dryden. He's new to the championship. It's his first meeting. He's done a few track days in it, and he thought he'd join us for last season, so big welcome to Lucas. He's in an ex-Morgan machine. Oh, and Finn Groom. Oh, wait, it's definitely nearly went into the back of Martin Rogers there, but how they didn't touch, I don't know.
Yeah, so got all of it close there for comfort, that's for sure. But yeah, Lucas Dryden out there. He's 16th. I mean, his racing debut, not just new to classic stock acts, but new to motor racing in general. He's 30 years of age, ex-mini stock racer is Lucas Dryden.
Another stadium racer. Excellent. Okay. You'll be able to see his car. It's a wonderful blue with yellow cross boxes on the back, and you'll see a little yellow square and a black cross. That's showing he's a novice. He needs to do 6 races before he can lose that. Oh, the old hairpin there. Titch Kelsall's all over the back of Chris Deere. Chris Deere did have handling problems. He found out he had no rear suspension in qualifying, and it looks as though he's not quite cured that properly.
Terry Roughton catching Stuart Place. So while Terry Roughton's going really well in his AX, Andrew Thorpe all the way down in 18th. So I wonder if that car's not quite right since it rolled at Snetterton.
No, well, he had a little roll there. It wasn't that big a roll, but yeah, Andrew's not been having a lot. We usually see Andrew at the front there. Yeah, I don't know. We haven't seen a lot of him, partly because of his role at Snetterton. He did try and look for local breakers for new glass for his car to get back out of Snetterton, but that didn't work. But there must be another problem there. And yes, Terry Roughton is all over the back of Stuart Place. But I can see Finn Groom's car smoking really well. That reminds me of the race I did last year at Cadwell, where I had a little dent on the wing and it was rubbing the tyre. I can only think that's what it is, because it's not deterring Finn whatsoever.
His dad, Rick Groom's having his best race of the season, I think, because he hasn't had a great year, but he's in the top 10. He's battling with Titch Kelsall. He goes around the outside for 9th, and he gets the position, I think.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic meeting, because that's Andrew Philpotts.
Well, he was 3rd, so
yes,
if that
so
was
what's
Andy
happened there?
Philpotts, he's dropped a long way down the order out of our sight. Meanwhile, Rick Groom now trying to pass Chris Deere, last year's champion.
Oh, wow, and that Titch and he went into the back of him there. Oh, that's good grief. And then they come to start finish straight there. We have see Stuart Place in the Jason Watkinson XR2 Iterra and right on tower. Chris Deere trying desperately to keep up. Titch Kessel has now got on alongside Rick Groom. Now he's going to have a great line to go onto fast part of the corner, but then Rick Groom, he will try and get the cut back, but no, Rick Groom cuts his nose right off.
So he's up to 8th now, is Rick Groom. It was Andy Philpotts that's back there, so he dropped to 12th, so he was in 3rd. So that's promoted Lee Scott and Neil Dudman up into 3rd and 4th spots. And on that last lap, Neil Dudman was the quickest of anybody. Behind them, Stuart Place in 5th position, just ahead of Terry Roughton. A gap back to Chris Deere, and there's about half the grid are involved in this battle, Paul.
It's been fantastic. I mean, looking at the qualifying, a second in qualifying covered our top 10 with nearly every mark apart from the Metro covered.
And
it was fantastic.
And that's on one of the longest tracks of the season as well.
It is. I'd say I'm not a fan of the Melbourne Loop, because it does. Oh, look at that battle still between. I saw he got distracted there by the battle between Titch Kessel and Rick Groom. As it went side by side through McLean's, my favourite corner, that one. I do like it. But yeah, it's been incredible to see the grid mixed up on this race. I've been so excited to watch it, and it's definitely showing that we all sort of look side by side there with Stuart Place and Terry Roughton. But Terry Roughton held his ground. Now Chris Deere has come alongside him, the three abreast as they go down the stadium straight. But no, Chris Deere has got the better of both of them. And now Titch Kessel was beating both of them as well. And Rick Groom's coming in, Finn Groom's coming in. It's all happening.
Yeah, I think Stuart Place is now got a problem as he is slow through the corner. I wondered if he was braking early just to get out of it, but now perhaps a bigger problem then for the champion Stuart Place. Is that car on leaning to one side? Or there's a big contact here between Andy Philpotts and Rick Groom, I'm afraid. Has Finn Groom possibly been involved in that as well? He's slow. It's all gone off again at the hairpin.
This car's going everywhere, Josh.
We've got 2 laps to go in this race. Look at Terry Roughton massively late on the brakes. So he's trying to gain position. We've got Darren Bassingthwaite in this battle, the Grooms, but Rick Groom now with damage. So we need to work out the order. So after 6 laps, it's Ben Bateman that leads. Pip Hammond is 2nd. Lee Scott's 3rd. Neil Dudman is 4th. Titch Kelsall got up to 5th. So he passed everybody on that lap. Chris Deere is 6th, 7th is Andy Philpotts, 8th for Terry Roughton, 9th is Darren Bassingthwaite and Rick Groom 10th.
Excellent. See, Darren Bassingthwaite, he's been having a good latter part of the season. Didn't do that well in qualifying, but he's definitely showing that he can mix it with everyone. That was an exciting match. I don't think it's all over yet.
I think Stuart Place might be for the pits. He's dropped right down the order, so he may have broken Jason Watkinson's car.
I wonder if it was a puncher. It did look a bit down on one side there. I wonder if he caught a puncher in that little bit of contact, but here we go to there's Rick Groom again. He's now, where is he? Finds himself in 10th place after that, a little bit of excitement down at the hairpin. But here we go to the front runners. Ben Bateman holding his own with 2 car lengths over the experienced Pip Hammond. And then the experienced Lee Scott in 3rd place. Neil Dudman desperately trying to get back on terms. But it looks like we'll be coming up after this lap. I think it will be the last lap.
So I think Pip Hammond and Lee Scott combined have got something like 10 championships between them, where Ben Bateman in front's only won 1 race in this category before. So there's some very different experiences. The battle behind is still as hotly contested as it was before. Andy Philpotts trying to gain positions after perhaps a mistake earlier. He's just got himself ahead of Terry Roughton. And then Darren Bassingthwaite behind, and probably it's one of Darren's best runs, Paul.
It is, yes. He's doing absolutely, as I say, he's had a great last half of the season. He had a bit of rubbing going on one of the tyres during qualifying, but it looks like he's cured that. He's done really fantastically well to keep up with these guys. Oh, he nearly... There's the commentator's curse for you. I'm sorry, Joanne, that's his wife. I bigged him up and then he threw it away. I'm sorry about that.
At least he hasn't damaged the car. He
No, that's true.
But the lead is right together. So Pip Hammond's all of a sudden caught Ben Bateman. So going on to the last lap of the race, we have a battle on for the lead, really, for the first time in this race. And Pip Hammond looks to the inside of Ben, but Ben's very late onto the brakes. Going to get the car turned through the corner, Paul?
Well, yes, he'll get that through there. I think he was trying to look for to see who could sort of outmanoeuvre each other on the cutback there. But no, look, And a tiny little puff of smoke there I saw from the Ben Bateman machine. I wasn't quite sure if that was a rubbing or not, but he's managed to get back 2 car lengths after that. So I'm wondering if Pip Hammond just oh, look at that lovely demonstration of four-wheel drift.
Yeah, so Pip Hammond then chasing after Ben Bateman as they go through the old hairpin and now start to climb the hill. Are we going to see a last gasp effort here from Pip Hammond to grab the win? I guess Ben Bateman's going to be pretty keen to hold on to it, Paul.
He's going to be very keen. I think this will be, I don't think he's, other than that first outing, I don't think he's won.
No.
So this will be a fantastic result for this young man. Like I say, he's been he's a young man, so he's had youth and inexperience. And now he's sort of chiselled that, and now he's able to finish races. And if he can just stay in front of Pip, this will be a fantastic result for him. This oh dear, looks like Pete Oscarby. I don't know if he's just conked out there. But no, I thought Pip Hammond might try to get on the back of Ben here, but I think Ben has got the better of Pip. And that is something I never thought I'd hear myself say.
So if Pip was a little bit quicker through the Essex, but certainly up at the top end of the circuit through Coppice, Ben Bateman certainly quicker. So they come down towards the Melbourne hairpin. There's 2 corners to go. Pip Hammond, it's much better, I think, through this end of the lap.
Much better on the brakes there. That's so difficult. You're going downhill. Gravity's working against you, and it's difficult braking right. And I think Ben may have been a little overcautious. Now he's going to be incredibly defensive towards this last hairpin. Oh, yes, he did a little bit of a jiggle there.
He run wide.
Oh, is he run wide? Pip nearly went for it, but could see the door was going to close. And is it going to be a little drag race here to the finish? But I think Ben has done it. Oh, what a fantastic result for a young man. Ben Bateman first, Pip Hammond third, and Lee Scott third, and Neil Dubman is fourth. What a fantastic result. Titch Kessel getting fifth. Fantastic.
Yes, the best result as well for Neil Dudman. Congratulations to Ben Bateman. A great defence there at the end to keep Pip Hammond, 3-time champion, at bay. And Lee Scott took third. Neil Dudman was fourth. Titch Kessel was fifth, ahead of Chris Deere, Andy Philpotts, Terry Rowton, Martin Rogers, and then completing the top 10 at the end was Jason Wood, who recovered.
Oh, wow, that's a fantastic recovery there, because I thought he had a problem, but I don't know if he missed a gear there. It looks like that's Finn Groom. He's obviously hearing the noise. As you slow down, you tend to hear what was rubbing now, and he's definitely going very slowly. I think he's going to try and assess the damage when he gets back in.
Yeah, he dropped to 15th. I wonder if if it was rubbing bodywork on a tyre, whether that may have punctured the tyre at the end. But that was sort of very different to the rest of the Classic Stock Hatch season, wasn't it? Where most of the season we've had Stuart Place and Chris Deere up front. We had a totally different race this time.
Fantastic. Like you say, it's been very much the Stuart Place and Chris Deere show this season.
Let's have a look at the results, Paul, and then perhaps have a few thoughts from you. So Ben Bateman was the winner by 0.27 of a second over Pip Hammond. Lee Scott was third, ahead of Neil Dudman, Titch Kessel, Chris Deere, Andy Philpotts, Terry Rowton, Martin Rogers and Jason Wood completed the top 10. Darren Bassingthwaite, after that mistake, dropped to 11th. Rick Groom had some issues as well. Lucas Dryden got 13th on his debut, ahead of Graham Rees. And then Finn Green with trouble, and in Thorpe as well, his car not running right. Terry Deere and Hannah Newton, the last of the finishers. And the champion, Stuart Place, with potentially a puncture, that's on to figure out later, a non-finisher. But yeah, a few thoughts from you, Paul.
Well, what a fantastic race that was. I knew it was going to be exciting when I saw the qualifying this morning, seeing that the top 12 were literally within a second of each other. What a fantastic that race was, and seeing these young men like Ben Bateman, he's won this race, a fantastic boost for him. And our new guy, Lucas Dryden, I must mention him, it's his first ever race on the circuits here, and he gets himself in 13th. What a fantastic result. Now I'm going to go and see what was going on with Jason Wood's car, because he didn't get off that line at all, but it just goes to show what we can do here in Classic Stock Hatch. You've got all these different cars literally driving bumper to bumper and door to door. It's a fantastic show. And it's been great to watch them in the pits, getting all these cars ready, like Jason Wood, car 41, we see just coming to the shot there, and turning around the Melbourne Loop. He had to change his engine, but we had loads of people around helping him, and that's what the Classic Stock Hatch is about. That was a fantastic race, and I look forward to race tomorrow, and it looks like the race tomorrow might be a little damp.
And how do you think that might change things?
That's going to change things completely, because experience will show tomorrow. So we'll see how Ben has qualified for pole again tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to see how he does in the wet. But that was a fantastic result for that young man.
And all the Vauxhall enthusiasts will be cheering them on, I'm sure.
Exactly. It's like it was planned, isn't it?
So I think in a few moments' time we're going to head downstairs to Andy McEwen. So Andy will be with our top three, including the race winner, Ben Bateman.
Well, that was classic stock hatch racing at its absolute best. What a brilliant defensive drive by Ben Bateman, who comes out on top at the end of an incredible 15 minutes of racing. Ben's just getting out of his car now, victorious at the end of that one. But my word, Ben, you had to get your elbows out there to hang on, didn't you?
Absolutely, at the most tiring part of the race as well.
I mean, there can be nothing worse, really, than seeing someone like Pip arriving in your mirrors, because you know he knows all of the tricks of the trade. He's won so many races in this championship before, so to fend him off, he must be so proud.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. The car's going really good, and yeah, like you say, it was tiring.
Getting used to the car now, do you feel like you're starting to get the maximum out of it, or is there even more to come?
I think we're about there, personally. Back to the engine builders at the end of the season, cook some up for next year.
And you're back for a full season next season, do you think?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, more wins then surely on the card, perhaps even more this weekend. You've got another race still to go, and well, you've done it once now. There's no reason not to do it again, right?
Right, we'll see how the 25-kilo weight penalty goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we wish you the very best of luck. Congratulations, Ben, on the victory. Shall we put the reversing lights on and try and make our way around to our second place finisher? Most of the time when I speak to Pip Hammond, it's because he's won a race, but Pip having to settle for second on this occasion, not for the want of trying, though.
Well, rub it in, why don't you? No, to be fair, like, I'm carrying some ballast in the car, but Ben's got plenty as well, so the pace was legit. I knew he was going to be quicker in the first half of the lap, and I could gain a bit on him towards the end. I was trying to save a little bit of tyre, but I used a lot of the car up trying to fight Neil Dudman off early doors, and I could have done with another lap or two, but I suspect I could have been following him all day at the same time. So well done to Ben, and Lee's come a long way to get third as well, and I can't be unhappy with second because I haven't done a great deal to deserve it, to be honest. I haven't really done a lot to the car. I've not spent any money on it or anything really. So yeah, pleased in general, and we'll have another crack at it tomorrow.
Always far too humble. You look really good on the brakes through that final sector. Is that something where you did feel like you had a bit of an edge maybe?
Yeah, but the problem is I've told him what brakes to run as well. So so all the Novas have got the same stuff. So where it was an advantage prior, it's not so much these days. But yeah, I feel really good. Like I felt like the braking's been a strength with the car for quite a long time. But whether it's a bit of me or a bit of the car carrying the weight, it's just so hard to just drag it around all these really quick corners we've got here. But generally going forwards and stopping in a straight line, it'll do that really well. So trying to find a compromise between the two and make it a bit quicker over the whole lap for the second one.
Best of luck with that. Congratulations, Pip, on the podium finish. And we'll wander around this way, shall we, and speak to Lee Scott then, who came home in third. I thought Lee was running away from me then for a second. We want to talk to you, Lee, because you're on the podium again. Tough battle now. I mean, it always is in classic stock hatch, but again, you were really right in the thick of it there.
Yeah, I think poor qualifying from me today, so I was a bit unimpressed with my performance in qualifying. But to get back up onto the podium, I'm really chuffed with that. So I'm thrilled that I got up this far.
You say poor performance in qualifying, but I mean, the margins are so narrow. It was such an exceptionally tight qualifying session. You don't have to be far off to find yourself a long way down the order now.
Clearly not. I guess not. Yeah. So well, but regardless, 10th place, it's not good enough to be up the front. So well, except today.
Well, you made it exciting for us at least, coming charging through. What are your thoughts now for tomorrow's second race? Where are you going to be starting that one, and does that maybe help you a bit?
Yeah, so I think tomorrow I'm starting 7th, which is about 3 places up. And if I were 3 places up today, right, I'd be taking a cup home. So who knows?
I'm not very good at maths, but I think I agree with you, Lee. Congratulations on the podium finish. That's our first classic stock hatch action of the weekend done then. The high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship cars will be heading out in just a few minutes' time. It's all got a bit quiet, which means I think there's a bit of recovery being done out on the circuit. But, as I'm sure the guys are about to tell you, there was some drama in qualifying this morning amongst the Alfas. The championship leader, Tom Hill, had a few issues. I spoke to the team earlier on. They were confident he was going to get the car out on track, as he now is on his quest for championship honours today. Let's see what happens in our first Alfa race of the weekend.
So the first of 2 races this weekend for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship. This is how the grid is going to line up. It lines up as ever with the Alfas in 2 parts. So on the front row, it's 40 and 127. 40 is Jamie Thwaites and 127 is Simon Scott. The second row is 70 and 59. 70 is Mike Hilton and 59 is Mark Skeggs. Row 3, 79 and 14. 79 Dave Messenger and 14 Andy Page. Then on row 4, it's 75 and 7. 75 Tom Hill and 7 Roger Evans. And row 5, number 30, Stacey Dennis. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows. So then you have James Ford and Toby Broom on the first of the Twin Spark Cup rows. Then it's number 9, Richard Ford, and number 78, Edward Robinson. And the final starter will be the number 54 car of Adrian Norman. So 2 groups of cars to start separately. There's a 10-second delay before the cars in the Twin Spark Cup go off. And as Andy alluded to there, Josh, there was some drama this morning in impacting our championship leader.
Yeah, Tom Hill was the cause of our delay this morning. Dropped a lot of fluid on the road. But I think we heard there from Andy that Tom Hill was hoping to be out for this race. And he has been dominant within his class. There's 4 classes within the Alfa Romeo Championship. You score points within your class, and he has won every race within the V6 trophy, which don't always pick up maximum points, which I guess has been a little bit of a drama for him. And similarly for Stacey Dennis, she's won every race within the Power Trophy. So therefore, but she's had even less entrants, so she's a little bit further behind in the championship. But the Twin Spark Cup drivers have been scoring maximum points, and James Ford has won most of the races there with 6, and on total scores he's just 5 points behind Toby Broom, who's had a win, and brother Richard Ford just a further point up. But when you look at drop scores, Ian, it's really the overall championship looks to be going between Tom Hill and James Ford.
Yeah, it looks to be between those, as you say, with just this meeting and one at Silverstone at the end of October left to go in the championship. So we've already had 4 meetings, 8 rounds of the championship, still 4 races left to go. One of the championships that's not having its final event here this weekend at Donington Park. As we say, a grid of 14 cars we are expecting. The first, I think, 4 cars on the grid are all from the modified class. Jamie Thwaite, Simon Scott, Mike Hilton and Mark Skeggs. And Mike Hilton is leading the modified class coming into this weekend in the championship. Then you've got the V6 cars, Dave Bessinger and Tom Hill sandwiching the modified class car of Andy Page. And then the Twin Spark Cup cars come next. James Ford, the first of those in qualifying this morning. This afternoon, as it turned out.
I think those 9 cars in the first group are all different types of Alfa Romeos, which is impressive. You've got the Giulietta TCR of Jamie Thwaites, you've got a Mito, a 4C, a GTV, 2 different types of 156, the older Giulietta, a GT, and then 2 types of 147. So there they are in the assembly area. So those 9 cars in the first group, all different types of Alfa Romeo, which is pretty impressive.
It is, and it's the first time in almost a decade that the cars that are now being released onto the circuit have raced on the Grand Prix loop. But almost 10 years ago, it was Ian Stapleton that took both race wins on that occasion. When it was a different class structure. He was in a modified GTV. His fastest lap time on that occasion was a 1:48. What did we get in qualifying? A 1:41 for Jamie Thwaite.
But we have seen Ian Stapleton out this year and win races, because he won at Cadwell Park and at Brands Hatch in that same car, I think. But unfortunately, he's not made the trip to Donington. Jamie Thwaite, was he at Brands Hatch? Not sure if he would, but at Cadwell Park that car had a failure in qualifying. So his championship sort of went a bit sideways at that stage, but he was much quicker than anybody else in qualifying with Jamie Thwaites, who races a ridiculous variety of cars, because just a few weeks ago at Silverstone he was racing an LMP2 car, as well as I think classic Chevrons, sort of cars from the 70s, and now he's got this TCR car as well, so he's got a fair amount of experience in a variety of machines.
And then qualifying this morning, he was underneath the Tim Lewis long-standing lap record of 1:42.76, the lap record. Jamie Thwaites a 1:41.50 in qualifying, so he obviously needs to replicate that in the race for it to count as a lap record, but he was very rapid in practice.
Last time out at Brands Hatch, Mike Hilton scored what I believe would be the first ever win in the UK for an Alfa Romeo 4C, which is a great car to have in the category. And he starts out on the second row. But between them is Simon Scott, who I don't think we've seen much of recently in the championship, but a long-time Alfa Romeo racer. He's raced Alfa Suds in the past, but he's in the Alfa Romeo Mito, which is the car that I think we've seen out this season with Riccardo Loselli, who finished second earlier in the year at Silverstone. So I think that's that Alfa Romeo Mito that is here on the grid on that front row, which is good to see.
Yeah, Simon Scott is one of Jamie Porter's Alpha Workshop team, a former Alpha race competitor from the late 90s and 2005 as well. So good to have him on the grid this weekend.
And the other interesting car on the second row, Mark Skeggs. That's an ex-British GT car. Tony Soper campaigned that for a very short amount of time in the British GT Championship, where you had Renault Clios and Volkswagen Golfs and Alfa Romeo GTVs running in that championship. I'm not sure Stefan Rattel would allow those sort of cars to race in the championship nowadays. It was a very different time.
It certainly was.
But it's great to have that car still in competition, and Mark Skeggs racing it here and going pretty well in qualifying on the second row. Tom Hill looks like he is there, so he is going to be one to watch to make progress. He qualified second in the class anyway, didn't he? Behind Dave Messenger, who has made it to the track after competing at Mallory Park between qualifying and the race. He went off to Mallory Park to race a motorbike. And I'm not sure how many times somebody has raced a car and a bike at two different venues on the same day before. So if Dave Messenger makes the podium, that's one to ask him about.
I'm fairly sure, thinking about this, we had someone race a car and a bike at the same venue on the same day at Mallory Park at a plum pudding meeting a long time ago, but not at two different venues. But there we go.
Hopefully Mallory Park went well.
No. Right, there's 3 survivors from the last race here that are also racing today. And they are, I'm not going to make you guess, Roger Evans, Stacey Dennis and James Ford. They are back on the grid for this one.
Are they in the same car though?
I don't think so, no. So we've got the cars on the grid. Hopefully shortly they will be released out onto their green flag lap. But yes, I can hear the klaxon in the background, which signifies that the minutes to go boards are being shown.
James Ford then got pole, didn't he, within his class? So he gets an extra point where Tom Hill did not. So the cars go off then on, well, some of the cars go off onto the green flag lap. I'm afraid the Alfa Romeo 4C has not, which it has just in time, I think. So Mike should be okay to reclaim his spot on the grid in that car, which was originally imported from Italy. It's a left-hand drive car, therefore. It's from 2015 and runs the 1750cc turbocharged engine. And it was converted into a race car by Riccardo Lorselli, who we mentioned earlier, prepared by Bianco Motorsport. And Mike Hilton, a former Caterham racer. So I suspect racing in this championship quite different to racing in Caterham categories. But it's great to have that 4C here and sort of iconic shots we've got at the moment as the sun goes down over the Craner curves with these Alfa Romeos on their green flag lap. And interesting race in prospect potentially. When I last saw these cars at Cadwell Park, they were on slicks in the wet, so this race will be a little bit different to that, I think.
It will indeed. Let's hope, from Jamie Thwaite's point of view, the start to this race goes better than the one in the first of the races at Festival Italia at Brands Hatch, which was the last time
he was at Brands
races. Yes, he was. He moved forward a few feet off the grid, then he stopped with a dead engine, and there was a sharp intake of breath as we waited to see if everyone was going to miss him. Everybody did just about miss the stationary car, and none of them hit each other either, which was even better. But there were some close calls, and but thankfully the quick reactions of all of the drivers meant that there was no major incident as a result of that one.
Jamie Thwaites also races in Ferrari Challenge. He's got load of T70s. He owns the McLaren M8 as well, Can-Am car. So it's quite a broad mix of cars that he owns. So he's got a wide range of experience. There's probably not many people that have raced Le Mans prototypes and TCR cars in the same season, I suspect.
No, absolutely not.
And it's great to have the TCR car on the grid, isn't it? The Giulietta, because there's not many of them racing in the world.
No, not at all.
And so to have them here with the 750 Motor Club, that is great to see. And there it is then, on pole position and in a great livery as well. And
Indeed.
there it is then on those slick racing tyres that these cars in this front group run, with the Mito alongside.
Looking absolutely fantastic. Simon Scott at the wheel of that car. Thwaites missed the second race at Festival Italia with those mechanical issues that he had at the start of race 1. So last few cars being into position, so 2 starts to this race. We'll get the first 9 cars off, then the 5 Twin Spark Cup cars will go off when the Union flag falls 10 seconds after the original start. So we are waiting for this 20-minute race to get underway for the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship, and it does indeed. And the start that is best is from Simon Scott from the outside of the front row of the grid. There's a little bit of shenanigans further back. Mike Hilton is losing a little bit of ground at the start. Now the Twin Spark Cup cars in the background get away as well, so we'll pick up what's happening with those in a moment. But it is the car from the outside of the front row, Simon Scott, that leads from Jamie Thwaites as they head through the first couple of corners.
And Tom Hill is third, so he's already passed more than half the cars that start in front of him. It looks like James Ford has fended off Toby Brooms. Sometimes we get some close quarter actions in the Twin Spark Cup, so that'll be something to look out for as the race goes on. But Tom Hill up to third, quick straight away in that V6 GT for the 4-time champion. As Jamie Thwaites dives up the inside, goes through. Suspect that car's got a lot more aero than the Mito of Simon Scott. So Jamie Thwaites takes the lead of the race from Scott in second, and in third spot is Tom Hill, very fast starting. He sort of struggled to squeeze past a few of the cars, or muscled his way past, but he got there in the end, into third. And Mike Hilton made a better start than the green flag lap went. The Mito perhaps got a bit more straight line speed than the Giulietta ahead, but not enough to make a move. Behind Andy Page with probably the oldest car on the grid there in 5th position in the older Giulietta. There's Stacey Dennis, a bit sideways, I think, through the S's, but she's got herself ahead of Dave Messenger, who's not had a very good first lap. Perhaps recalibrating his brain into the type of motorsport he's taking part in.
Down to the Melbourne hairpin he goes, and it looks like he's going to get past the number 30 car of Stacey Dennis, who is the only car in her particular class, the Power Trophy, during the course of this weekend, which obviously limits her point scoring ability as well, which is in a little bit unhelpful for her in the overall standings, but she gets the place back here from Dave Messenger. I think she's going to have a battle with whoever is up against her, really, rather than worrying about sort of class points and things like that.
Yeah, she finished third at Cadwell Park in that race where it started to rain on the green flag lap. So I don't think the car's perhaps got as much power as some of the others, but in those tricky conditions managed to get onto the podium for Stacey Dennis, the driver from West Sussex, as we've been saying. She said that she was in racing for about 10 years, so I guess that race here at Donington Park would have been one of her first the last time the series was here. Twin
Spark Cup, James Ford is leading from Toby Broom and Richard Ford then. And looks like the driver that we're missing has only got 13, Roger Evans, isn't it? That's not made it out. So actually he didn't compete in this one, having competed here last time almost a decade ago.
That means there won't be so many V6s starting for Tom Hill's points.
Yes. Just the 2 of them, I think, in the end.
I think Roger Evans is the man behind the team that prepared Tom Hill's car. So I guess that was they would have tried ever so hard to get Roger Evans' car out to make sure he could score the points, but that's not been possible, it seems. Here are the Twin Spark Cup leaders, the 3 of them together. It's James Ford then who is ahead, the pharmacist from Lincoln, and he has claimed more than 30 victories in this category in the past in his self-built 156, and he's ahead of Toby Broom and his brother Richard Ford, who is backed by the championship sponsor High-Tech Electronics Materials.
Yeah, I think it's also the FD for High-Tech as well. As we watch this battle in the Twin Spark Cup come down to the Melbourne hairpin for the second time in this 20-minute race, and a different line being taken on the exit of the corner by Toby Broom, number 33, who is third in points before drop scores, but a little bit behind James Ford after the drop scores have started to be taken into account.
I think Toby Broom was a little bit too late on the brakes and had loads of understeer as he turned into the Goddard's hairpin, but he's a similar gap behind James Ford as he was at the start of the lap.
And these 3 have pulled away, haven't they, from Edward Robinson and Adrian Norman as well in the Twin Spark Cup class. So
Yeah.
they're a little bit further back.
Yeah, they've been the class of the field. James Ford, although winning 6 of the races this season, hasn't really won them easily. Don't think he competed at Festival of Italia last time out, so Toby Broom and John Billingsley, who's not here, were the winners at Brands. But a little bit of a gap because of that mistake for James Ford over Toby Broom. We've got a car in the gravel now.
Yeah, that's Mark Skeggs, isn't it, in the ex-British GT car. He was in 5th place. He might lose that P5 now to Andy Page, who, yes, does indeed make his way through on the way up into Coppice Corner. So Skeggo drops back down to 6th place for the moment, at least, behind the number 14 Giulietta of Andy Page, the local man from Derby, and in fact another place being lost there by Skeggs, as Dave Messenger now goes through in the number 79 car, the man from Witney in Oxfordshire. So Skeggs down to 7th.
Tom Hill wasn't lapping particularly quick on the previous lap, in Tom Hill standards anyway. He was a lot slower than the top 3, and he has had a win overall this year. He's had a 2nd, he's had 3 thirds, a couple of 4ths and a 5th, and he's currently running in 4th position, but perhaps not as close to the leaders as we've come to expect. So we'll keep an eye on Tom Hill's progress as Mark Skeggs he's now... Oh, well, I think he might have lost his brakes or something like that, because the car has gone flying off the circuit. Thankfully, no one was just ahead of him in that Bianco prepared car, and he's ended up in the gravel trap for the national circuit, really. But that has thankfully stopped that car from hitting anything, and you have to think that the brakes weren't working at that point.
Yeah, so a very unusual place to end up, but so fortunately nobody else involved in all of that. There's Mike Hilton in the 4C that's there in 3rd position. Beautiful looking car, isn't it? The number 70 machine of Mike Hilton and from Isha. Very unusual car. There's not too many of these racing. I'm not sure if I've ever seen one on the road for that matter, but it looks absolutely fantastic as it comes through the Fogarty S's.
Yeah, well, this one had to be imported, so I wonder if they don't actually sell them here. I'm not sure. An Alfa Romeo 4C then for Mike Hilton. A car that's no longer being built. 2013 to 2020, only 9,000 cars of these were produced in that time period. So. And rather less made into race cars. There was at one point where Alfa Romeo said they were going to make it into a GT4 car, but that never happened.
No.
So good to see one on the circuits in this championship, and going pretty well. Mike Hilton in 3rd position today. As we said, he was a winner last time out, and this season has had some good results. He's had 5 top 3s overall, with 3 seconds and a 3rd to add to that win.
Here's the Twin Spark Cup battle. Oh, Skeggo has made it out of the gravel trap, but only as far as the pit lane. I think he's realised that he can't continue in this race.
2nd place car, Simon Scott, is slowing. He was 4 seconds ahead of Mike Hilton. He's now behind Mike Hilton. So the Mito, that had all kinds of problems at Cadwell Park, was running slowly for the whole meeting. Appears to be not going as quickly as it was. But now, is he getting back up to speed again? He's very late on the brakes into McLean's, and he's going into the gravel. So he's had another car that's got brake problems, perhaps.
Possibly so, yeah. So, and that one has gone off a little bit more quickly, and I think it's managing to get itself dug in. The marshals running towards the scene to see if they can offer their assistance to Simon Scott, who's well stuck in the gravel. It's Edward Robinson just going across the line in his 156, one of the Twin Spark Cup cars, for the cars that all run the same 2-litre engine. And you can see he wears the novice cross on the back of his car as well. Just on lap record watch, 142.76 was the mark to beat. And we've just done it on that lap. Just as I was about to say, it's not been beaten yet. Jamie Thwaites has done it. He's done a 142.54. So a new lap record now for Jamie Thwaites. So it's taken 2/10 off Tim Lewis's long-standing lap record. In the Twin Spark Cup, I think the best lap so far is a 156.97 for Toby Broom, which is also a lap record in that class. James Ford did hold the lap record previously, 159.67. So the new lap record's an anagram of the old one, for the moment at least. There is James Ford now, number 23, leading his class with just over 10 minutes of this race left to go. He's got a margin of 1.6 seconds he was at the start of the lap over Toby Broom in second place. And Richard Ford, James's brother, still there in third. This Twin Spark Cup class is the sort of entry point into Alfa Romeo racing, being a relatively affordable way to get into the championship in cars that are similar in their performance. Very limited modifications that can be done running on treaded tyres as well, but usually very good racing to be found within this class. So we are now into the second half of the race, which is being led by Jamie Thwaites by just a shade under 20 seconds at the start of the lap.
See the LMA livery car, Toby Broom. Was it not that back end that was on Tony Soper's car when it ran in British GT, I feel like?
Possibly.
Because that was all part of, there was an LMA Saloon Series as well at that point, was there not? So there's Jamie Thwaites, our new lap record holder. He's just got a slower lap last time, so he may know that he's broken that now. He's a long way ahead of Mike Hilton in second place. So down the Craner curves he comes. Interesting this season, we've had a lot more modified class cars compared to last season where there weren't many at all. Last couple of seasons really, since the Alfa Romeo Championship joined 750 Motor Club. Because we had Barry McMahon, didn't we? He was dominative over the last few seasons, and now he doesn't that often come out in his 156 Turbo, which is a shame because that would, I'm sure, be good competition for Jamie Thwaites and the Giulietta.
Yeah, he did win both of the races at Alton Park. Barry McMahon beating Thwaites on both occasions there, but I think that's certainly the only time I've seen him this season, but I've only seen a couple of the events so far.
Yeah, I think he finished second at Brands behind Mike Hilton. So I think he might have been there, but possibly no others. Maybe in a different car as well.
Yeah, Barry McMahon won the championship outright in 2021, and also the modified class. Andrew Bork, of course, was the champion last year. Tom Hill won it in 2016, 2018, 2019 and 2020, 3 of those years from the Twin Spark Cup. Andrew Bork also winning it in 2017 as well.
We just saw the new Giulietta of Jamie Thwaites. Here's the old one from 40 years ago. Andy Page's version. He's in 4th position. He's just ahead of Dave Messenger. Oh, and Toby Broom, who was second in the Twin Spark Cup, has gone off in a similar place to... Now, has he gone off via the S's or has he gone off via the hairpin?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how he's got there. Toby Broom, who was second... There's a lot of gravel on the circuit, or not on the circuit more to the point.
It's on the national circuit.
It's on the national circuit. So again, we didn't see how he got there. But is he going to try and rejoin us? I suspect. No, so steering wheel's come off, so probably not.
There's quite a few Alfa Romeos been parked at the side of the circuit in this race here.
Well, and as we always say, that is so they can be better admired from the sidelines by the spectators, because they are such beautiful machines. And the drivers are very much aware of their obligation to show them off to their best potential. Here's Andy Page. So he's in 4th place now, number 14. Dave Messenger, number 79, is just in behind him in 5th place. And gap back then to Stacey Dennis, who is 6th, and the last of the surviving cars from the first wave. So here's this little battle going on between Page and Messenger with 6.5 minutes of the race left to go.
Hopefully Andy's thinking of lots of intelligent questions to ask the drivers about this race, because there's not been so much going on in compared to some of the other races we've had today at the sharp end of the field, with a 26-second lead for Jamie Thwaites. Don't think if we add up all the other winning gaps, we would have got quite that margin.
No, it's looking like a convincing win here for Thwaites. It's a bit of a shame, really, that it's not a close contest and that we have had a couple of cars, or 3 cars now, I think, retire from the race. 10 cars we have, I think, still circulating of the 13 that started. A bit of a disappointing field for the Alfa Romeo Championship, and we hope that we'll see more cars on the grid for the final round, which will be next month.
You see Dave Messenger there in the Darnell's limited run car. As he has been for a long time. He was racing a C1 at Brands Hatch the other day, so something perhaps less admired by the masses. And that car broke. Where this one's running well for Dave Messenger in 5th position.
So in towards the final quarter of this race now for the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship.
Well, I think the reason the C1 broke because it got bashed. You don't want to be bashing an Alfa Romeo.
Not really. Not really.
Far too precious.
Down to the Melbourne hairpin goes that little scrap. Messenger and Page for 4th place overall. They're in different classes. Page is in the modified class, Messenger in the V6 class. That's the same as Tom Hill, who's in 3rd position overall, and still circulating after his smoky demise from qualifying earlier, which put that large oil slick down this part of the circuit actually between Hollywood and the old hairpin.
With commentators' curses, that was a very sketchy moment to be watching Tom Hill go down there.
It was indeed, but hey, he's got through it, it's okay. That meant that we did have an early lunch break here at Donington Park today and a bit of a rejig of the timetable while that was dealt with to avoid too many delays later on in the programme and to try and finish something approximating the scheduled time, mindful of the fact that it is a long day for all concerned, not least the marshals, who, as ever, we are tremendously grateful for their support. But here's Hill in 3rd place, making his way down towards the Fogarty S's, and it's something of a demonstration drive this from Tom. I say 4 championships already in his belt, 3 in the Twin Spark Cup, 1 I think in this car in 2020, the shortened season when there's only I think 3 or 4 meetings due to the impact of COVID that year.
That was when they debuted this GT, wasn't it?
That's right.
And this Revs Italia car, great to have it here, and Tom Hill pushes on, hopping up onto 3 wheels there. And he will shortly lap the car of Adrian Norman, the ex-Mini Challenge racer, who is running in 10th spot. And a debris there that Tom Hill had to drive over.
I think that was there from the start, wasn't it, really, that debris. There's Edward Robinson, so he's looking good for a podium within the Twin Spark Cup class here. Behind the Ford brothers, James and Richard. And he's just making his way up to McLean's now. Through the right-hander he goes.
I think this championship's likely to go all the way to Silverstone, isn't it? With it probably closing up, actually, with James Ford getting pole and having a larger entry. Jamie Thwaites has just gone quicker. He's just set another record lap. 1 minute 42.19, which is nearly as quickly as he went in qualifying.
Yeah, it is. That was a 1:41.5, wasn't it? So not far off. That meeting at Silverstone is on the Grand Prix circuit. So another Grand Prix circuit, back-to-back, having raced here on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit this weekend.
That'll be another one to investigate when that last happened to this championship, which may be even further ago.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Andy Robinson's preview will reveal the details of that. But obviously a good chance to race here on the this circuit, 30th anniversary season of the European Grand Prix being held here at Donington, that famous opening lap from Ayrton Senna.
A soggy day for spectators.
It was indeed.
Hopefully we won't get so much of that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some wet weather, aren't we? But hopefully not quite as extreme as that. So we're into the last minute of the race now. I think there'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one for Jamie Thwaites, who's due across the line any moment now, I think.
He's at most of the field, I think. He's 41 seconds ahead. So probably the best part of half a lap, won't it, by the end? In a very dominated performance. Don't feel like in the other races we've seen Jamie Thwaites out and he's been this far ahead.
No, I think well, there's been different drivers that have had success. Well, notably, as we've said, Barry McMahon, and obviously things didn't go to plan for him very much. Didn't go to plan for him at Brands Hatch with that issue on the start line in the first race, where Mike Hilton and Ian Stapleton took the two race wins. It was only at Silverstone on the national circuit where he did get the 2 victories, and even that wasn't straightforward. Those were both very good races, actually, the 2 on the Silverstone national circuit back in the spring.
Back of the car looks very high up in the air, doesn't it? Not sure if it was designed that way. So he is now on his 12th and final lap of the race. And he's about to lap Dave Messenger, the car in 5th. So he might lap Andy Page as well before the end. He goes through Coppice Corner. Is it not running the rear diffuser that TCR cars generally would?
Yeah.
So obviously doesn't have to run in the way it was built in this championship. Basically an open regulation set, isn't it? The modified class.
Yeah.
I think we've seen World Touring cars in the past in this.
Yeah, and it's you know, very open indeed, and that does result in some cars that are quite highly developed, highly stressed. Obviously, the TCR car though is a car that is proven and built to a specific set of regulations, so probably a bit more reliable than some others that we've seen in this class. But Jamie Thwaites coming out of Goddard for the final time to complete his 12th and final lap. There's the checker flag, and he wins round number 9 of the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship by quite the margin.
On the last lap, Mike Hilton was very slow. So is he still going? Because he did a 2-minute lap on the last lap, which is 15 seconds
well, there he
off
is.
the
We can
pace.
just see him in the background of shot there, coming out of or down from Coppice to the Fog TSC. So he is still circulating. So it looks like he's going to take second place.
Where's Tom Hill therefore?
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to be third. So that's going to be our top 3. Here's Hilton now, down towards the Melbourne hairpin for the final time in this number 70 Alfa Romeo 4C. Across the line there goes James Ford to win the Twin Spark Cup class as well. Number 23, James Ford, wins in the Twin Spark Cup, and again that's by quite a decent margin in the end, that he has managed to do that over his brother Richard Ford. So they've been relatively solitary, often in the past been much closer, those two, along with others within that class. Here's our second place man, Mike Hilton, number 70 in the 4C. Takes P2, and then another 20 seconds or so down the road should be our third place driver, and the last driver on the lead lap, that will be Tom Hill. But a big victory margin there for Jamie Thwaites, wasn't it?
Over a minute, which one for Andy Robinson to figure. Is that the biggest winning margin for a very long time in the championship,
well,
I suspect?
I've seen other Alfa races won by more than a minute, I think.
Okay.
So, yes, I'm sure it has happened, but yeah, certainly relatively unusual. And so, yeah, Thwaites the winner, Hilton second, Tom Hill third.
And hopefully some of those cars with problems can be resolved overnight, because the Alfa Romeos are back tomorrow just before lunch. So there's some work to do for a couple or 3 of the teams in that one. I think we lost 3 during the race, didn't we? And we lost Roger Evans beforehand. So a bit of work to do in the garages of the Alfa Romeo Championship are located in this weekend here at Donington.
And we've still got one race to come, of course, this evening here at Donington Park. That's for the Tiggy-Wa Typo R Trophy, the final round of the season. Where second place in the championship is still under dispute. But there is Jamie Thwaites just pulling into the pit lane at the end of the race. I don't know if we can have a quick look at the results of that race. Yes, we can. 12 laps completed by Jamie Thwaites, number 40, with a victory margin of 1 minute 7.80 seconds over number 70, Mike Hilton, in second place. Third was number 75, Tom Hill. He was another 17 seconds behind, but won his class. The V6 class, again, is continued that clean sweep. Fourth to number 14, Andy Page. Fifth to number 79, Dave Messenger. Sixth to number 30, Stacey Dennis, who also won her class and continuing her clean sweep. Then seventh was number 23, James Ford. Eighth was number 9, Richard Ford. Ninth, number 78, Edward Robinson. And the last finisher was number 54, Adrian Norman. So that is the top 10 from the high-tech electronic materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. It's been a very interesting race to watch, and we will look forward to another of those tomorrow, as Josh says, just before lunch. But for now, let's head down to Andy McEwen. He is in the pit lane, and he'll be ready to talk to Jamie Thwaites.
So Jamie Thwaites dominant then in our first Alfa Romeo Championship race of the weekend. He's just got out of his car now. The others taking a fairly leisurely lap back into the pit lane. And it looks as though Mike Hilton has found out just how steep some of the drops in the pit lane can be, but he does now pull up in second place, much to the amusement of our race winner, Jamie Thwaites, who, well, we didn't see a lot of you in that one, Jamie. That's the problem when you disappear on up the road.
You know what, it's a real shame, because there's been a really good modified grid all year long. And, you know, there's been some really tight battles at the front, and I think Barry Mahon's leading, and I was feeling good this weekend, and it's a shame he wasn't here because we could have had a good ding-dong. But at the same time, you know, the team, Bianca Motorsports, did a good job preparing the car, and it felt mega out there. And unfortunately, there's no one to race with, but I'm racing myself as well. So
it's not a bad car to be out there enjoying yourself in, though. The guys upstairs were talking about the car. Obviously, it's a TCR car. Do you know anything about its history, where it came from?
it won a round of the championship in 2017, I think, under Romeo Ferraris. That's about all I know.
And how close to original TCR spec is it running then?
It's almost there. Obviously, they do a lot of setup work when they go to a circuit, and they've got stickier tyres, etc. But ostensibly, it's as it left Romeo Ferraris, so, with all the problems they had as well.
I didn't see any problems in that. Were you fighting anything behind the scenes?
You know what? It was doing strange things in going from third to fourth gear. So, and that happened after about lap 4. So I'm like, oh God, no. But it was manageable. So, and also my screen's flickering, so I can't see it. I look down at it. I'm like, ugh.
But apart from that, a flawless race anyway. Thoughts now for tomorrow?
Do the same again. I got a good start. I hate standing starts. I'm a rolling start guy, and I managed to nail that start as far as mine go. So I'm not scared of it tomorrow. I was usually scared of it. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Good stuff. Congrats on the race victory. Best of luck for tomorrow. Now, second place, Mike Hilton pulling up alongside. Mike, congratulations. Second place for you. Again, a bit of a lonely race towards the end there, but some activity at the start.
Yeah, I'm having problems with the clutch, so basically normally the car will launch very nicely and normally get past everybody, but our car just didn't move. So on the formation lap and at the start, so that was a bit of a disaster. And then halfway through the clutch disc gave up, so I drove in fourth gear for most of the race. Which is why I was getting slower and slower, and towards the end the car went into limp mode, so it was in sixth gear for the last lap. So I've never been so glad to see a black checkered flag. I was praying every time I come around. I was like, please let this be the one, just hanging on. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately the clutch is an issue. So the biggest strength of the car is the launch. I can get in the front no matter where I qualify. But yeah, it's pretty scary when you just don't move and other cars around you. So we need to fix that for tomorrow.
So that's what prevented you getting away on the green flag lap as well, presumably. Thankfully got the car going, but now some work to be done tonight then.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like an easy fix.
No, it means engine out. We're going to have to just have to manage it so we can get a good safe start, but the launch control just doesn't work. And even the second time I tried it, it still didn't work. So we're going to have to try something different tomorrow.
When it was working in qualifying, though, I bet it's a good fun car to drive around here. Lightweight, decent amount of downforce as well. This is kind of the perfect track for it.
Yeah, I mean, I need a bit more seat time around this track, but yeah, it's good. Craner curves, taking it almost flat, not quite, but yeah.
Well, I'm envious of you. Hopefully you get it sorted for tomorrow. We'll see you back out again tomorrow. That's Mike Hilton. Now, here is Tom, our third place finish. Now, you've had quite the day, Tom, because qualifying didn't quite go to plan, did it? Came here with a championship to try and win, and that was the last thing you needed.
It was a bit of a tricky one. Yeah. I think, first of all, you know, thanks to Revs Italia, the team, they did an absolutely mega job. You know, we were sort of coming out of qualifying thinking it's weekend over, but, you know, they managed to get, Roger managed to get his hands in there, get the pipe changed and back on sort of thing. So obviously knew we'd be starting from the back of the grid, and it was just a case of trying to pick opportunities going through, look after the car. We had quite a lot of new sort of brake assemblies and drive shaft assemblies, so had a little bit of pad knock off, but yeah, made it work in the end.
And I believe I was chatting to the team actually during the lunch break earlier on. It was some quick thinking from you that maybe saved the engine because you managed to get everything switched off quite quickly, and obviously that can do some damage, can't it, if you're not on your toes?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of help from the man upstairs as well, I think, but it was a case of just, yeah, you know, trying to think quickly and having and bit of presence of mind and just turning it off, really, isn't it? Or just trying to stop it, trying to seize itself. So, yeah, save the engine, and hopefully we should be in the races for tomorrow. So feeling good.
Cars seem to be working well in the race. They obviously had some really good pace, and you got your elbows out at the start. You found some gaps that I'm not quite sure were big enough.
Well, you know, I'm good. I'm mates with Mike, and I knew he'd had a bit of a clutch problem, and I was trying to sort of get around as safely as I could. I think we just about got there, but it did get a little bit squeaky. But aside from that, yeah, you know, the car was great. I think we've sort of got to quite a nice mechanical balance place. She sort of is quite neutral going through the old hairpin and the high-speed stuff, which works really well for front-wheel drive. But yeah, you know, I think we'll just try and capitalise on that for tomorrow.
Good stuff. Congratulations then on the podium. A class win as well for Tom Hill, so some more useful points for the championship. Right, then, one more race to go today at Donington Park before a full day of racing to come tomorrow. It's the second outing of the day for the always exciting Tagiwa Type R Trophy. They put on a great race earlier on today, and I'm sure race 2 will be no different.
Final race of the season for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Second race of the day, and this is how the grid lines up. It's a partially reversed grid from the first race. Top 10 finishes from race 1 reverse. So it's number 19, Oliver Musgrave, on pole position. And besides him is number 13, Travis Patterson. Trafford King, number 42, is on the inside of the second row. Besides number 11, Joseph McMullen. On the third row, on the inside, number 5, Jeff Humphries. And number 93, Joseph Dalgarno. On to row 4, that's where you find the man that was crowned champion at the last meeting at Silverstone, number 28, Joe Jessup, and 104, Daniel Chapman. Mars Nathaniel James, number 21, is on the inside of row 5, besides the winner from race 1, number 86, Matt Wilkins. On the 6th row, number 64, is Adam Parsonage, and fellow Adam, number 92, Adam Parker, it lines up 12th. On the 7th row, it's number 14, Martin Bugg, and number 16, James Delisle. Matthew Silvernight, number 169, and Matthew Duffel, number 18, are on the 8th row. 12, Richard Jones, and 30, Craig Atkinson on row 9. Row 10 is 173, Andrew Cooper, having switched over from Formula V, and 55, Paul Crease. 24, Jake Johnson, and 26, Lee Rickard on the 12th row, the 11th row I should say. The 12th row, 74, Richard Lindsay, and 7, Andrew Idwine. And the 13th row I should say, first of all, 66, Ross Pullman, 116, Matthew Morgan, 196, Jonathan O'Neill, and 95, Samuel Dennis. On the 14th row, Samuel Dennis having won his class in the road sports race earlier on today, and wasn't he happy about that. So that's how they line up. A reminder that in race 1 it was a second win of the season for Matt Wilkins from Mars Nathaniel James in second. The gap between them was just about 0.6 of a second, and Daniel Chapman was third. And as far as the points are concerned, well, we'd already had the championship wrapped up in favour of Joe Jessup, but second place still to be decided. We had 4 drivers in contention for that coming into this weekend. 2 of them have fallen by the wayside. They're no longer in contention, Jeff Humphries and Miles Nathaniel James, but it is 7 points now between Dan Chapman and Matt Wilkins. So second place still up for grabs as we look forward to the final race of the day, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So hopefully the green flag will be getting underway shortly. A couple of cars from the previous session not quite yet recovered, so that's ongoing at the moment. Thanks to our recovery team here at Donington Park. So probably a good time to say a big thank you to all the marshals here at Donington, because it's been a slightly longer day than expected. But we're ever grateful for the vital role that everybody volunteering here this weekend is doing. Another busy day to look forward to tomorrow, but hopefully they've been enjoying the racing that's been put on, because there has been some cracking racing over the course of the afternoon, Ian.
Yeah, no, it's been a really good first day of this meeting, and lots more to look forward to tomorrow. Another 11 races, with many of the categories that have been racing here today, plus the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, the Race Pass Historic 750 Formula, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship also in action tomorrow. Not forgetting that Volks Valves is also taking place here at Donington Park tomorrow, one of Motorsport Vision's promoted events. That takes place on the Tarmac Lake, just behind Redgate Corner, where there'll be a fantastic display of motorsport Vauxhalls, and they'll be also taking part in a parade at lunchtime as well. But that's just one of the attractions here at Donington Park tomorrow. But the centrepiece, of course, the 11 race programme from the 750 Motor Club, which will include, say, many of the categories that we've already seen today. But as far as this grid is concerned, it is the number 19 car of Oliver Musgrave that lines up on pole position. Now, coming into this weekend, he was 13th in the championship, had a best finish so far this year of 6th position. He is now 20 years of age, from Frodsham. He's a warehouse worker, and he's in the DH Racing, so one of the Danny Hobson cars that lines up on pole position. The sort of neon green, it's described, I'd call it day glow yellow and grey car that he's got on the front of the grid. And alongside him is the number 13 car, which is that of Travis Patterson. So obviously finished 9th in race 1. Whereas Travis, he was 9th in the championship coming into this weekend. His best result having been a 5th position. That's
I reckon he's up to 8th and could get 7th after this, because of we're missing Matt Digby and Tim Adams this weekend. Well, Matt Digby's car's here, so he's probably on site, isn't he, with Jeff Humphreys, but not driving. So for Travis Patterson, he could get 7th before the year's out, I think.
Trafford King was 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. He lines up on the inside of row number 2. The 29-year-old now railway machine operator from York. First season of racing. He'd done a little bit of rental karting, some casual sim racing as well before getting involved.
I wonder if he could be favourite for this race. Remember, he got punted off at the start, went through the gravel,
yes,
and recovered to 8th, so he should have good pace. He qualified, I think, on the front row for the initial race. So starting 3rd, Trafford King, who's not won this season, I don't think. He's had a better result of 3rd, which came earlier in the season at actually at the first meeting at Croft. He hasn't been on the podium since. Is there a possibility in this final race of the year?
Well, even before his good qualifying session this morning, he said that Donington Park is his favourite circuit. Always been the one he wanted to drive or ride as a child, playing racing and motorbike games. His car, it was built by Black Magic Customs after a year of track days in another EP3. The shell was purchased and built into a trophy car for the start of the season. It's run by DH Racing, and of course the K20 engined EP3. Next up on the grid we have the number 11 car. That's Joseph McMullen, and Joseph in the championship win this weekend was 11th with a best result of 4th position, and it has been there or thereabouts, particularly in recent meetings. And then you come to the number 5 car on the inside of row 3. That is Jeff Humphreys, a long-time competitor on and off with the 750 Motor Club, Stock Catch champion, raced in Clios as well in the past, as we're now getting the minutes to go. Klaxons being sounded, so we're not too far away from the start of the race here. But Jeff Humphreys, who has had a win this season at Mallory Park, but has had to sample a variety of different cars during the course of the year due to various issues that he's encountered. And then besides him on the grid, we've got the number 93 car, which is that of Joseph Dalgarno, as the green flag lap gets underway now. Joe Dalgarno, MG Trophy champion, struggled initially this season as he switched to this category, but put that behind him with a win at Cadwell. He's also had a 3rd position during the course of this season as well, so if he perhaps comes back next year, he could well be one to watch in the championship, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously a few differences between the MG ZR that he raced last year and the Honda Civic. Similar era, but obviously took a little while to get their head around it, but seems to be all good now for Joe Dalgarno, who starts alongside Jeff Humphreys, who's probably competed in more races than probably most of the rest of the top 10 put together, I suspect.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's quite a lot of inexperienced drivers here. Joe Jessup, number 28 on the inside of row 4, as we say, confirmed as champion with his 8th win of the season at Silverstone. Last time out he took 4 in a row, or 3 at Silverstone, plus 1 at Cadwell Park as well. He also won 3 in a row at the beginning of the season at Croft and Brands Hatch.
Yeah, he hasn't finished lower than 4th all season, and that's where he did finish in race 1.
He was the highest place returning driver from last season, wasn't he? He was 3rd in the championship last year, and a contender almost towards the end of the season as well. Besides him is the 104 car of Daniel Chapman. He's been one of the most stalwart competitors in this particular championship, hasn't he? He's been with the Type Rs, I think, pretty much since they were first inaugurated. Daniel Chapman, and he is one of the drivers contending for 2nd position in the championship, albeit he's got a bit of work to do in this one, hasn't he? Because he needs to outscore Matt Wilkins, I think, by a few points in order to wrap up P2 in the championship.
Dan Chapman's been probably one of the more consistent drivers, but not winning a race. He's had 3 seconds, I think 4 thirds after the podium earlier, then a 4th, a 5th, a 7th and a 9th as well, but not got that win. And it may be difficult to come there from 8th on the grid, because of course he was leading race 1 but wasn't able to hold on that occasion. So we'll see what he can do this time.
Marshall Nathaniel James, he lines up on the inside of row 5, the 28-year-old kart mechanic from London. Did some racing back in 2015 in Formula Ford, but then quite a long layoff until coming back this season. Also into his driving and swimming and car detailing as well. Another driver that says that Donington Park is his favourite, but that was politics. He'd barely driven any UK tracks when he was asked to make that decision. And he's out in the ex-Aaron Sharp and Alfie Jenkins car. Next to him on the grid, you've got number 86, Matt Wilkins, our winner from race number 1 then. That was his 2nd win of the season. He's had now 6 podiums in all during the course of the year, and is at the moment the slight favourite to take 2nd place in the championship. Then on row 6 you've got the number 64 car, which is that of Adam Parsonage, and he lies where in the championship. He's outside the top 20 coming into this weekend, certainly, with I think a best result of 7th before this weekend. And next to him, Adam Parker, who had a great qualifying session, best result so far as well earlier on, with a 12th place in the car that the 16-year-old races, having done some junior saloon car racing in the past couple of years. Car prepared by his brother Aaron, who's doing a motorsport degree at UCLan. Right, the cars are back onto the grid then. 15-minute race ahead of us. Any predictions, Josh?
We're going off the earlier race and now we've got reverse grid. If you're at Redgate Corner, it could get a little bit messy if we're not careful. So hopefully that doesn't happen, to be honest, because that's the last thing we need at 20 to 7 this evening. So yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting, isn't it? Last round of the season, reverse grid. Tin tops, it doesn't necessarily bode well for a good recipe, does it?
Pessimist.
Let's hope for a good race and we get through it without too many issues. So we got those top 4 in the earlier race were a good chunk quicker than anyone else in race 1, apart from Trafford King. So Trafford King is the favourite, I would think. Jessop's good at the start, so look out for Joe Jessop in 28 from row 4. He's always good off the line.
Watch out for Samuel Dennis as well, coming from the back. He was disqualified from race 1 for a little bit of contact. He was bouncing there after his success in the road sports race, so let's see if he's still bouncing now as he tries to come through the field here. So 15 minutes of racing for the Tekiwa Taipar Trophy. The red lights go on, they go out, away we go then. And from the front row of the grid, it's a pretty good start by Travis Patterson, I think, in the number 13 car. He slots in ahead. Joseph McMullen is trying to get ahead of Oliver Musgrave as well for 2nd place. Now they're coming into Redgate Corner. This is where Josh thinks it's all going to go wrong. Let's see if it does. They turn their way through. There's 1 or 2 that are going over the green concrete over at the exit of the corner, but they all seem to have made it safely through there. So now we'll try the Craner curves and head off down to the old hairpin. It's Dan Chapman, isn't it, that's third? Oh, we've got 1 off actually at Redgate. That is the number 7 car that has got itself stranded of Andrew Idwine after his retirement from race 1.
It was a lot better than the first time, wasn't it, through Redgate in race 1. Most people got through without a trip through the gravel, and there's a big challenge for 2nd position. That's Trafford King, I think, trying to gain that place. Joe Jessop didn't make a great start that time compared to every other race this season. If anything, he's lost out. He's right in the background there, so it's Chapman in 2nd.
Chapman 2nd.
So he's made an extraordinary start, hasn't he? I didn't really see that happen from 8th on the grid. So that is impressive. So who I predicted to make a good start is the only one that hasn't done out of those quick runners, seemingly. So yeah, it wasn't Trafford King. He's much further back. So Chapman there in 2nd, but it is Joe McMullen, is it, that leads the race. So there's now Jessop up at the inside, gaining positions, trying to avoid the tyre stacks as he goes through the S's, runs a little bit wide. They're 3 abreast behind him as well. So yeah, the order is very mixed at this stage, and now they're coming into the hairpin about 3 abreast, Ian.
Yeah, and out breaking himself there is Buggy, Martin Bug, number 14. He's actually got turned in. Is he going to lose?
They 5 abreast.
Positions on the exit of the corner. They very nearly were. Trafford King had certainly lost places off the start. He'd gone backwards from 3rd on the grid. He was about 8th or 9th or something like that, I think, as they turned their way through Goddard's at the end of the race. Over the line they go then. It's Joseph McMullen that leads then from number 104, Daniel Chapman in 2nd. Travis Patterson, number 13, is 3rd. 21 miles, Nathaniel James is 4th. Number 5, Jeff Humphries is in 5th. And race woman Matt Wilkins up 4 places to 6th at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, so to Trafford King, it was a terrible first lap. We didn't really see where it went dramatically wrong for him. He just kept losing positions. So Dan Chapman, for his first win of the season, is now on as he challenges Joe McMullen as they go through the old hairpin. So McMullen, whose best result this season has been something like a 4th, I think. So yet to finish on the podium, he leads the way, but with the rapid Dan Chapman behind him for 3rd position. Miles Nathaniel James tried to come around the outside of Travis Patterson. He got Jeff Humphries involved in that battle as well. So that's a nice dice that's going on for P3 at this stage. And hanging on at this stage is Travis Patterson, who started there on the front row of the grid, and his best result this season's been a 5th, I think. So there's a couple of people in McMullen and Patterson looking for their first podium of the season here. But I think for Travis Patterson, it's going to be difficult for him to hold off the very rapid Miles Nathaniel James and Jeff Humphries.
Yeah, as the number 21 car, Nathaniel James, just locks up a little bit, just in behind there. Travis Patterson challenging for 3rd position. Top 2 having got away a little bit, McMullen and Chapman. Gap back to 3rd then, Travis Patterson. In the background you can see Joe Jessup making up a place on Martin Bug, so 28 goes past 14 and up into 7th position.
Martin Bug had a great first lap, didn't he, from 13th on the grid to get up to 7th.
Yeah, it did indeed. Very good first lap. Little bit of a lock up there from the car in 3rd place, Travis Patterson. That brings Nathaniel James closer to the back of him in number 21. Let's see if that allows him to make a challenge, possibly down into Redgate corner. Here they go then. And also looking to make a move there is Matt Wilkins around the outside of Jeff Humphries as well, as Patterson loses out, doesn't he, to Nathaniel James there. So Nathaniel James does go 3rd at Redgate corner. Looks like Jeff Humphries has held on to 5th from Matt Wilkins though.
Wilkins just got the fastest lap, a 1:51.6, so he's quicker than the cars ahead of him at this stage. And now he's trying to look to the outside of Jeff Humphries, who in turn was challenging Travis Patterson, who just lost that 3rd position, as Ian described. And now Humphries swoops around the outside past Starkey's Bridge and up towards McLean's. He should go through, and I think Matt Wilkins will follow him. So they're up to 4th and 5th. Up front, though, Joe McMullen, who's not been on the podium before, is leading and has been able to maintain that lead in on lap 3 of the race.
Yeah, he's doing well here, and Chapman is no slouch either. We've seen he had that 2nd place earlier on today. He's chasing after then the race leader. It's Nathaniel James now in 3rd. It looks like Patterson's lost at least one more place, hasn't it? Because Jeff Humphries is now into 4th position. Here's Trafford King, who you were, I think, expecting perhaps a little bit more of in this race. He gets ahead now of the pole position driver, Oliver Musgrave, so that's for 9th now.
Yeah, when he passed Musgrave, he wasn't hoping it was going to be for 9th place, that's for sure. So they have dropped back as Jeff Humphries. Has he dropped behind Matt Wilkins there? Yeah, Matt Wilkins has got up to 4th spot then, ahead of Jeff Humphries. And they both had passed Travis Patterson, but Patterson dives back up the inside of Jeff Humphries to claim 5th spot back potentially. Joe Jessup is just behind 2. Meanwhile, the top 2 are absolutely together. So Joe McMullen versus Dan Chapman, and they're both being caught by those behind. Nathaniel James and Wilkins going quicker. Matt Wilkins just sets another fastest lap as Jeff Humphries fights back on the inside of Travis Patterson. Patterson wide, so he will lose that spot again that he gained just from the previous corner. But this time Joe Jessup slots through as well, so the champion up into 6th as he sees a sideways Humphries head down the Craner curves. There's more smoke settling ahead, so perhaps a lock up as that adjusted the order in the leading positions, I wonder. And we might get a shot of that in a few moments' time to see if Joe McMullen still leads. And he does, but Dan Chapman is fighting him out of McLean's corner. He can't quite get alongside, and really, and he needs to get past before the next two catch.
Yeah, of course, Chapman's got his headlamp on, but it doesn't look like it's properly aligned. It seems to be pointing immediately at the ground in front of him. But he is going to try and have a go again at Coppice Corner, which doesn't quite work. So McMullen from Chapman. 2.5 seconds back, you've got Nathaniel James in third, although I think he is catching them now, as is Matt Wilkins as well. And a lock up there, almost a touch between the two of them. And it's Chapman that's lost out there to the tune of 10 car lengths or something. So McMullen has a bigger lead now, and Chapman has a bit of work to do. He's also going to have to keep his eye on his mirrors as well now.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't think where he looked up, his line was off. As big dive up the inside there from Travis Patterson, but he couldn't quite get past Joe Jessup. But Patterson stayed ahead of Humphreys. Jeff Humphreys not going as well, seemingly, today. And so this is Matt Wilkins. He's been the quickest driver here at Donington. He won earlier this afternoon. He's been the quickest driver in this race. He's been progressing well through the order. The ex-Compact Cup racer, Matt Wilkins, in his Motion Motorsport prepared car. And he just set another fastest lap, a 150.69. The top four separated by just 2.3 seconds after 4 laps. And half the race still to go as the battle for P3 starts to emerge in.
Yeah, Nathaniel James just doesn't comfortable there. Oh, McMullen wasn't comfortable either. He's had a big moment there, and that's brought Chapman right back onto his tail, and he's alongside now as they head through Schwantz Curve. We'll wait for them to appear in a moment as they head up towards McLean's, and it's Chapman that's now got the lead. And is Nathaniel James going to go second? Yes, he is. And is Wilkins going to go third? Ahead of McMullen now, it looks like he is. So a moment that was just off out of our camera shot there for Joseph McMullen has cost him 3 places there in the space of the next couple of corners, and it's Daniel Chapman now leading from the 21 car of Miles Nathaniel James.
Yeah, oddly, when McMullen wasn't under pressure, he made the mistake. He was under threat all the way through with Dan Chapman chasing, didn't make any mistakes. Chapman made an error half a lap earlier, and then a big slide from Joe McMullen. That's what's cost him a lead. It might cost him a podium chance as well, as he drops down to 4th spot on lap 5. But now the lead of the race, a battle very much on as Miles Nathaniel James dives up the inside as more dramas happen around the circuit, but Miles Nathaniel James has grabbed the lead momentarily away from Dan Chapman.
Let's see how long this lasts. Chapman's not yet had a win this season. He's had 7 podiums, but yet to have a win. He's got his nose back in front. He runs wide though. He's going to lose a place to his championship rival Matt Wilkins as well here, I think. He's going to go back down to third, the rival for second in the championship, I should say. So it's now Nathaniel James that leads at the end of lap 5. Wilkins second, Chapman third, Joe McMullen fourth, Joe Jessup is 5th, Travis Patterson is 6th, Jeff Humphreys 7th, Martin Hook 8th, Traffic King 9th, Oliver Musgrave rounding out the top 10. Fastest lap still with Matt Wilkins, 150.69.
And he's in 2nd spot then, down the Craner curves. This is where the leader made a mistake a lap ago at the old hairpin. So I'm sure Miles Nathaniel James will be keen not to replicate that. And they look like they get through okay, with Nathaniel James ahead of Wilkins, Chapman and McMullen. Now as they battle, is that going to allow Joe Jessup to catch, who is there in 5th spot, is nearly with them now. He's not finished lower than 4th before. Travis Patterson and Jeff Humphreys still going at it behind. There's yellow flags up here at Coppice because that recovery of, was it Richard Jones? Who spun there on the previous lap, but then quickly into a green flag zone. Effective work there from the marshals, even at 10-7. Great work, and that means we can carry on racing around the rest of the lap. And why need a interruption when 9/10 of the lap is in good order? So that's what we're doing here. And Miles Nathaniel James is hanging on, but is he feeling the need to defend here down towards the Melbourne Loop? And yeah, Joe Jessup's caught them and immediately challenges up the inside of Joe McMullen, who has to give him space. So Jessup is 4th. Possibly too much to ask for him to win this, Ian, but he's getting right involved again.
Well, we've seen in other races today they can be 5th going on to the final lap and win the race. So who knows? Wilkins there locks up as he tries to get past Miles Nathaniel James, both hunting for another victory. Be a 3rd for Wilkins, a 2nd from Nathaniel James during the course of this season. Chapman's still looking for his first. Of course, Jessup has had more than anybody in this group. Joe McMullen has yet to have one as well. There's a gap back then to Jeff Humphreys, who now looks to be ahead of Travis Patterson for 6th as well. Some quite wide running from some of the cars there over the edge of the curb at Redgate Corner onto that green concrete. And drivers there using the curb in a manner that is allowed through the craners. Out of the old hairpin they go. A bit more running on the green concrete there as the cars make their way now up through Schwantz Curve towards McLean's for the 7th time. It was touch and go, wasn't it, in the early race, whether we're going to get 8 laps or 9. So we'll wait and see what we're going to get. What we're going to get here in this final race of the day.
Yeah, this race has been a bit slower because of the battling that's been going on, and we haven't had the outright pace. It may just be 8 laps this time, which would mean this would be the penultimate lap, wouldn't it, if that's the case?
Yeah. So
Nathaniel James hasn't been able to get away from Matt Wilkins, the race 1 winner. So this was the battle in race 1, but in the opposite order. Nathaniel James a tiny bit defensive into the S's there, then they hop over the curbs. And pretty similar exits. Behind is Dan Chapman keeping Joe Jessup at bay. He is for now. But Jessup launched an attack here a lap ago. Can't do that this time. So with potentially just a lap of this race to go as they come to the line. We'll see if their last lap board goes out, because we've seen that in, I think, most of the races today, which is always a signal that we're going to the last lap. Wilkins is challenging, but Nathaniel James braked late. Maybe too late. He's a touch wide, so Wilkins is going to fight here, I suspect, on the exit of the corner. There's the last lap board, so this is the 8th and the final lap. It's the final lap of the day, with a 5-car lead battle heading down towards Redgate, being headed by Miles Nathaniel James by the smallest of margins.
Matt Wilkins has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:50.55, and he is right with Nathaniel James now as we work our way around the final lap of the race. Just an update on some others. I don't think that Sam Dennis had made the progress we thought he might do. He was, I think, 24th. Adam Parker having another good race. He's in 13th position as we go on to this final lap. We've got a Trafford King 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits now, so that will cost him, I think, just the 1 place to Martin Bugg. But we're halfway around this final lap, Josh, and it's still Nathaniel James from Wilkins.
But again, by a very small margin, a challenge there into McLean's. But that just put Wilkins off his line a little bit, a bit slower off of McLean's. Therefore, so into Coppice Corner, Nathaniel James with the smallest of advantages, a tighter line out of the corner. So yeah, it's a bigger gap than he has had for the last lap or so. The top 5 separated by just a couple of seconds or so down towards the S's. Nathaniel James again has that slightly tighter line. Are we going to see a big effort made by Matt Wilkins to win a reverse grid race? Something only Joe Jessup has done this year from 10th on the grid.
Yeah, so down to the final couple of corners they go. Miles Nathaniel James, who was a winner at Brands Hatch, looking to complete his maiden season in the Tyre Power Trophy with a 2nd victory and a strong finish in the championship as well. Dan Chapman, he locks up going into that final corner, but I don't think it's going to change the order as they come to the line.
No.
And the checkered flag has
not gone out.
So actually must have been a penalty board that was being shown.
Yeah,
the last lap board.
They crossed the line free.
And Miles Nathaniel James is the one that's got the 5-second penalty, the race leader as well. So that is quite significant. So Miles Nathaniel James has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits now.
They crossed the line with 0.3 of a second before 15 minutes was up.
Okay, and now we've got one off into the gravel. That's James Delisle in the number 16 car. So now all of a sudden Miles Nathaniel James needs to pull out 5-second margin on the last lap. What are the chances of that happening?
Pretty low, unless all mayhem breaks out behind. So we didn't expect this 9th lap of the race. We've got it though, and the leader isn't leading, so that means the battle behind is for the win of the race. Basically, Matt Wilkins and Dan Chapman. Can Dan Chapman get that win he's been looking for all season? And with the track limit penalties going out, drivers are going to have to be aware not to run wide. We've noticed it on quite a few occasions in this race. Now there's double waved yellow flags. So now the drivers really have got to concentrate on what they are doing and be sensible.
Yeah, because James Delisle is the car that's down there. As you said, yeah, being careful about running wide. Of course, Matt Wilkins did run wide up there at Coppice Corner, but they're going through the yellow flag zone. There's the car that is off. Now, where's the green flag? They may already have passed that now, but they're actually fairly well spread out going down to Melbourne for the final time. So I don't know if MNJ knows that he's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. I hope it's not Andy McEwen that's going to have to be the one that breaks that to him. But he's not going to have won this race, I don't think. He's going to be 5th after all of this. No change, I don't think, going through the final couple of corners. So up to the checkered flag they go. Master Daniel James takes it, but it's Matt Wilkins that wins for the second time today in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Dan Chapman is 2nd, Joe Jessup is 3rd, Joe McMullen is 4th, and Martin Nathaniel James will be classified 5th. It looks like it is the Travis Patterson car that comes home in 6th position, getting the place back from Jeff Humphries again on the final lap, with Trafford King just in behind. He has a 5-second penalty which will cost him 1 position to Martin Bugg, so he will drop to 9th. Bugg will go up to 8th, and Joe Dalgarno, who does his personal best lap of the race on the final lap, he will complete the top 10. Then it'll be Musgrave, Lindsay, Adam Parker 13th, Ross Borman, Adam Postich and Craig Atkinson rounding out the top 15. So a shame really, in a way, that it was Master Nathaniel James with that 5-second track limit penalty, because it sort of denied us what would have been an extra grandstand finish.
Indeed, and I wanted Matt Nilkins to know about it, because he flashed his lights at the end like he was pleased with that double win, and a 2nd in the championship.
Well,
as well.
also would have secured him 2nd in the championship, that result, which would also have been a cause for celebration as well. Dan Chapman 3rd in the championship, I think, after all of that. So you can see at the top of the results there, it is number 21, Miles Nathaniel James, but he does have a 5-second penalty. So the winner will actually be number 86, Matt Wilkins, and 2nd will be number 104, Dan Chapman, half a second behind him. 3rd will go the way of number 28, Joe Jessup. 4th to number 11, Joe McMullen. 5th to number 21, Miles Nathaniel James. 6th to number 13, Travis Patterson. 7th to number 5, Jeff Humphries. 8th will be number 14, Martin Bugg. 9th to number 42, Trafford King. 10th, 93, Joe Dalgarno. Then Oliver Musgrave, our pole position driver. Richard Lindsay, Adam Parker and Ross Borman. Further back, we'll see Adam Parsonage, Craig Atkinson, Matthew Duffel, Matthew Simonite, Lee Rickard, Matthew Morgan, Jake Johnson, Paul Grease, Samuel Dennis, Andrew Cooper, and then the rest were non-finishers, including the likes of James Delisle and Richard Jones. And so that brings to an end our racing for today here at Donington Park. Don't forget to join us again tomorrow morning. First race of the day is at 9 o'clock. Then we have 3 qualifying sessions before racing resumes at 10:45. 4 more races before the lunch break for Clio's, Mighty Minis, Classic Stock Hatch and Alphas. During the lunch break there'll be a parade of Vauxhall cars as part of the Vaux Valves event, and then in the afternoon we'll have 2 races for Historic 750 Formula and races for 5 Club, 2 races for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and Club Enduro as well. Josh, some very brief final thoughts at the end of the first day?
We had some excellent racing, didn't we? Especially in the middle of the afternoon. That Mazda, what was a very good race, but it kind of turned into chaos. The Classic Stock Catch race was good fun as well. We had some good Type R Trophy races, especially that race this morning seemed memorable too. And a great clean green road sports race with some great racing early on. And hopefully that is a good sign for Club Enduro tomorrow.
Yeah, we look forward to that. So from Josh and myself in the commentary box, we'll say goodnight and we will leave you in the capable hands of Andy McEwen. He's down in the pit lane ready to speak to our top 3 at the end of the Type R Trophy race. Good night.
Well, a dramatic conclusion to the day here at Donington Park. I don't think that Miles Nathaniel James knew about that penalty. He tried to pull into the number 1 spot and was guided away, so he won't be very happy. However, very happy, I'm sure, with the victory is Matt Wilkins, who does now become only the 2nd driver this year to come from 10th on the grid to claim a victory in the reversed grid race. And while Matt, not quite the way you'd want to take the victory, I'm sure, but still a brilliant effort that to come through the field, and you made really good progress through the middle part of the race.
Yeah, I was pushing really hard against Miles and I saw the penalty, so I pulled back. No point going off after seeing that, so he's shame because he drove really well. But yeah, it was a great race.
Some good moves made in the early stages. It's really important, isn't it, to make that early progress, because once you get locked into that train, everyone's so evenly matched, it then can take a long time to get further forward.
Yes, it was chaos. Don't really know what happened, to be honest. Till I watch it back, I forget, but I ended up overtaking 3 cars coming down there just by chance, which was really good to get up with these guys. So yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Really positive end to the season as well then. Are you back again, do you think, for some more Type R action next year?
Yeah, we'll be back in this car next year. Yeah.
Excellent news. That's what we wanted to hear. Congratulations then on the race victory for Matt Wilkins. Now, second place man is here, hiding behind me. Well, Dan, second place finish for you. Not a bad end to your season, all things considered.
No, pretty pleased with that. It ends on a high, doesn't it? So, yeah, so I'm pretty confident, pretty pleased with the finish for the last race of the year.
You were the one who really made good early progress, though. I mean, you shot up into the top 3, I think, by the end of the first lap. So was that a good launch or just right place, right time through the first corners?
I had a real good start, to be fair, and then there was a bit of tussling in the first corner. I think I just found a gap and just tried to get away.
Same question to you then. Have you caught the Type R bug now? Are you back again next year?
Well, I think this was my 3rd year in the championship. So, yeah, probably so. We'll be back again, I think.
Good stuff. Excellent news. So congratulations then to Dan in second place, and Joe Jessup is stood behind me. Well, congratulations. Good to have you on the podium then. Fitting way to end your season.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a fantastic season. Pretty tough work right across the team. DH Racing's put in such effort to get us at the sharp end of the grid. So, no, it's great to finish on a high.
Been such a cracking year for you all round, hasn't it? Obviously, with the pressure off a little bit for this final round of the championship, but you've got to be really pleased, really satisfied actually to have consistently been the one scoring the big points and pulling out that lead.
Yeah, I think consistency's the key for the championship at least. Actually, today we had gearbox problems pretty much all day, which is the first time we've had problems on the car. So that kind of killed our qualifying a little bit, but yeah, as I say, the boys worked so hard, changed the gearbox in about an hour, and we were back out for race 1. So yes, great weekend to finish on.
And impressive that they still had that dedication, even though things were already sewed up. Like I said, the pressure was sort of off anyway, but they still wanted to get you out there, and I'm sure you wanted to sort of congratulate them, if you like, with this podium finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's a team, right? There's 5, 6, 7 drivers in the team, so we wanted to put on a good show, obviously work as a team through the races, which we did. So, yeah, this just reward for the boys who've worked so hard on the cars today.
Excellent. Congratulations. A fantastic season in 2023 for Joe Jessup. Well, that is it for the 2023 season for the Type R Trophy. We are not done yet here at Donington Park, though. We will be back again tomorrow morning for a full day of racing. I think 11 races coming your way tomorrow. Several of the series that raced today will be making a return. We'll also have a few new championships that will be racing on Sunday only. Plus, of course, the 2-hour headline act, if you like, the Club Enduro race that takes us through the middle part of the day. But that is it for your Saturday here at Donington. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow, 10:20 in the morning, for a full day of live racing here at the 750 Motor Club.